Greetings and salutations, and welcome to another episode of Watch World. If you don't know by now, you're just tuning in. It's a show about everything and nothing all at the same time. You just never know what you may or may not get. Good to see everybody. Happy Saturday. Happy Saturday. Hopefully, everybody can hear me. Hopefully, my horrible audio setup hasn't completely crapped the bed just yet. I can get a few more broadcasts out of it. That'll be great, you know? Interesting Saturday. I don't know. If anything happened, anything major, if anything broke, if anything got fixed, I didn't even notice it. I didn't even tune in. I completely tuned out. Man, I said I was gonna get a early start this morning, but it didn't matter. I'd have to got started yesterday to get an early enough start today for it to been cool enough. But now I got out and about today. Went down to the outdoor market. Went down there and walked around for a good little bit. Saw some interesting people. Got some tasty food. Saw this. They always have live music, and it was a couple. It was a woman and her husband. I never seen them uh, down there before, which that doesn't mean they've never been there. I don't go to every Saturday market, so the odds of them playing a few and me not catching it's pretty good. But it was pretty cool. Wide range of music. She definitely has some talent. She could definitely sing. But it's always a nice backdrop, as you're walking into the outdoor market. You get to the big overwalk of the Savannah River, right opening up into the gateway where you can see the Savannah River, and you just start hearing live music. Sometimes it's just musicians. There's a guy that plays out there sometimes. He plays like the was like the saxophone or the what do you call it? I forget the other instrument. But he doesn't ever sing. He just does like the musical version of whatever the song is. Clarinet, saxophone. No, it might not be the clarinet. I forget what you call it. He plays the thing. He's musically inclined. He's musically inclined with the woodwinds. Food. Oh, it's a wide range of food. I mean, I don't know everybody's taste and I don't know everybody's flavor, but just me personally, uh, there's something out there for everybody. You know what I mean? Whether you're a carnivore or whether you want some barbecue or you want some chicken or you want some Filipino food, there's so many different vendors that offer like authentic style food, Cuban, Puerto Rican. Uh, there's a couple people out there that sell like authentic, like African style dishes from where they're from. Uh, Tons of American stuff. You know what I mean? Barbecue, chickens, brisket, uh, burgers, tacos, whatever you can think of. There's a guy out there that makes the pizzas. I hadn't tried him yet. He's like one of the newer faces to come out there. He's got like one of those. I don't know the brand, but it's like one of those backyard style pizza ovens that I think run off gas. Of course, it's a smaller scale. He's just getting hooked up. People said he's got a good product, but for him, you definitely got to get there super early. Like you're eating pizza for breakfast if you want to try his product. But all the way from like people that's selling vegetables, has got gardens they bring in and they sell their produce. People sell honey. People sell all different type of like homemade jellies, jams. The prices really ain't too bad. Some stuff is just the basic. You're going to pay more for certain things now. Ultimately, if you're going to pay more for something that you was going to get already, and you can meet the people that made it. You know what I mean? You know where it's come from. I'll take that over paying more at a big box store. And the only reason I know where it comes from is it tells me where it was manufactured at, you know, and other than that, you got to look it up, you know. But yeah, everything. And it evolves. There's some things that stay constant at the market throughout the year, but there's some things that's seasonal. It evolves throughout the year. The market, they run from uh, the second Saturday in March, all the way up to the last Saturday before Thanksgiving. So it pretty much runs all year. They take a couple months off, but yeah, I like it. But yeah, don't know if that really answers your question, but yeah, I mean it's pretty affordable. Like I was getting some like usually I might try a couple different lemonades. You know, if I see something new and I see somebody maybe trying something different, you know, I give them a shot. But usually there's like one stand that no matter what, I always get a lemonade from because they're always just, it's always consistent. They're always super friendly. And they've been doing it a while. You know, they've definitely perfected the art of lemonade. But I said, dang, I walked around and there was an empty spot. I said, dang, you know, they must have been, I don't know what happened with them. Usually they're there every Saturday. But anyway, so I said, man, I got to find me a new lemonade guy or gal. So I'm walking and I seen some people making lemonades, but it was like they had the pre-made juices or whatever, you know, which that's cool. But I like the fresh squeezed. If nothing else, I get the fresh squeezed out of them. So I'm walking, and I see this big banner in the back by the barbecue pit. It said fresh squeezed lemonade, and I said, all right, let me go go give them a try. And it was pretty good. They didn't have like a whole lot of flavors. The guy actually told me it was like it wasn't but like their third weekend, their third Saturday setting up. They're kind of new to the market, so it was pretty cool. But yeah, he's got a good product. I think they had just, I don't know what all flavors they had. They didn't have but like 5 flavors, which that's cool. But yeah, right next door to them was a couple selling fresh tacos. They had all type of tacos, steak, chicken. Uh, man, I forget how many different options they had, but you get 3 good sized tacos, 3 good sized street tacos for $10, and they hooked you up. I didn't get nothing from them because I did the taco overload yesterday, but I did get like a little free sample, which was pretty much a taco, really. But yeah, it was some good stuff. If I ever go back, I'll definitely get some tacos from them again. Real good flavor. I did try if anybody's ever familiar with this like bread dish, it's called I think it's called papusa. It's like almost like they're making like a tortilla, but they get like a big water like the masa or whatever, and they form it out. And you can get them like plain, but there's this family out there. They've been selling them forever. You can get them all. They got like, I don't know, 10 different options. You can get cheese, steak and cheese, chicken, beans, all different type of options. I got I tried the grilled chicken and onion, where they like stuff the cooked chicken and the cooked onions inside the bread and form it up, and then they put it on the griddle and toast it up. That was some pretty good stuff. I ain't gonna lie. Super simple, but yeah, super packed with flavor. I don't know what all they marinated the chicken with. It was good. It was flavor. It had a little spice to it, but I don't know. It wasn't overwhelming for me. I like a little kick. I like a little kick. Tom, good to see you. Good to see you. Anybody else I may or may not have missed, I appreciate you being here, checking in, tuning in. Buckeye Bob, there he is. It ain't a party till you got Buckeye Bob in the building. Go Dogs. Got to get Buckeye Bob a shirt that says Go Dogs. He probably wouldn't wear it, but you know, we got to get it to him. There you go. Let it be so. And at any point in tonight's broadcast, you feel any form of discomfort, displeasure, irritability, irregularity, cold sweats, meat sweats, any type of overwhelming or underwhelming sensation that you just can't quite describe. Tonight's safe word is lemonade. Lemonade, ladies and gentlemen. Lemonade. Oof. Yeah, I didn't go all out, but then I did try something new. There was this, I was walking around and I had just got my lemonade. I walked around the market, see what all was out there, get my game plan together, stuff I want to try, maybe something I want to buy. Just got my lemonade and I was kind of looking around, getting my bearings. And this lady, I heard somebody say, "Would you like a free sample?" So I turned around. I didn't know she was talking to me, but she was. And I said, "Sure, why not?" I said, "What do you have here?" And she said it was these, I forget what she called them. She said it was like an almond, almost like an almond cookie, but it was her grandma's recipe or family recipe from Puerto Rico. And I said, "Sure, I'll try it." But man, I don't know. It was so simple. She said she makes them all herself. But man, those were probably, it was a little different. But man, that was probably one of the best cookies I had in a while. Make a long story short, I ended up getting a couple bags of those things. Man, yeah, those are some good cookies. Some type of, almost like an almond shortbread, like a shortbread cookie, but some type of way she makes it with almond or something like that. Yeah, that was some good stuff. Hell, I had to went and got me a few little things to eat, and had a little sweet tooth, and man, started eating the cookies, and before I realized it, man, I had ate half the bag. I had to go get a couple more from her before I left. I said, "You was right. These things are addictive." I don't even eat like a lot of extra cookies or sweets like that. What happened here? Check to make sure it's still said. Mary, what's going on? Mary in chat. Did I miss Mary? Mary Freeland, good to see you. You never know. They like to play the YouTube games. You know. I did come back by unpopular demand. That's probably what shook them up. They're like, "What the hell? Do we send out notifications or not?" What do we do when he comes back on a Saturday by unpopular demand? What's be doing? Must have missed a lot of messages. I'll catch up eventually. I think I'm behind in chat. Already. Yeah. Needless to say, I got my fix in food consumption in. Mm. Yeah, I almost went full fat. I went around and it's, man, I wish I'd have caught this lady earlier. I'd have probably got some of her boiled peanuts, but by then I had done ate too much. And I don't know what all she sells, but when you walk around, boiled peanuts, mac and cheese brisket, stop and get your samples. You can hear it throughout the market. So I said, man, I got to go try this lady's stuff. I ain't never tried it. So I walked past and she gave me a sample of the boiled peanuts and the brisket mac and cheese, and they were good. I don't know what all she put in the boiled peanuts, but you could definitely taste it had some something a little different in it. It wasn't bad. It was good though. Macaroni and cheese was good too. You could tell it was homemade. It's good stuff. But yeah, I said, no, I'll definitely be coming back with you. But yeah, I might go and drift off into a food coma just off snacks. And hell, I went down to the left there, went down a little bit further to a local park, walked around a little bit. Man, there was a ton of geese out there. I said, man, where the hell is all these geese coming from? This must be like the convergence spot of all our Canadian geese that come down here to Augusta. Ain't no telling. There probably had to have been I don't know. Seemed like about 50. It probably wasn't that many. But I sat out there and watched them and walked around the park for a little bit. Tried not to get hit in the head as these rascals was playing the disc golf. I didn't even know I was walking right into a firing range. I lost it, really. Lucky to have me here, really. If you think about it, almost took I don't know, whatever you call the frisbees, the discuses. Almost took a discus to the temple. I don't know. Felt like I probably walked about 5 miles, and after that, I said, damn, I'm hungry again. So I went and got me some meat. The market was that was just a pregame, just a little pregame, a little appetizer before the main course. Oh, Indy, good to see you, Indy. Always good to see you, Indy. Hope all is well. If you get a bowl, there you go. Hold on. I've never tried boiled peanuts, but they sound kind of bland. Well, don't make the mistake that some people get. Don't let the first time you try a boiled peanut be out of like one of those improperly maintained crock pots from a gas station. Don't do that, Cheryl. If you ever make it to the South, be riding around, you'll see one of these old guys just hanging on the side of the road with a straw hat, a pair of denim overalls, and this big sign that says fresh boiled peanuts. That would be the ideal contestant if you wanted to make a deal with the boiled peanuts. Definitely don't let the boiled peanuts at the gas station be your first try. It's like gas station sushi. You know, don't let it trick you by the name sushi. Stay away from it. And now it's good stuff. I mean, you can do them basic with just salt and boil up. And I know people uh they got tons of flavors. Like I know there's a guy not too far from here. He's got a nice stand that sells peanuts, and he don't do all the flavors all the time, but he's got about 12 or 15 different flavor combinations that he's got brewed up. He probably does maybe 5 or 6 at a time. The basic. He's got like a Cajun style. He's got a ranch style. He's got a dill pickle style. Uh, I forget all the different ones he's got. And if you want it and you don't, you can eat the shell. If you want to eat the shell, that would just be weird. But no, once it's boiled, the shell does not become super soft and tender like the boiled peanut. Contrary to popular belief, make sure you split that thing open. Eat it like you would a regular peanut. You just go around eating hard peanut shells normally. I wouldn't think so. I wouldn't think so at all. Pat Evans, good to see you. Yeah. I mean, if you never really had one and you had that, it'd be like anything. If you didn't have like a a bona fide or a certified, just don't know. Just don't know. Oh, oh, excuse me. No, once you boil them properly, the inside peanut should not be crunchy. No, if the inside peanut is still crunchy, then they hadn't cooked long enough. No, the shell will of course be crunchy, but you just crack it in half, and the inside will be soft like uh, not as soft as like a fully cooked bean or anything like that. But I mean, yeah, just soft, not mushy. I can't really compare it to something else. I don't know. Yeah, there's a guy that sells them out there at the flea market that I go to, and hell, he's been selling them as long as I've been coming out there since a kid. And yeah, he sells a bunch of different stuff. He's got the fresh pork skins. He's got all different type of snacks, stuff like that, drinks. But peanuts, he just got two versions. He got the regular boiled peanuts, and he got the Cajun version. But hell, there's people that come out there. He even sells them in like these big uh like plastic grade food jugs. Sometimes I go out there. Every time I go out there, I get a cup from him. Get me a lemonade, get me a boiled peanut. But yeah, it's people that come out there and get jugs of those things and take back with them. It's crazy. Yeah, they'll come out of there with a 3 gallon bucket, 3 gallon bucket of 3 gallons of boiled peanuts. You know they fixing to get into something, boy. They fixing to go feed the masses. Everybody gets a handful. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, that's one of the things I look to expand on once I get transitioned to the other property, getting more fruit trees and fruits and stuff like that going. Definitely going to do more and expand with like the gardening side is like vegetable, herbs, flowers, and stuff like that. But I definitely want to put more focus on fruit trees, different fruits, and things like that for sure. Figure out the proper space and what all I need, things like that. Shoot, yeah. Give me some more blackberries going. Like to get some muscadines and some scuppernongs going. Give me some good transplants of them. Definitely a bunch of figs. Uh, what else was I thinking about? Peaches. Peaches, I don't know. See how something like that would go. I don't know if I could do it off just one peach tree. I don't know if it's one of those type of trees that need multiple, like certain apple trees or certain fruit trees like that. You can't really just plant one. You got to plant multiples. That way they can pollinate and uh, do their thing. Yeah, don't buy the canned ones, and don't buy the canned ones, and you know, we're just Canada and America is just starting to reconcile our differences. I think we're just now starting to get on the up and up. You get your old canned peanut, you'll start, you have a few choice words for America and Jimmy Carter, I'm sure. I am sure. Yeah, I'm gonna get me some going again. It's gonna happen. Yeah, I may look into doing that around certain crops, certain garden patches that I have. Maybe put up some blackberries and stuff, them little brambles and them thorns. Yeah, they are good deterrents. Keep stuff out. Worst case scenario, they make it all the way to the blackberries and don't go no further. They just eat some blackberries. I can deal with that. Shoot, I'm always playing as much as I can handle. Playing as much as I can handle. Yeah, different people, different places in the family. They always had nice gardens. Even my dad, I was real young when he passed away, but my mom and people that knew him always said he had the best gardens. He always had a garden going. It wasn't just a spring garden. It wasn't just a summer garden. It was an abundance of whatever could grow at any given time all throughout the year. That's ultimately how I want to get it set up. No matter what time of the year, it's something out there that can grow, sustain, uh, beneficial in some type of way to the land myself. Man, I wish this guy I used to know, this guy from Puerto Rico, Mike. Man, I wish he was still around. I don't know where he eventually moved off to. But yeah, he knew a lot of that type of stuff, man. He knew how to get anything to grow. He had a lot of knowledge. He used to tell me about different stuff like that. He'd go on trips and stuff, and every time he went on a trip, it didn't matter, road trip, go to visit family, he was bringing some type of plants, trees, stuff he had bought, stuff his family got, stuff he just found on the side of the road and just dug it up and brought it back. Nah, you want to get you a bunch of get you just some just raw peanuts they hadn't done nothing to, no roasting or none of that type of stuff. Whenever they're in season, uh, you can still get them fairly cheap. Peanuts is still fairly cheap when you get them like that. And once you go buy a jar of planters or anything like that, of course, you got to put the luxury tax on it. But just to get a bag of raw peanuts like that shouldn't be too much. That and salt, and you just look up a good recipe, you know. Definitely look into different ways of, utilizing space. Maybe sometimes you can't grow out or expand out, but maybe, grow up different type of planters, different things like that. Ultimately, no matter how much space we got, ultimately we can't grow everything we want, our own personal limitations, the availability or what can grow in certain areas, just depends on how you're set up. If you got certain greenhouse infrastructures, of course you can grow a lot more throughout the year, but of course that's something added or something extra you got to do to get. Sherry, good to see you. Oh yeah, that heat. Yeah, that heat this last couple of weeks been brutal. I know what you mean. But yeah. Yeah, no matter what it is, no matter how small or how big, just do what works best for you. If you can only do three things and just focus on those three things, make those three things the best that they could ever possibly be. If you could grow dozens of things, then so be it. Whatever your time, energy, space will allow. Nothing else, just pass on the knowledge or the want to or the interest on to somebody else. Maybe a younger generation, somebody else that may have a little interest, don't really know much about it. There's people with the problem of just not knowing. Some people have the space and they just don't know. They don't know what to do with it. Mm, yeah, I know. Yeah, I'm definitely interested in looking into different things, expanding, see what works, what don't work. Um, the ground's definitely fertile. There used to be plenty of gardens and stuff out there. It's just a property that's been in the family. Ain't nobody done much with in years. Setting it up won't be bad. The first initial step and the first initially getting in there and clearing everything out and getting things set up, that'll be the biggest task. That'll be the biggest bulk of it. Heck, depending on what the woods are and what shape it is, it may be a lot of good wood for the barbecue. Won't need the wood for heating, that's for sure, but have plenty of wood for the barbecue. All right, bear with me, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, I went out and I don't know. I don't know. I probably got down to the market about 9:30. Stayed down there and walked around for a couple hours, but I was like, yeah, it's just It done got too hot at that point. That's why I like where they have it set up at. Even if you're just walking around, there's still plenty of little shady spots so you can walk down there and sit down by the river. They still got plenty of shady spots down there. If they didn't have those, man, it would be brutal. Yeah, I've got a couple different uh like mobile outdoor fire pits, like metal ones. But yeah. Oh, I definitely gonna have another fire pit. Yeah, there are a few days throughout the year that you can enjoy a good fire. I think we still a few months off for them type of days here, unfortunately. Nothing else is more for show. It's more for show. Yeah. Yeah, if you're talking about the ones earlier, yeah, that lady, she had a pretty good voice. Yeah, I had never seen her down there performing before, but yeah. Yeah, she was nice. Crowd was into it. She did a wide uh I didn't record all the songs she did, of course, but yeah, she had a wide range of genres, different songs like that. But yeah, it was a good time. Good backdrop to the Savannah River and the market on Saturday. Yeah, yeah, they're ready to put on them Halloween costumes, Pat. Hell, they ain't trying to go to grow the pumpkins; they're trying to carve them. Something I've never grown. I've had an interest in doing it. Pumpkins. I imagine it's about like watermelons. You got to have a good little bit of space for them to spread out. Something I might look into in the future. I don't know. It can't be much to them. I know there's a place. Well, there's several different like pumpkin patches or places like that. But there's the probably one of the bigger ones or the nicer ones. It's called Steed's Dairy. It's Steeds Dairy, and they open up seasonal. I think they open up like the second weekend of September. They open up for the fall season, and they have like all different type of animals you can see. They have like a cow. You can watch them when they milk the cow live. They have a corn maze, pumpkins, hay rides, all different type of stuff for the kids, adults as well. But yeah, that's always been pretty cool. It's open up at the day, but they have like nighttime events and stuff out there. It's pretty cool. They used to do stuff, more stuff year round, but it's kind of gotten more focused to like a seasonal thing. Usually like the fall. Usually they focus on the fall type stuff. Grew up watching and selling pumpkins and melicans from my grandparents. Nice. Shoot, I remember as a kid going and helping out in a few watermelon fields. Man, I know that was a job. That was a workout. Definitely keep you in shape during the summer, that's for sure. And I remember one time we went out there to pick them, and we had to go out there and pick them. They couldn't sit out there no longer, and we had done got a ton of rain. So I mean, the entire ground was saturated. Oh man, that was a long day, and your feet was just getting sucked down into the mud and everything. The boots, it just, oh man, every step you was taking felt like you done took 20. we got them all out of there. But yeah, oof, definitely wasn't a fun day for sure. Yeah, I probably helped. I don't know. It was like one family. They grew like a bunch of different things, but watermelons. They grew tons of watermelons. Probably loaded up thousands of watermelons each summer. Ain't no telling. For a summertime job as like a kid and stuff like that, it paid pretty good. Got me a little summertime money. Got me a ton of watermelons to bring back home. So shit, yeah, that was a win-win. Got me a nice little hydration snack and got me a pocket full of coins. Shit, what else they want? What else they want from it? Yeah, now if you had some good watermelon seeds, it would definitely be worth it. As many varieties and versions as you get from the store in places that don't even have seeds in them. I know it's kind of weird. I don't know for like a lot of other fruits and vegetables, but like the seeds in the watermelon, that was like half the challenge. That was half the battle, you know? Knowing you got to eat your way through the seeds, then you get your a watermelon now and it don't even have none. It's weird. Oh, I bet. Yeah, I bet the weather out there in Australia definitely makes for a growing those type of things like watermelons, melons. Yeah, I bet they grow like weeds out there. No doubt. Not just in the soil, but in the mind as well. Yeah, see how you could spit the seed. That was like half the challenge. That was like sometimes better than getting a toy in the cereal box. You didn't even know what this was that came in the cereal box. Hell, at least with the watermelon seed, you got a little bit of self satisfaction, self gratification. Mm. Got about 10 watermelons on the vine right now, bigger than cantaloupes. Nice. Hell yeah, that's what's up. Yeah, I do enjoy a good watermelon. I don't know if I've had that variety. Ghost watermelons. Might have to check that out. No, they got a couple different kinds. I've tried some of the different like yellow flesh varieties. I've had some that was like orange and they all got different flavors, different things like that. It's pretty good. I forget that one I had one time. It was an orange one, and man, it was real sweet. Ton of flavor. A lot different than like your red varieties, like your sugar babies or like your rattlesnakes or anything like that. Shoot, you get you like one of them big Georgia rattlesnake watermelons. Shoot, it'll take up half your trunk. If you throw that thing in there, you can't put too much else around it. Yeah, definitely save as many seeds as you can. Whatever you're growing, whatever you're able to get a hold of, especially any good heirloom varieties. As far as events and happenings, yeah, I've been kind of out of the loop the last couple of days. Just been kind of floating. think maybe I had still had a little residual lag from the zero gravity, non-gravity event. I don't know. I think there's still a little residual lag. Cut a small hole in a large melon and oh yeah, yeah. What's up, Camo? Yeah, I've seen people do that like back in the day. Oh man. Yeah, I've seen them do that. The whole watermelon just becomes completely saturated, you know. That's how it gets you. That's how I've seen people get just slammed, tore up. People make like different moonshines, different concoctions and stuff like that and have like some fruit in it. And yeah, I was at a cookout event one night, yeah. And this dude, I don't even know. I think he was like I don't know. He hadn't been at the event all day. He was at work or something. So he came around there, had a few beers, had him a little sip of the moonshine. He was feeling pretty good, feeling pretty confident. Well, at some point, one of the jars had pretty much got finished off. It was like maybe, enough for one more good strong one. So all the fruit was in there. So he just was like, well, I don't want to get too messed up. So I'm going to just eat a couple of these fruits right here. I was all thinking, man, that's like the worst thing you could do. If you don't want to get messed up, don't eat the fruits. It's just all completely saturated and congealed and marinated with the sugars. This actually done made like moonshine 2.0. And yeah, he probably ate about half of the apple. He ate about half of the apple of knowledge and realized that he wasn't as smart as he thought he was. Oh man, gets him every time. It gets him every time. They try to bite that apple and it bites them back. At some point in my mind, I would have questioned, all right, I'm fixing to eat these apples. Why has nobody else ate them? Why are they on to bigger and better things? Yeah, he learned his lesson that night. Not all fruit salads are good for you. Yeah, then it got to a point where he was like, I think I'm gonna need a ride to the house. I think I need somebody to take me to the house. So I said, well, how far does he live from here? And they was like, oh, he don't live but like two or three driveways down. That's when you're out in the country when they don't even say like down the road or anything. They just say, oh, he stays about 3, 4 driveways down the road. Well, it might not be that far, or hell, it might be 3 miles. Might be out there in the country where hell ain't but a couple houses every mile. Oh man. Yeah. Not all brownies are weed free brownies. Yeah, no doubt. Definitely let Grandma Nana know. Definitely let Grandma Nana know before she gets into your special brownies at the church bake sale. You know, it can either be for a phenomenal day or they could probably just cancel all future bake sales altogether. It could go either way. Both are completely entertaining and unforgettable, but it could go either way. You gotta let Grandma Nana know these things. Shit, I don't think it shoot, yeah, yesterday afternoon it poured down here for I don't know. It wasn't even an hour. I got home from work, cleaned up, freshened up, went and go to acquire my weekly tacos, and then yeah, in the midst of me heading that way, the bottom fell out, and I said, "Damn, oh well." For whatever reason, I don't know why the heck I didn't have an umbrella in the truck, but it worked out. I guess the rain deterred everybody, so when I pulled up, I kind of had pretty much front row parking. I said, "Well, normally I don't park right up front, but today's just gonna be one of them type of days." I've skipped enough days I could cash in on a Friday. Yeah, I know. Interesting things happening. Or even like I forget how many days or months we are away from the daylight savings time. I think we're still some a whiles away from that shift, but it's already I've been noticing it the last week it's starting to get dark a little bit earlier. Like tonight. I was sitting out here tonight and it was 8:36 Eastern Standard Time and it was already pretty much going into full dusk mode. And a few weeks back that would have probably been about 9:15, 9:20 how it would have looked. Now it's like went back a whole uh, 30 minutes, 45 minutes. We're supposed to see another partial solar eclipse on the 28th. Yeah, I think I did read something about that. I think the one that happened last week, I think it was mainly like over parts of Europe, things like that, you know. But who knows? Who knows? I did see a few meteors, comets, asteroids, UFOs, UPAs, UPSs. I did see a few that night. Um, I don't think the way the sky was positioned, I don't think I could see the planets, the alignment of the planets. I think I saw a piece of it. I couldn't see the whole thing. Kind of stayed where my tree line kind of covered it up. But maybe I think I'm still experiencing a little lag behind that. The anti gravity. I underestimated it. You know, I completely underestimated it. I know it looks pretty clear. Looks pretty clear out tonight. Can't see too much of these bright lights of the lean-to shining down, but not too bad. I know we'll find some type of way to get through it and push through it. B, you know, uh, yeah. For some, it was definitely overwhelming. For some people, it was definitely underwhelming. What happened, Cheryl? There was a big comet that went over here. I didn't see it, but people showed it on their ring camera, lit up the whole sky. Lots of sky activity going on. Yeah, I think you're up on the mountain somewhere. So maybe depending on your location or where it happens, yeah, you might get a good little view. I don't know if it's real populated in that area. Imagine up on a mountain like that at any point, probably eliminates you from like a lot of extra noise pollution, sound pollution, light pollution from the lights. Imagine you get a pretty good view on a clear night. I know there's some places like that here and around my area, especially if you go to like up on the hill. Oh man, you feel like you can see the whole world. In your mind, you know you can't, but you can see as far as you can see in pretty much any direction towards South Carolina, Georgia. You go to some points, and especially at nighttime, it's like you're looking at two skies because you can see all the stars up in the sky, and you can see all like the down below. You can see all the street lights and all the different things down there. It's almost like looking at two skies in a way. As above, so below. Definitely, definitely. You know, at this point, what's next, Mary? What's next? I think it's Project Blue Beam or bust. You know, this point is Project Blue Beam or bust. If the alien front falls through, if the reptilian underworld society falls through, then what's next? Who's the boogeyman now? So Bonnie, I don't play about the monkeys, Bonnie. That's something that's been kind of on my heart lately. You know, about the monkeys. Still a touchy subject, really. Still kind of touchy. Eventually, we'll get into it. Eventually, we'll get to some monkeying around. Oh, damn. Damn, they freed El Chapo? Damn, bro, they just freeing El Chapo like it ain't nobody's business. Yeah, the people that should be doing the projects aren't doing the projects. You know what I mean? Kids in school, people that's trying to learn, get some type of diorama, some type of, you know what I'm saying, in place. Those people aren't doing the projects, but the people that should definitely not be doing any type of projects, humanitarian based or any such, are doing the projects. That's the bad thing. You know, people that should be doing the projects, learning, ascending, nothing. People that just shouldn't be, shoot, they're doing their fair share of then some. Who knows? They may be so far in, they might be trying to recreate red beam. They say, yeah, we got them distracted about the blue beam. But they don't know. As soon as we drop the blue beam, we're dropping the red beam. Don't even see it coming. You know, you had some type of grasp with one color spectrum, not to hit you with the blue and the red. And it makes sense, really. It makes sense if you ever think about, like, at any point, 3D movies, like back in the day, a comic book would have had like these 3D glasses where you could see certain things. It has the red and the blue, the different spectrum of the brain. People don't even like think about it. The red and the blue, it does something to your brain. I don't know the whole science and psychology behind it, but it's there. I've noticed it for a long time, and then it's just like, boom, here we go, people. Sometimes things could be like so in your face. Even if you can't explain it, you could just see something's wrong here. Like, hey, there's a dude over there standing in the corner with 6 arms. I can't explain why this dude's got 6 arms and he's got a ray gun, but yeah, that's just not normal. Didn't see that yesterday. Didn't see it coming today. But yeah, something about that red and the blue, the filter, the spectrum that does something. Uh, I don't know. It would definitely do something to you, no matter what. Whether you could have the understanding that it's real, fake, projected, manipulated. Uh, but I think if something like a blue beam or something like that did happen, it would be all encompassing and all involving. It wouldn't be just like you see something in the sky or you see like this giant godlike hand swooping in, or you wouldn't just see like aliens just floating around. That would just be one part. That would be the visual. To make it real or to make it feel real, you got to you got to have some type of something else going on, something else to stimulate the senses, something that looks like they could feel, something they could touch. Uh, it sounds far fetched, but I mean, it's ultimately with certain things in scale or in preparation, it wouldn't be too far fetched. I mean, hell, I remember going as a kid, as in the '90s, going up to the 4th of July fireworks shows at Stone Mountain, you know. And as they're firing off all the fireworks, they're making this thick haze of fog, and they're shining all the lasers and everything on it, making these different images, making it look like the Confederate soldiers on horsebacks galloping and stuff, you know. And that's like cheesy backdoor technology, you know. That was like probably then it was probably way outdated. It was in the '90s, but we've all seen that type of stuff. So you incorporate that stuff with like nanoparticles, certain types of bioengineered fogs and stuff like that, with some type of drone overlay where you can create that the real 3D, 4D, 5D effect. Yeah, definitely could trigger some people. Let's see. We'll just have to add that to my shirt collection now. Make me have to get me a shirt made that says I survived the zero gravity event 2026. I'm really starting to build up my resume for like these type of events and survival rates, you know. Hopefully we don't have to add like a full scale zombie apocalypse to that. I really don't want to check that off the list. But who knows? Who knows? 11:11 it is. Lauren always clutch with the timing. You know what I mean? This dude's never missing anything. He's never late for anything. He's always on point, in place. Good to see you, Lauren. I hope all is well in your neck of the woods. There ain't no telling. I guess if at that point, if I made it to the point to be on the ship, hopefully I would learn how to swim. But yeah, if somehow I just managed to get on ship, I don't think I could jump ship. It's not very wise to jump ship and you don't know how to swim. You know, not a very wise move. Imagine some people didn't think that through too well. The hell with you suckers! I'm out of here. You know, and halfway down you just hear me, oh shit. You know, they forget they didn't even know how to swim. They didn't think it through too well. They just wanted to be a boat jumper. They just wanted to be a bona fide boat jumper. Hmm. Hell, if I did it, I'd at least get on like a little dinghy, like one of those little dinghies, you know. And I just cranked the little handle slowly and let myself down. Hopefully, they wouldn't hear it. Just ride off in the little dinghy. Hell no, I'm definitely not jumping off into no international or no intercontinental waters. Hell no. I ain't even jumping in my own local waters too funny. You know what I mean? Hell, I'm already in the double infinity uh, era. You know what I mean? Hell, who knows what portal or might jump ship I might open up? Be too much. That'd be like a time travel, a time loop, a Mandela effect, and a deja vu and a double entendre all at the same time. I don't even think I could make it through that one. Oh hell yeah, I'll take a 19-day beach trip, depending on where the beach is at. If I get to pick the beach, hell yeah, I'll take that right now. I think I got enough vacation time built up. Go be the mayor of a beach for a month. Huge. There you go. Another beautiful humanoid with perfect timing, you know? It was meant for him to be here on the 88. Double infinity. Double infinity and beyond. No, could mean a lot. Shoot, sometimes it's just Maybe if nothing, just a separation of the 9 to 5, separation from the grindstone, you know. I love to go out and explore different places, but I can do it here. Each weekend I can go find and view something that maybe I hadn't seen before, maybe something I didn't know about before, maybe some things that I have seen before. It's just one of them places, you know, once you see it, you want to go back. It's just tricky, you know what I mean? This time of the year, it's almost like driving uh, a Tesla or like an E vehicle. You can't. You're limited on your distance to travel because of the heat. You know what I mean? You want to go to these places and you want to stay out and about, but you just got to come back when the sun goes down. When the sun goes down on my side of town, that lonesome feeling comes to my door. The whole world turns blue. Maybe they were trying to teach us something in that song. They were talking about the neon lights turning blue. Maybe they were letting us know about the blue beam. You know, Brooks and Dunn, they were definitely ahead of their time with their word lyrics. Think about it. Just don't never play their songs backwards. Don't never play their songs backwards while you're listening to Wizard of Oz. You have some weird inputs and outputs. Prepper 101, good to see you, sir. Hope all is well in your neck of the woods. Check with your local Home Depots. Allegedly, maybe, probably not. Maybe you could check with your local Home Depots and their exchange return core charge. They may offer some type of core charge. Who knows these type of things? I miss. It's a shameful situation. Very really trouble. Yeah, it's funny how we was talking about the situation the other night, and then the next day they had some type of situation on the news about it. Ship going out there to relieve the trouble one isn't faring much food wise. And I know wars, conflicts, famines, these type of things, you know, I guess they're something like that can't really be necessarily eternal. They get shifted, repackaged, repurposed. History repeats itself. Sometimes if you on a Monday it can rhyme, but I don't support these type of conflicts or imaginary disagreements, but they do happen. You know, in the grander scheme of to infinity and beyond, good versus evil, uh, things happen. But if nothing else, we're spending all these billions and trillions of dollars in the military industrial complex, and you can't even get a guy's a ham sandwich. You know, you can't even give them a ham sandwich and a shitty Kool-Aid pack. You know, hell, they probably settle for some unsweetened tea. You know, something. Damn. The thing with all the billions of dollars, you know, you would think, oh well, we're extending the tour 8 more months. Maybe we should have bought some MREs or something. You know, especially if they're allegedly different ships and different infrastructures are just falling apart. Plumbing, different infrastructures just haven't been upgraded or tended to for so many years or decades. You know, you figured at least compensate with a little extra rations and maybe some little those little Christmas trees, those little pine trees, those little fragrant Christmas trees that you can get in like 33 different scents, flavors. At least, you know, send a couple of those out, you know, make it smell a little bit better. You get that new car smell in the sub, maybe it'll boost the morale. Who knows? Maybe that would be kind of counterproductive. It would trigger them, you know. But like, damn, definitely ready to get home now. Now the sub smelling like a new car. Yeah, I don't know. Physical combat or war, like on the land, is one thing, but like uh, definitely from the water, it's definitely its own beast. You know, whether you're in direct conflict at the time or whatever your mission or objective may be. I like visiting the water. I like seeing the water. I like getting my toes in the sand, but Yeah, I would not want to be on the ship for that extended period of time. No, that's like it's not connected to war or anything like that. But just speaking of like ships and being on the water, it was it might have been earlier this year, it might have been last year, within the last couple of years. I don't know. Might have was around my sister one day. She was telling me about her cruise, and my phone was listening, so it just sent me all these cruise algorithmic uh, interfaces. But this video popped up, and it was showing the rise of retirees that like cash in, and they're no longer living in like a permanent house or like a permanent structure. They pretty much they go on these different cruises, and they'll just cruise it out. They'll cruise it out all year. And they was talking to different people, single retirees that was in couples, and they was like, yeah, most of them was saying it's cheaper for us. They said we can cruise and do all this pretty much all year, cheaper than we could just to maintain the basic home, taxes, whatever it may be. I'm thinking that's crazy. I imagine for some people, yeah, that would be the life. They'd love it to be on a constant cruise, but no. Maybe when I reach my golden years, whenever my golden years start, I don't know. I still got to get through the Bronze Ages and the Silver era, you know? Hell, they say the Bronze Ages was pretty dark. I still got to get through my Bronze to get to the Silver to even have a shot at the gold. What's Jerry saying? Where's Jerry at? Oh, yeah. Mental war. ODB. Anyway, I was just rambling. If any of that even made any type of sense. Oh, yeah. You think they don't know your every purchase? Think they don't know your every purchase, Jerry? Think they don't know your every purchase up there in Canadia 420? If they know your every keystroke, input, output, tune in, tune out, if they know all of that shit, why would they stop at that? No, they got to know your whole financial and digital infrastructure, your whole financial, what do they call it when they put like a digital perimeter around you? What is it, like your geofencing? Yeah, they know your whole electronical geofencing. Especially when times get tough, times get harder, prices go up. Most people are usually creatures of habit for the most part. You know, we've got our stores that we go to, whether we go there because we like them or we go there because of limited supply in certain areas. You know, some people have less variety, different things shopping. Some people may do it all online, but yeah, it's still there. Yeah, it's still all there. Most people are creatures of habit. They know, especially when you got a smart refrigerator to start saying, "Hey, Bonnie's, you're getting low on milk. You know, the family will be coming over tomorrow for the picnic. You got to have more milk for the cookies. Don't worry, don't stress. Go make more cookies. I've already taken the liberty and uh, to order them. You know, I've taken the liberty to order more milk, more sides, more potato salad for you. They'll be here within the hour, Bonnie. Don't worry." Yeah, that's just your refrigerator telling you all that. You know. Oh, that's funny. I always feel like somebody's watching me. Yeah. Don't deny it, Bonnie. Just embrace it. Embrace it and understand this is why we have been unburdened by what could have been. You know, that is definitely a moment to embrace that. Yeah, man. I don't want my refrigerator ordering stuff for me, man. It's like when you was a kid and, you know, You had them been to the refrigerator 6 times already within like the last hour and a half. Mom hadn't went and magically purchased no new groceries. There wasn't no refrigerator else. Nobody made anything. Nothing changed. But you go in there and open the fridge up every so often, like something to change. Huh, maybe I'll notice something in here I didn't notice before. Leftover spaghetti. Didn't see that before. Don't mind if I do. You know, don't mind if I do. It's almost like that same thing. Come to find out, it wasn't spaghetti. It was just some random leftover house lo mein. Somebody got lo mein and didn't even tell nobody. Yeah, I was guilty of that. You know what I mean? Shoot. I know coming up as a kid, man, I could tear up some groceries. Man, I'd go through like a gallon of milk by myself like it wasn't nothing. Or eggs and stuff like that. But for the most part, coming up as a kid, we never bought any eggs. We had so many chickens as a kid. My mom had enough to do everything she needed to do. And she would give some away, sell some. The restaurant's no longer in existence now, but there used to be a restaurant here locally called Pig Tails. And of course, like the name says, it probably was barbecue, and it was. But this lady and her husband, they had this barbecue restaurant, but it was barbecue, but they sold a lot of other stuff. They sold fried chicken, burgers, homemade sides. She made like homemade cakes and pies. So she would buy like the eggs and stuff for my mom to like use in all her cooking at the restaurant. But yeah, man, that lady and her husband, man, they had some good food. They was open for years, but I don't know. Eventually, just sold the building, sold the property. I don't know what the situation was. Maybe just didn't have nobody else to run it at that point. But yeah, I hated it. I wish I'd have been older then and had a little bit of cash. That would have definitely been a good spot just to take it over, buy the place, buy the name, buy everything that it was. Just let the woman and her husband just kind of like oversee it. But yeah, it wasn't until shoot, probably about a teenager, we didn't have any chickens anymore. Then we started getting like eggs from different places, and I'm like, oh man. Even then, I was like, man, these eggs taste a little different. I guess it'd be like drinking some fresh raw milk your whole life, then you just go out and then out into the uncivilized world and get you a cup of just cold pressed, triple filtered almond milk. Excuse me. How are you, Yeti? Good to see you, sir. Hope all is well in your neck of the woods. Appreciate you checking in, tuning in. Anybody else I may or may not have missed? Oh yeah, most of them from the big box stores. Yeah, most of them. Yeah, they suck compared to any standard. Whether you've had good eggs or not, it's just whenever they did the buyout, whenever they did the food flavor distribution buyout, whenever they agreed that everything else would taste like chicken except for chicken, ultimately the eggs went too. I don't know if anything else started tasting like eggs, but maybe the eggs just stopped tasting like themselves. I don't really know if you want anything else to taste like an egg. That'd just be awkward. I don't know what type of people would demand that in life. I think this needs more egg flavor, you know? Just making egg flavored dust. That's what I'm saying. Nobody knows, bro. Nobody knows. There's a reason nobody's Googling the things that I'm saying. There's a reason. Not because they don't know how to use the Google, because it's just too dangerous. You know, we already done pissed off the mattress mafia, pissed off the mattress mafia, the ASPCA, the Intergalactic Federation. That's all you want to do is piss off the Got Milk advertisers. Remember that whole campaign, Got Milk? Like back in the day, if you bought like a magazine or some type of advertisement, they had like the different actors or celebrities and they had like the milk mustache. I always thought that was kind of weird. I don't really know what that whole meant. Probably looking at some things, it was probably kind of probably dark, probably pretty dark and twisted, you know. Because I always used to think, what the hell kind of milk are they drinking where it just looks like, you know, maybe they just ate some yogurt, you know, maybe they had a messy parfait, but what the hell kind of milk are they drinking that just gives them a full milk mustache? You know, they're just sitting there with it. Didn't understand it then, probably don't care too much about it now, but yeah, the whole Got Milk campaign. Man. Yeah, some things we can just leave in the 1900s. I bet when people was coming out of the 1800s, they was probably thinking the same thing. You know, some things, you know, are just better left in the 1800s. Oh yeah, I would drink the milk sometimes at school in the carton, but it wasn't really the milk. It was just the carton. I don't know. It was just something about it. I don't know. It just the texture of cardboard or something like that, or even like to hear like certain paper opening. It's just like a, I don't know. It's kind of weird. I guess I'm weird overall, but that's like one of the weird micro things, you know. Small cardboard cartons. It's always been a love hate relationship between me and the small cardboard vessels. 1900s were better than what the 2000s were. Yeah, yeah, you know what I mean? Like you see, like those little, what was it, like 1950s or 1960s little programmings and things, you know? The future homes of the 2000s, you know? The 2020 home. Hell, little did they know what the house in 2020 would be looking like. Oh, man. It was full of algorithms, AIs, and bots, but man, it was the totally different end of that spectrum. Yeah. The days of the, what do they call it? The house of tomorrow, the house of the future, or whatever that. They had a whole section of it at Disney. What is it? Epcot or something? The whole futuristic aspect. I love it. Now in today's time stream, we just so much just gets voided out. No wonder the years and days are going by so fast. You go to like your the big box stores, they go straight from July 4th 250 celebration straight to Halloween. You know, I mean, it's crazy. I mean, I guess there ain't really much you could decorate or do for Labor Day. You know, I don't know what you could do. You could do it, or maybe you could just not labor on Labor Day. Just take that day off to just not labor on Labor Day. I guess commercially, Halloween's the next big holiday. But if you're putting up Halloween stuff as you're taking down Fourth of July, America 250, that just seems kind of quick. Seems kind of odd. Like hell, you can't even buy a pumpkin yet. You know what I mean? You can't even buy a real pumpkin yet. Why the hell do y'all got this stuff up? They're just begging for people to get stage two diabetes, you know, type two diabetes. They know people's buying these 20-pound bags of candy, you know, that's not gonna last till Halloween. Somebody's gonna bust into it, somebody's gonna get into it. All the miniature Snickers and the Mr. Good bars are gonna be gone. Now you're just slinging this dark chocolates and crispies. Don't nobody want that crap, you know. You know who you are. You know who you are. Uh, always liked the homemade sweets, even as a kid. I don't know. My mom was always making that type of stuff. So by the time Halloween came around, if we even celebrated it or even if we did anything, sometimes we would just go to my grandma's, and she stayed like in town in like a cul-de-sac. So it was always kind of like a hot spot. And shoot, I remember when it got to a certain point, I didn't even do no trick or treating. I just would sit there at my grandma's, sometimes hand out candy, and then yeah, whatever was left, whatever she had left, if anything was left, I get a little bit out of there. But most of the candy, if I did do it, I just give it away. I'd go through it and get the few little pieces I wanted out of there, the few Reese cups, and that was really about it. The rest of that stuff, I just go give it away in handfuls. Just get my whole class geeked up, you know. They wonder why the whole fifth grade's just sitting sideways before we even make it to lunch, you know. Somebody had to eat it. It wasn't gonna be me. So hell, by the time you the next day after all that stuff done said, you don't even know what you got. You can't even just look in the bag and choose because you open the bag, it just all smells like one thing. It just smells like one big sugary molasses, caramelistic, uh, acidic chocolate ball. You know, it'd be like a chocolate peanut butter crunch coated everlasting gobstopper. It's just one of them type of things. I can't deal with it. It's too much. The Butterfingers, I used to get handled with a Butterfinger every now and then as a kid, but that was about it. I think the last time I had a Butterfinger product was like back in the 2000s when they had the Butterfinger BBs. They canceled the Butterfinger BBs, and I think that was it. Talk about canceled. I know uh, some of you may or may not have heard of this character. I kind of followed this channel for a while. He's pretty funny. I like watching his different content, different videos. But his name is Damon Darlin, and kind of how one of his things he started up is he would like go up to people in like Walmart's or different places like that, and he would man or woman, and he'd say, hey bub, how's it going? You got $1?" And then some people would look at him kind of funny. Some people would say, no, I don't got $1. I guess in their minds they're thinking that he's asking for $1. So then he'll pull out a dollar bill, a $5 bill, or whatever. He said, here you go. And he said, man. And I said, what is this for? He said, well, I asked for $1. You said you didn't have one. I think everybody should have $1. You got to keep a dollar bill on you. And he kind of expanded the content. Sometimes it don't always go with a friendly interaction. Or he would just go up to people in Walmart as they were paying for their groceries. He would watch them, and right before they get through ringing up, he'd go up there and he'd just pay for their groceries. He said, can I pay for your groceries? Would you mind if I pay for your groceries? And ultimately, yeah, he's filming it. Yeah, it's generating more content and views. But I mean, ultimately, he's, doing something to help somebody, doing something. And that was kind of like his thing. But Walmart, Walmart said they didn't appreciate it. They said that they didn't appreciate, the traction and the pull that it was bringing to their store. And really, I mean, ultimately, you're going to have some bad apples, but I really didn't see it as like a bad interaction overall for Walmart. But anyway, they got into some type of legal things, and Walmart, I think, recently banned them. It was Walmart, all the Walmart, the Walmart umbrella. I forget what all is under Walmart, even like the smaller ones. But I think it was Walmart, Sam's Club, all of them in the country for life. They said they banned him and his camera guy. They can't come back into the store anytime in their whole life. I'm thinking, damn, that's crazy. All Walmarts, all Sam's for life. And thinking that's crazy. I'm thinking, what a missed opportunity that the Walmart Corporation they missed with this guy that has such a huge internet and social media platform for whatever reason. He's a comedian. I mean, most of his stuff's not like real controversial. It's not like real uh, eye turning. I think it's pretty entertaining for the most part. But what huge opportunity they missed. They could have partnered with a guy. They could have did some type of partnership. You know, but instead of doing that, trying to get some type of partnership or maybe connection or show people that, hey, you know, maybe we can connect with like an average Joe or something like that. Instead of capitalizing on that monumentous idea where they would have ultimately made a lot more money, really behind it, they wouldn't have lost anything. But yeah, instead of doing that, they just, you know, said, no, you can't come back to our store at any point for life. I wish they would tell me at the Wally World I can't come back for life. I would say thank you. I have been waiting for this moment. You know, I didn't really want to do it to myself. I've been really trying to come up with a way to really tell myself. But I still go into the Wally World from time to time. Nothing major. It's always for like some small stuff, a little filler, maybe a Q-tip here and there. But hell, you can't even go into the Q-tip thing now without signing a waiver. Yeah, you can't sign it. You got to sign a waiver. They got to make sure you're old enough. And then they got to go find the guy or the lady that's got the key that can unlock the case to get you the Q-tips. Yeah, it's a whole 3-part process. You got to do a 3-part identification process to get any hygiene. Q-tips, fingernail clippers, yeah, some of that good soap. Yeah, you got to do a 3-part problem. You got to do a 3-part, 3-body problem just to do the basic essentials, They tried to warn us about the 3-body problems. Audience is like, what the hell is he even talking about, Did we just walk into the Walmart comment and complaint section? Oh, man. Yeah, it's crazy. Like, how many people are really stealing Q-tips and fingernail clippers out of a Walmart? Maybe I'm not here 24 hours a day, but something happened. Hell, y'all used to at one time y'all used to be open 24 hours a day, and I remember going in there at like 1:30, 2 o'clock in the morning, and you would see the wildest shit. You'd be like, "What the hell is even going on? Who are these people?" You would never see them at any point in any type of metaverse or reality interface besides Walmart at 1:30 in the morning. Hell, wasn't nothing locked up. Now you ain't even open but like a 12-hour period. Now everything's locked up, confirmed. You know, they're in there doing the pat down on the Mimas because she's trying to get a buy one get one free bottle of wine. They're doing like the pat downs and got the wands. They're pulling out the wands on the Mimas on the carts, bro. It's crazy. Annalisa, good to see you. Well, if you just got here, then yeah, oh man, Lord be with you. Lord be with you. What you just walked into. You just walked into a whole lot of nothing. I can promise you, at any point in your day, you didn't realize that was going to happen. Well, I don't know who's respectful, but that's cool. Certain level of honor and respect. That's cool. Whoever's got it, keep on getting it. Oh, I know. Shoot, here where I'm at, even in like the country areas. I mean, I imagine you're going to pay a little. I've never ordered anything from DoorDash, Grubhub, uh, any of those type of like services where like somebody locally goes and picks up your order and brings it to you. I've always done that myself, just for the simple fact I've had so many bad orders that I don't want to take the chance of waiting on this person to bring my food. Then I got to worry about if they did something to it, or even if the order's wrong. Then I'm like, then I got to go all the way back to the place. No, I'll just go there to begin with. But here in my area, you can get anything and everything delivered. They got this whole warehouse that's just like one big uh, mini grocery store, convenience store combined, and you order from like Grubhub or those places. You go through there and pick all your snacks or whatever you want. They got somebody go through there, grabs it, somebody picks it up, brings it to you. You can go on the app and you can they can go to the liquor store and get your beer, get your liquor, get all your activities and festivities from the liquor store and bring it to you. But you can't get any tobacco products. No cigars, no papers, no cigarettes, no pipe tobacco, anything tobacco related you can't get delivered. But anything else, oh, it's fair game. Cookies, cakes, pies, fried chicken, liquors. Yeah, you can have a whole party, but you ain't smoking nothing unless you go get it, which is crazy, you know? You're just letting some random person you don't know ride around with liquor bottles, but they can't go pick up no cigars, no rolling papers. I don't know. I got to look into it or how to classify it or whatever their reasons or justifications behind it. I don't know. Somebody probably messed it up for everybody. I'll figure out who that person was. We'll get to the bottom of it. There you go. Good job and marry well. I know I got some people I know here in the area. You know, they have different jobs or different things, but sometimes they'll do the food deliveries or different things. You know, they guess however it is. I don't know how it's set up. They can check on their phone and see when it's like a hot time or different deliveries, and especially different times of the year. Summer times they do a lot. They do make a good bit in the summertime. People's home, things like that. Especially during the year, or even like Masters Week. I know that's only 1 week, but yeah, those people make a killing delivering stuff, picking people up, driving them, bringing them food, doing the Grubhub. Oh, they make a killing during that week. But I know it's different, you know. Bigger the population, more options, the more ability you have to make. Like I guess I don't know how much they make. I don't know how much somebody can make from something like that. I don't know. Imagine they make like a. I don't know if like Grubhub or any of those things take anything out, or it's just like a all the money goes through them, and then like the driver gets like a certain fee, and maybe tips. I don't really know how that breaks down. It's got to be enough to be worth it in my mind. It's got to be enough, at least to make gas, and at least a little bit for your time and effort. Yeah, I do see that as one of the bright sides. You know, for people that ultimately can't get out, can't do different things, yeah, the ability to get stuff brought to them and have some level of normalcy, whatever normal is. You know, I definitely see the benefits of that. It's just uh, outside of just needing to use it. I think it could just it can make some people more complacent, more lazy, more dependent. I mean, I ain't gonna tell you no lie. I know people that live on it 24/7, and they're like my age or a little bit younger. You know, so I mean, they have the ability to get out and about. They're working. They have cars. They got cash. It's just it's just in the society or just the world we live in. I guess it's just an easier comfort. You know. And I do think about that like in the long run. You know, something like that I guess is great. If it works for you, it works for you as long as it's around and available and you can afford it and you can participate in it. But uh, if you've depended on something like that for so long and it's just no longer available or you don't have access to it, or now something's changed and your social credit score no longer can allow you to do it, then what do? You know, where do you go from there? You had never got out in the garden or planted things. You don't have that little bit of knowledge. You never cooked a meal. So for you to maybe boil some eggs would take a couple challenges. Not everybody, I know people's different, but I just think about things like that. Ultimately, yes, creating something, stimulating something, giving something a job, giving something a purpose, a certain interface. But sometimes when you add certain things or give certain comforts, you take away something, you know, whatever that may be. A lot of times, I guess we don't see it right then. Sometimes we don't notice what's gone until it's gone. Not all the time and not over certain things, but we've all been in a situation like that. I know, we sat back, we took time to ponder, and we think about something like, damn, you know, uh, that thing is no longer here. That place is no longer here. That person's no longer here. I don't know. I'm just kind of rambling. I'm a rambler, B. What are they going to do? What are you going to do? All right. Let's see here. I think maybe I rambled for too long. I think maybe we should or we shouldn't open the asylum doors. You think the asylum doors should be open? Let me know. Rambling Rose. I don't know. Wouldn't be nice to meet a Rambling Rose. You know what I mean? She could be the rose. I could be the thorn. Let's see here. Guess we'll just open the asylum doors and see what happens. Just gonna see what happens, B. You know, maybe we can get a member of the Intergalactic Federation to come forth, speak on us. Let us know what's going on in the intergalactic abilities. Believing, believing in South Carolina. Always good to see you. It's been a while, but it's always a pleasure. Hope all is well in your neck of the woods. Yeah, it's a lot I could uh, rant about, complain about, but overall, it was a good day. It was hotter than a $2 pistol out today, but it was nice. It was nice. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. The day was one of those type of days you could definitely do the egg experiment. I think anywhere in the South, you could definitely do the cook your own egg outside experiment. Oh yeah. See now, for people that may just dwell too heavy or too hard in the alcoholics, now that's just one more thing. So now they don't have to sober up to go get more. Now they can just sit there and get it delivered. You know. Same thing here. You don't even have to go to the gas station and get lottery tickets. You can just go to the Georgia Lottery website and just sit there and play lotteries all day on your phone. All the lotteries you want to play. It's just all about, I don't know, discipline or whatever's important. That's definitely a record that you don't want to be setting. I love when you come with some new information and some groundbreaking records, but yeah, you definitely don't want to be setting records with humidity. What was the record? What did you go? Did you go above 100%? Probably like 113% humidity. It's crazy. Yeah, it don't matter. Any time of the year like this year, we get any type of rain in and about the area, shoot, our humidity stays high. I think we was at 100% the other day. I know. I'm not even a drinker no more, but at this point, one little shot, heck, if it's gonna burn, you might as well control your level of burning. If it's gonna, they say her burn's going down, you might as well just limit yourself. Yeah, I think it would definitely be state to state, because how each state has its own alcohol tax, its own tobacco tax. Just like if you buy packs of cigarettes, I'm pretty sure you've seen if you buy a pack of cigarette in your state, on the bottom of that pack, it's got the state logo of sales taxology, whatever that logo is. Each state's got its own little sales tax stamp, but it wasn't always like that, of course, because we didn't always have the different deliveries. But like a couple years ago, they changed up some type of ruling and stuff. I don't know why they didn't add tobacco to it. I mean, you can get everything from A to Z. You just can't get the T. Just can't get the T, ladies and gentlemen. All right, I'm back. In the bars, states are free gourmet bag, South Carolina, all mini bottles. Yeah, I did see where something in the local news. Of course, I'm right here on the river, so I'm right beside South Carolina. But yeah, they just did something with the alcohol sales or the limit on something they with the bar or something. I don't know specifically, but yeah, I heard something went into effect. That's like a couple years back. We did this job for this guy in Lawrence, South Carolina. Pretty interesting city. It's got a lot of different history on a lot of different levels. But we did this job for this guy in Lawrence, South Carolina. He owned a convenience store, and he was building a liquor store right next door. And the city was giving him all type of hell, giving him all type of pushback. But anyway, he made it through, got it built. But he was telling me that whatever the liquor law was then, I don't know if they changed it, but yeah, the liquor stores over there, they can't stay open past 7 p.m. And he wasn't allowed to sell any type of snacks, sodas, juices, or anything like that that could be mixed with alcohol that would like entice children or anybody underage to come in the store. So it was just uh, liquor, beer, wines, no chasers, no sodas, no nothing like that. I thought that was pretty wild. And I'm pretty sure he said that was for the entire state of South Carolina. But yeah, this liquor store was in Lawrence. I forget how far that is away. Pretty good little ride. Wasn't too far, but it was still a pretty good little ways away. Yeah, every year they add a little bit to something, they take a little bit away from something else. I guess that's how they see it as balance in the budget. You know, got to balance the scales. Uh, oh yeah, oh yeah. That's just that's a whole nother financial stranglehold that they put on small businesses and stuff, man. No doubt. The fees and the licensing and the permits and that type of stuff, it definitely ain't going down. They ain't saying, well, you've been a loyal customer for the last decade. I think we'll just let you skip this year. Just go ahead and take this year off. This year is on us. Hell no. You've been with them for 10 years. That 11th year rolls around. Guess what? We appreciate your loyal service. And fortunately, unfortunately, the rates just went up. It just went up another 25%. Yeah, I think 420 is in the back room, but just a different back room. Maybe not the back room that we think of. Yeah, all that type of stuff, man. It's just, man. I mean, you even see it across the corporate world or the corporate realm. So many different franchises and stuff to get uh, shut down or displaced. They can handle it to a certain degree, but even they can't handle it. Oh, that's crazy weather. Man, it sounds like rainbow and lightning bug weather. Man, yeah, you don't want to see no sunlight with that. Yeah, if you're going to be watching the water, you might as well catch it, eh, buddy? We watch water boil, but might as well catch a little bit. Maybe something I'll look into in the future. Who knows? Who knows? Every little bit helps. Yeah, I know, right? They're like, well, hey, why do we got to do anything? You know what I mean? This guy's just hitting bombers and grand slams every time. You're right. You're right. It's good, We like a home run. They say it's what America's pastime. But yeah, if it was just one guy, couldn't handle it. Couldn't handle it. Yeah, yeah. Not according to old Babe. The Sultan of SWAT, the Colossus of Clout, Bambino, the Great Bambino. Yeah. What was that movie, Sandlot? Where the kid lost the ball they was playing with, and he thought it was like this great idea to go get his dad's signed autograph Babe Ruth ball. Man, wish I did have an authentic signed Babe Ruth baseball. I don't know what it'd be worth, but if somebody was interested, it would definitely be for sale. 10, I think at the end of the movie, he goes in there and talks to the guy, and the guy played baseball with Babe Ruth and ended up giving him like a baseball that had the entire team's signatures on it. Sandlot. That was a pretty interesting movie. I think most people have seen it. If not, they've heard about it. Let's see here. 1-800-KAKA. 1-800-shit.com. Be careful with your spelling. I think that's also how you reach Timu customer service. Be careful. If you call that number and get Timu customer service, that's just on you. You got to deal with it at that point. It's hard enough getting them jokers on the phone. Get in there. Tribe, good to see you, sir. It's a crazy Australian show. I've been in a few of them in my time. And I forgot where I was out and about one time. And there was these people talking. And I don't know, this dude was talking. He done made his way into the inner circle somehow. So I had just been hearing him ramble and talk. I said, dude, where the heck are you from, man? I'm trying to figure out where your accent's from. I can't quite figure it out. He said, oh, I'm from Australia. And I forget what part of Australia he said he was from. I can't even remember now. But definitely not an Australian accent connoisseur by any means. But yeah, it was definitely an interesting tone or dialect. I guess it wasn't a normal thing what I would consider, whatever that would be. Might have been. I don't know if they have like rednecks. If they have the redneck variety of humanoids in Australia, it might have been like that. Like he had a little bit of redneck in him, but he was full Australian. Fascinating. At that point, I didn't even want to ask how the hell he got all the way over here. He'd have probably just set a boat. I got over here on a boat, mate. Yeah, I don't know. Whatever part of Australia he was from, it like completely collapsed and got dissolved. Once he moved away, or once he came over here, he don't even know. The part of Australia he was from no longer exists. He got bought out. Man, they got too many. We got too many numbers. It's the 411, the 211, the 811, the 611. Man, it's too many. You can't never get who you want to get. You know what I mean? Sometimes you got to call the 211 just to get to the 811. You got to tell me, hey, pass me over. And they don't never show up. Like one time, well, a lot of times we got to call like the 811? Call that line and in connection with the department. They come out and uh, put flags up. If you got any gas lines, water lines, whatever it is. So we told them, yeah, we need y'all to come out, survey this piece of property, see what's out here before we start digging and doing our work. All right, cool, no problem. Told them where it was. Man, we get ready to go do the job. They done came and scanned the entire opposite side of the property than where we was at. How they got on that side over there, I don't even know. Why they thought that's where we was at, because we had flags, material, everything sitting right there. So yeah, then we had to wait for them to come back out, scan everything again. And luckily they did, because it was like there was water lines, all different type of cables and stuff. So once we seen where that was located, we just shifted over and redirected our path a little bit. It didn't change up much. Actually, it kind of made it easier. We knew where everything was. Yeah, anytime we got to do any big digging jobs or anything like that, especially if it's like any time on the front yard or the front part of the property, you just never know. You can't always go on somebody's word. There's been so many times we got ready to do a job and they're like, nope, not to my knowledge, there ain't nothing back there. Bloom, something goes out. Oh, I think my cable just went out. Yeah, I think so. I think we just chopped through your cable line, buddy. You know, why the hell was the cable line 30 foot in the middle of the backyard? We have no idea, but yep, that's where it was. We found it. I think they used to play that. Whoever sang that song or whatever that song was, I think they used to play that on the show. It used to come on as a kid. I can't think of the show now. But yeah, when that show came on, that was their theme song. It's the end of the world as we know it. I don't know. Maybe Boy Meets World. Maybe it was one of those shows in like the late '90s, early 2000s. Hmm. I don't know what you were looking for, but I'm glad you found it. I'm glad you found it, Bonnie. Whatever it was, I'm glad you found it. Uh, I can't think how the song goes. Besides, it's the end of the world as we know it. If the show came on, it just in my subconscious would kick in. I would remember all the words, but now no. It's the end of the world as we know it, know it. That's all I got. That's all I can remember. I don't know. Somebody in chat will know. What hit 90s sitcom featured that as the theme song? It's probably one of those back in the day. They had the TGIF programming on ABC. You know, watch a little TGIF on a Friday. Okay, it's the end of the world, and I feel fine. That's probably how I would be. You know, at that point, if I could acknowledge, this is the end. Yeah, hopefully, I would change some level of clarity, some level of ultimate peace. I can imagine whatever the lead up or the build up to it right before it would probably be one of the most beautiful but probably deafening silences there ever could be. Like the quietest you could ever imagine it. Just pure energy, frequency, and vibration. Anyone remember the greatest American hero? Probably trigger somebody's medulla oblongata with that one. Somebody will know about it. The greatest American hero. Stay tuned, man. I might sing you a song. I think I'm about to do it for a good little song, I think I may got one in the memory banks. Just hang with me. Greatest American hero. All right, if B remembers it, it must be certified. She is our resident fact checker, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, we got all type of chaos in the back chats. What's going on back? What are y'all doing back there? Let's see who we got here. Who we got? Come on, Bonnie's, ladies and gentlemen.
What? Yeah, you make it feel like a star.
People like a little clap, People like to clap. The audio clap, not so much the physical clap, but yeah, people like it. Like a little audio vandalism from time to time.
Is my sound okay tonight?
I don't know. It's too early to tell. So far, so good.
Okay.
I recently opened my third ear. A lot of people's trying to open their third eye. I recently accomplished the feat of opening my third ear. So my little sound, I'm getting used to it. I'm not used to having all 3 ears open.
Your third ear.
Mm-hmm. It's like just a constant, like spider sense, Once you get that third ear opened up. Some people it's different. It's in the front. Some people it's in the back. I don't know. I don't know if you're a fronty or a backy.
Well, it's funny that you mentioned that because I was talking to Cheryl today.
Uh-oh.
And I have noticed, okay, so D-Dog went live and he was doing some live music. And so I shared it on my community page. Hey, come check out the live music. He did it twice. I guess when they take a break, he stops it, puts it private, and then starts another one. But so there was only a few people in chat, but I'm used to them because a lot of times I'll go and listen to the live music while I'm doing stuff when D-Dog does that.
Yeah.
And so I told Cheryl, I said, okay, is this totally crazy that when you're in chat with these people, like you feel their presence? And she said, no, I know what you mean. But it was it was comforting. So, but like you can feel the good or the bad is is what I have discovered. And it's
Your third ear may be opening, buddy. You may be opening your third ear as we speak.
well, and that's what I told Cheryl. She was like, yeah, she goes, and you can feel the if if it's a negative energy. And I said, yes. And she goes, well, that's something weird. And I said, no, it's not. That is the opening of the third eye, I believe. If we can feel it not meeting somebody in person through this interweb, I think there's something to that. Lord. Yes, that's what I said too. It's discernment. That's it's it's all of it. It's the discernment, it's the intuition, it's trusting your gut. It's yeah, and that's true too, huge. Telekinesis.
We can
I
have a
don't
lot of
know.
thirds, but I think we can be in agreement. Just not the extra third testicle. You know, you don't want to start unlocking those type of capabilities, buddy. We're trying to reserve that type of energy as it is. Just imagine the input output of the third testicle. I yield.
Talk about bow-legged.
You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Didn't wear the holy jeans anymore. Just have to worry about one more thing that's just going to have maximum exposure. So many things you can have thirds of, you know. Just got to limit it. It's all above the waist. All above the waist, you know.
Oh my goodness.
Nature terrestrial, of course. Of course. Yeah.
Lord, just you.
I think that may be sometimes certain people, certain individuals, they may be, and this is just my opinion or one thing, there could be many different versions or things that affect it, but like, uh, you get near someone or you're around someone, or it may be just for the first time you've ever been around this person, but it's something about them that kind of feels familiar. Uh, Maybe you feel like you may know them, or there's something like familiarity, or something that just maybe resonates with that person, whether they've spoken or not. They could just be sitting there, just doing whatever. It could be some type of energy based, you know. Even if we don't know that person, we don't think we know that person. It could be just some form of energy or vibration that we resonate with on a certain level, whether we can understand it or not. You know.
True. And but that's just it. I mean, I've been through some hard times. And so the 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 people that have brought me comfort have been right there. And that thank you all for that. Y'all know who you are. Um, I mean, even just to hear the familiar voices, to be able to go to sleep. I couldn't sleep for 3 days, and then Carl went live, and just hearing the familiar voices, yeah, I crashed. And even though it's been a joke around YouTube, but it's still, that was, I needed it. And I think that a lot of other people feel the same way, that they need that comfort of familiar voices and the calm and the laughter is always great. But yep. Yep, B, it was you. Yes,
Oh, I was
Cheryl.
muted the whole time.
Were you
Oh
muted?
man, Bonnie, you should have let me know, man. I was just pouring it out there. I'm like, what's Bonnie doing? She ain't hearing what I'm saying.
No,
People
I
say I
wasn't.
do my best stuff when I'm muted. I give my best monologues, you know. I went an hour and a half of nothing and I go muted for 30 seconds and man, see that's how it happens, you know.
Yep.
We got a lot of mad chatters here at Watts World, but the rad chatter, good to see you. Hope all is well in your neck of the woods.
The rad chatter.
Yeah, I was just going along with you, giving a few points, giving a few theories, and then realized I was muted. Oh well, can't get those 25 seconds back for nothing, Bunny.
Well, I just think it's cool that we have built bonds with people in this way that some would not have any other communication. And to be able to provide that, and you provide that with this space, Indy, Carl. I mean, the people in this community have really made a difference, whether they know it or not. Essence is more than a smelly foot. Huge.
No doubt. Yeah, a little extra essence, a little ode, a little musk. You get the trifecta of 1970 smell good to be back in there. Start smelling like burnt leather at the honky tonk. You know you back in there. Got my second
Right?
win. Good to go.
You just got your second one.
Shoot, they wasn't even selling Red Bulls back then. You know what I mean? Shoot, you had to get your second win some type of way at the honky tonk. Just ask for orange juice straight. That's all you could do. If you wanted a boost back then, you just had to ask for orange juice straight.
There you go. It works. I've seen diabetics come in shaking to pieces, and they'd go straight for the orange juice and start drinking it.
Oh yeah, no doubt. Like back in the day, they used to have a. I'm pretty sure, yeah, they still make them now, but like those little small cans, like they would have like at bars or like little mixer cans. I don't know. You probably used one in like one or two drinks, and that was it. You didn't have to open up a whole bottle.
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty good.
So apparently everybody knows the rad chatter, except for me.
You got to get into YouTube Streets, Bunny. The YouTube Streets is a very vast and wide holographic interface. The meta
Right.
the metaverses and panaverses are colliding. They've been colliding and shifted for some time now.
Well, I've been doing a lot of work. I miss a lot.
No, it's okay. Things happen. It's impossible to know the 8 billion or however many people it is.
Yes,
I
that's
wouldn't
what
worry about it.
I was asking why Shad hadn't been going live. And I was told he has. He did last night. And I said, so I'm wondering if when we sub to more people, if it changes who we get notifications from. Because I'm not getting
I don't
notifications
know
anymore.
specifically, but it would make sense. The more content or the more your algorithm is expanding, growing, identifying whatever it is you're viewing, yeah, versus you day one coming on YouTube. Of course, you've got a channel, but you don't have content coming on YouTube. Never really watched the video. So, however that looks, you're just getting a bunch of different stuff. And then ultimately, they're not really going to give you a lot of stuff that you like at first. I guess maybe for your interest, you're scrolling through. So then we start searching stuff. We start searching for different things, information, gardening, life, panels, different things like that. And it starts building all the different type of, basically our own algorithm. We created ourselves by the things that we interact with. There's even a certain feature in there, like when you watch a video for like a certain period of time, I don't know, what is it, 30 seconds to 2 minutes, it gets that interactive input. So you didn't have to hit the thumb up, the thumb down, the mad face, the smiley face. It's already done built that into your algorithm. People's getting mad. Like, why do they keep showing this stuff? Because you keep watching it. You keep interacting with it. You're putting the mad, angry face. That's making it give it to you more. They're like, oh, look at this guy. He's hitting the mad, angry face. We got to give him more of this,
Right.
See people freaking out like that online. I'm like, stop interacting with it. Doing that type of stuff is building it. It's doing that because you're doing it. I don't know.
And that's just it. I watch so many different types of things. It's probably wondering what I am. Because so many things. Like I told you, the moving trees. Oh, I forgot to put that on my community page. Mary, I'll
I was
remember.
looking for it. I thought the trees moved again. I said, damn, I didn't get to catch the trees before they moved again. Bonnie said they were moving trees. I was a little doubtful, but I am a believer now, Bonnie. I don't know where they moved to, but they moved to probably in South Carolina by now. Need to get
I
the NORAD Santa tracker on them.
I had so much to do today. I completely forgot, but I'll remember.
Can't remember it all. It's all right though. Got me thinking when you said this, the moving trees. I was thinking like in the, what was it, the Wizard of Oz, where the trees came alive and where they started throwing like apples or trying to grab them or whatever. I'm thinking, damn, that's all we need. That's all we need is the trees from Narnia,
Right.
One more thing to worry about.
Well, and that's it. There's so much activity on Facebook with family, especially. And so to take a break and just get through that and then try to go to Facebook Messenger and go through all of those, because a lot of people send me stuff. Yeah. And
that's why I can't do it.
so then once I do that, it's like, okay, back to work. Okay. So I don't even get on YouTube, but I guess I had opened it up for some reason to go to my channel, and that's when I saw D-Dog live. And so I was like, oh, live music. Okay, this is good. I can just listen to it while I am working. But then people are talking to you in chat and you can't ignore them. It's it is. It's a lot, but at the same time, it's appreciated. It's not like.
Yeah, I could see that they will suggest to content creators that stuff that their wrenches watch. I could see that, yeah, because it's all integrated and stuff like that. I guess that's why, I don't know. I started noticing it recently. It's probably been out for a while, but you'll scroll right through YouTube and it'll have like what do they call it? Like a YouTube suggested channel or something. And sometimes it'll be in a channel that I've watched before. Sometimes it'll be a channel that I'm already subscribed to. And I'm like, why is it telling me that this is a YouTube suggested channel?
Yeah.
It could be. Some things I click on, some things I don't,
Yeah.
It is interesting to see how things go. Or
Oh,
like
it is.
now, or like if somebody was never on YouTube, or, just say YouTube because we're interacting through the YouTube interface, but just YouTube. If somebody had never been on it and just created a page right now, I wonder what type of videos and stuff they would hit them with,
Right.
Brand new raw YouTube. What type of? That'd be interesting to see what videos they would push on that one.
Oh, wait. What could I do?
What happened?
I don't know. She said I can do it.
Yeah, whatever it is, you can do it. Yeah, damn right. Don't even think about it. Just do it, Bunny. You ain't done it yet.
You can do it. Is that what she's?
So
What
if you
is that
give a
from?
wrench to somebody who has a wrench on a really big channel, they may suggest the content. Okay, yeah. There we go. The trickle down effect. I like it.
Mm-hmm.
Now we get to see how the trickle down effect really works, Bunny. It's maybe not so much how some people thought, but there you go.
Oh,
Get a little trickle, trickle, drop, drop.
yep.
Yeah, yeah, no doubt.
You always get married with that one. What happened?
You gotta know. You gotta know what's happening. You know, half the time I don't even know. I'm just faking it till I make it. You know, maybe when I make it, there'll just be a smooth and transition. You know, seamless as possible. Seamless as possible.
Carl, we're gonna find you in the wilderness, and you're gonna get 50 million hugs, whether you like it or not. Isn't that what he always says? I love y'all, whether you like it or not.
I think if you spend a year out with no internet or anything like that, yeah, some people wouldn't want to come back. Some people could do it, handle it, and they may want to come back. But for some people, they couldn't handle it. Like it's not the same thing. But there was this lady. I don't remember the specific location or what the lady's name was, but you can look it up. But this lady, she was like some type of scientist or whatever. She had different knowledge on caves, survival, stuff like that. But anyway, I don't know if she originally wanted to set the record or she went down there and it got to a point where, all right, maybe it's some type of, whatever the reason was. But anyway, this lady, she went into this cave and she said that she was gonna, she didn't have any watches or anything to tell time. Uh, every so often or whatever, the medical staff would like come to the entrance of the cave if she needed any like supplies or any like medical attention, you know. But they were never to tell her like how many days she had been in there. They couldn't tell her what the date was or anything like that. So uh, it got to the point where this lady was in the cave for so long. It had been going on for like 300 something days, and she was still in there. And
Dang.
and then at some point, I think there was a date set, like 500 and something. So she made it to this date, like 500 and something. And she had like completely lost track of time. That it didn't feel like it was for her. She said it didn't feel like it was that long. Uh, Time went by and she refused. She fought with him. She didn't want to come out. She was like, no, 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 I'm so close. I'm so close. I can feel it that, I want to set this
Oh,
record. I'm okay, And she had
mm,
done lost track of time ultimately, I guess. She's trying to regulate it or figure it out,
mm.
however it was. But yeah, somebody could
Have,
easily look it up. I think the lady that lived in a cave for like 500 days or something. Yeah, I thought that was an interesting story. It got to the point where it was actually the time for her to come out. And yeah, she didn't believe them. She was like, no, she thought that they were tricking her just to get her to come out. She thought she had only been in there for like a couple months or I don't know, a couple hundred days.
uh-oh. um, have y'all seen that girl that is
If y'all do that, that's okay. Just don't include me. We're not doing any type of mass huggings, any type of mass naked huggings.
no, not naked.
Don't include me. Don't RSVP in that one. I'll do anything before that. Anything before that, I'll definitely be there. Anyways, I yield, Bunny. Go away. Bring us back, Bunny.
Have y'all seen the girl that's rowing around the world?
You know, a rowboat. She's rowing around the world.
Yes, I
Oh
think
man,
it's a rowboat that she's rowing because she said something about rowing, and
I need to look her up. A woman like that's probably definitely single.
yeah.
No offense, no offense. It just, if I would assume anybody was doing that, that's just like a quest. Man, how long she been going? Where did she start from? Do you know?
Oh man, I don't know. Um, I know she's been doing it a while. Like it seems like it's 2 or 3 months.
Oh damn, yeah, she's committed. Yeah, you don't
Cheryl,
turn
you
back
said
at
yeah.
that.
Do you know Cheryl?
Oh, Cheryl, no, yeah, she finds all this stuff. We're to this
Yeah,
type of stuff, we were way behind. She found this stuff like months ago.
that's probably why it's popping up for me.
Yeah, she'll find us videos. She'll find the good stuff. We find the stuff you don't want to tell people about. And even if you do, they don't believe you. They just unfriend you and you don't even know it. They just stop coming around.
Right.
Yeah. Shout out to Cheryl's. Shout out to the Cheryls that find these very interesting futuristic technologies. I love it. Man, yeah, that's something. I don't know. I'm definitely not signing up to do it. That's for sure. Hell no. At that point, there's stuff out there that's bigger than me at any given point.
I
The
know.
baby
And
creatures are coming out bigger than me. You know? You know?
yeah, but you can see the effect it's having on her skin and stuff, and you know,
Oh yeah.
she
Oh, I
she
imagine it
needs
takes a
to.
toll on the body, no doubt.
Yeah, she definitely needs a hat on or something. She's kind of worried about that with her, but she's definitely in shape to do this. So, and people are really cheering her on, and
Oh,
I'll
yeah, I
have
think
to
that's success.
find her and share her too.
And at that point, what's left now, buddy? What's left? Once you circumnavigated the globe in a what's she in? What's the vessel? A raft?
See, I'm thinking it has a cabin in it. That's why I was like,
I hope
but I'm
so.
pretty
I hope
sure
they have
she
a
said
cabinet. You gotta
rowing.
get away from the elements just a little bit. It don't make a difference if you're out there in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, but at least that little bit of comfort, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, I couldn't do it, especially at nighttime. Everywhere, I mean, it would be beautiful for the stars, but man, everywhere you look around you, it's just pure black.
I know. That's
It's
got to
too
be,
much.
and I've got to see land.
Yeah, I got to see some land. Still got that
Yeah.
little bit of land lover in me. I love the water, but I love the land.
Yes.
Don't want to leave too far of either one. I got to have that balance, whatever it is.
Yeah.
To whatever level that the gummies can keep up. You got to have the proper dosage. Only you know.
It's the grounding thing. We got to
That's
get
it.
grounded once in a
Grounding in the
while.
gummies. Grounding in the gummies, yeah. Double G's.
Yep.
Double
Uh-oh.
G's. Yeah.
Right, Mary?
Sometimes these scenarios they play out good in the mind, but I don't know.
Yeah.
It's an interesting world out there. It's like that
Well,
TV show Naked and Afraid. You ever heard of that show?
yes, I've watched it. That was,
Well, I've watched it too. I don't even know how the heck it came about when I saw it, but yeah. At some point, it was one of those shows like, all right, I need to get the heck out of this. I've invested too much time, and before you know it, the end credits is rolling, buddy. I'm like, holy hell! I don't watch this whole program. Then
and
realized it was a lot more. There was seasons and other episodes. There was Naked and Afraid intergalactic survivalists.
right.
But no, shit, it's hard enough going in whatever places they're dropping you off in, but then you're just like butt naked.
Might be
Oh man, you
charming.
don't have no relief.
Well, and that's But they only get to
Some
pick
people's
one.
naked and afraid now, and they don't even know it. They're naked and afraid, and they're fully clothed. You know what I mean? They got on a full onesie, and they're naked and afraid, buddy. So you might as well just be naked and afraid with the birthday suit.
But they only get to pick one thing to take with them, right? Was that the same
No,
one?
now I don't know how it eventually morphed, but I don't think no. It kind of started out as they all came out there equal. Uh, they came out there. I think they gave them like a little satchel. There might have
Oh,
been like
okay.
one basic item they gave them. I don't know. I could be wrong, but like everything else, they had to fight for. Like they had to use a compass and a map, and they could find like fishing tools, or maybe a bow and arrow, or maybe like a pelt,
Hey,
a
Pilgrim.
deer skin or something that they could chop up and divide up and make like loincloths or like shoes, something to protect their feet with, like little moccasins. But yeah, all that was like allegedly skill based. You know, with any of these reality TVs, I always wondered the level of staging and just things that they put into place. You know, uh, anything like reality TV.
Yeah. And
I
it
don't know.
sounds like you're combining survival and naked and afraid. I don't know. I could be wrong.
It's like everything is survival, just without the clothes. You know, at least on survival, they give you the cool bandanas. You know, the cool little things.
Oh,
Uh,
that's right. They do
you could
say
win a
drip.
cupcake. You could win a cupcake buffet every now and then.
Hey, Pilgrim. Barefoot. Good to see y'all.
Oh yeah, they're just coming in now. Yeah, they're all thrown in. The matrix and the algorithms threw them into a straight winner. I love it. Barefoot. Good to see you. That's his name, but that's a state of mind. I'm actually barefoot right now. For all you feetologists out there, I give you that little bit.
Me too.
Uh,
I'm barefoot.
what the heck was we talking about? The naked and afraid.
Yes.
I was fixing to
In
say something,
survival.
but
Okay.
yeah, whatever is staged and stuff like that. Or yeah, I remember as a kid
Survival.
watching Survivor, the TV show Survivor when it first came on, and that was
Yes.
like I don't know if that was like the official first reality show, but that was like the gateway. After Survivor came out, then everything. Then it was Big Brother. All these different networks had a reality show of some sort. But I'm thinking, man, this show's crazy as hell. They got these people out here battling out on this island, and if this person wins it, they get a steak dinner with a cupcake buffet, and they get to sleep in the night in a resort. I'm thinking, yeah, that sounds good. You get that one little night of relaxation, and boom, you're going straight back into Borneo, back there getting attacked and spit on by monkeys or something. You know what I mean? Yeah, that
Right.
sounds good. But heck, you're going to be completely ruined for that 24 hours. And then when you get back, everybody's pissed off because they didn't get the cupcake buffet. You know what I
And
mean? That's all
but
they
they're
wanted was a little
ruthless.
cupcake.
But they're ruthless about it. There's a lot
Oh,
of
you don't
jealousy,
realize
a
what
lot
people
of
would do for a cupcake in the
conniving.
backyard.
Yeah, so you see how people can really be in a situation similar.
I got a very vivid imagination, you know? Some of these shows only kind of reconfirm or maybe kind of reinvent it a little bit, you know? Yeah, I could
Yep.
imagine. Heck, you put a bunch of crazy people on an island. Uh, Gilligan's Island maybe wasn't the best reference for that, you know? But yeah, you put a bunch of random people that don't know each other on an island and see what's going to happen.
Yep. A lot of backstabbing and
You know, could go good, it could go bad.
ganging up, how they would gang up on one
Yep,
person and
yep.
we got to
Georgia
get
versus
rid of this
Texas.
person.
Yeah, I mean, it was just, yeah, yeah. You like the gangs of New York. Just be the gang, the island gang. You be the island boys.
Right?
The, the island boys and the island girls. You know, don't give them an idea. That may be a new show. They're looking for new ideas, buddy. Coming to a TV near you this fall. Islands versus Islands. Oh man, maybe somebody needs to give them a new idea. You
And
on
I
the
hate to tell you, but Canada's sounding more like here than than you think.
see? Hey, I must have missed a lot. Have younger women wearing PJs? Oh yeah, that's all I needed to see. The PJs, yeah, that's the epidemic. Yeah, Whoever the
Yeah,
hell's selling the PJs, dude, they are not losing money. I mean, they're making it hand over fist. I should have got into the PJ game a long time ago.
I think
Oh yeah,
I think school started it because I know the
what started it?
school where I
Started
was
making some
living
money on it.
was they had a pajama day. I guess it was Spirit Week, and each day
Oh
was
yeah,
a
yeah.
different.
We had that in high school. Spirit Week. Like each day
Yeah,
was something. Tacky Day, Spirit Day, PJ
yeah.
Day. Yeah,
Wear your clothes wrong side out day,
yeah.
whatever.
I did that anyways.
Right?
Want to hit the curve. Damn it. See, every time I come up with a brilliant idea, somebody's already done it, money. They already said they already got it. Cape Verde.
Darn it.
Well, they can have it. I like Verde, just not an island based. I like the sauce. It's a good sauce. I don't know about the islands, but anyway, yeah, the Spirit Week, yeah, like Homecoming Week or like yeah. Usually we had ours like Homecoming Week or like pep rallies or
Mhm.
something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. I forget what all they were. I did some of them. Some of them I did. Some of them I didn't do. Some of them it was just too much.
But
I'm like, hell
back
yeah,
when
everybody's distracted over there. I can eat my lunch in peace, Give an extra piece of fried chicken in solitude.
back when I was in school, the seniors could make the freshmen do whatever they wanted to. They thought.
Oh, really?
And yeah.
What type of sick
So
games are y'all running out there? What,
they
racketeering
would
the freshmen?
well, it used to be a thing, and then
Oh,
they
yeah.
labeled it as hazing and schools
Somebody's feelers
banned
got hurt.
yeah,
Yeah.
schools banned hazing,
It's not
whatever,
my
but
fault that your body is designed for you to fit inside a locker. That's not my fault. Some people's bodies
oh
are just
no.
specifically designed for that. Allegedly. In Dexter's Laboratory. I think I saw that on the episode of Dexter's Laboratory. Anyway,
Don't tell me you were one of the meanies.
my
But they
body's
would
not designed to fit inside a locker, buddy. So,
I
do the
know, but
math.
you would
Do the math
be
on
the
the
one.
episode of Dexter's Laboratory. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. But yeah, different things are, yeah.
Yeah, they would tell us we had to have a pacifier in our mouth all day or of course I didn't do that one.
Oh, yeah, I
Told
ain't
them
playing that
where to
game.
put that. Told them where to put the pacifier. And but the 50 braids in the hair, I did that one. I wore my clothes wrong side out. But if it was something I didn't want to do, I didn't do it.
You had dreadlocks, Bunny?
Well, if that's what you call it.
Just gonna use that reference. I like it. That's some breaking news we didn't know about you. I like it. Man, I saw this one guy with hair. It wasn't too long ago, man. This guy was, I don't know, he was every bit as tall as I was, but man, his hair was so long that it was down, tucked inside his shirt, and it was down past his shirt, and it was like down to his knees. And I was thinking, man,
Wow.
ain't no telling how long.
Mine's not that long. It's down to my waist now.
I
But
said, man, dude, his hair's got its own zip code.
Johnny, Texas isn't totally out of the loop. Sound like Carl now.
Yeah,
Carl,
they let it lock
Carl,
and grow in Texas. You know,
Carl said, "Wait, y'all listen to that kind of music? What do you think?"
sometimes too much lock, sometimes too much lock than grow, but it kind of balances this stuff out.
hmm It's kind of cool to do your hair like that, because then when you take the braids out, you look like Janis Joplin or something with this big hair poof.
Oh yeah, you got hair for days. Yeah, you didn't realize you had that much volume. It's like, shh, you know. I do
Right?
that with my beard. I braid my beard up, and it's just like, same thing, same concept.
Yep.
Never really had long hair on the top, but keep it to a certain length. You know, gotta have a little flow, a little viscosity,
Right?
a little resistance to the aerodynamics. Nothing else. You want to have a good eyelash and a good brow. You know, gotta have a sturdy brow. You like The Rock, hit him with the people's eyebrow. That's just running around naturally with lots of love. You know,
Yeah.
probably played Goldilocks. She was probably Goldilocks in the middle school rendition of the Three Little Bears. I bet you. Somebody in chat did that. Watch, somebody's finna confess. Might not be who you think.
Well, we
We had
know
to work with
Carl's
what we had
hair.
to work with. You know, it's a tight
I've
ship,
heard
buddy.
Carl. I've heard Carl say he had a fro.
Oh
So his
yeah, yeah. He said he had the Bob Rossellini. Hell yeah.
hair.
Yeah. That's how like one of my art teachers was. He had a I always knew him, Mr. Franklin. He had a bald head. He had a big old beard, but a bald head. And then I don't know, it was some type of something. He brought in some pictures or was sharing something with us or something. People said something about hair. And he said, well, people don't know. They always think that I never had hair. And then he brought in pictures, and yeah, he had the Bob Ross. Man,
Oh wow.
he had the hair back in the day. I said, damn, check him out. It's kind of funny. I'm like, man, he's the art teacher, and he had the Bob Ross. You know,
Yeah.
maybe he was Bob Ross. Maybe Mr. Franklin was Bob Ross. He just had to go into witness protection and take on a whole new identity as a elementary school art teacher. Could be money. I didn't ever think about it, but it could be. He had to shave it off.
Yeah.
Something as simple as hair, or like for a man, facial hair, how much it changes up or makes things look different, or even like for a woman, something simple as that, how much it makes someone look different or makes things look different, you know?
Yes. That's um. Well, the shape of the haircut kind of changes the shape of the face too.
Yeah.
And I have a long face, this long Indian face or something. And so I always wore my hair short to make my face look rounder,
There
if
you
that
go.
makes any sense. But now I don't really give a poo.
Just luckily I was a natural man. That way I could grow a beard and just cover up my facial deformities, you know? It's one of the luxuries we have as a man, you know, if you have the ability to grow a beard, you know?
Yeah.
Eliminates the possibility of people questioning if there's a double chin, maybe a triple chin, you know, a lot of different things.
Hey, that's true. A beard would cover up that.
You know, see what I'm saying? You don't know.
Yeah, we don't have that luxury.
No, you don't have that luxury, buddy. It's not socially acceptable anymore, you know?
Right.
Well, no, I take that back. It may be. Some states, some circles, it may be. I just would advise you to contact your local city council. They can probably direct you to a further extension line. However, that may, I don't know. I don't know how these things happen, buddy. I don't know.
Hmm.
No, it's
Yeah, I
coming
only
up
have
as
one chin.
what's that?
I only have one chin, but I
That's
have
good. I think it's only really a problem when it's like 2 to 3, depending on how it's stacked. If you're a
it.
straight stacker or a side stacker, uh, yeah, you know.
Well, and sometimes that's hereditary too. My um, father-in-law, he had a really thick neck, like in the front, and some of my kids do. And it's not that they're fat; it's just it kind
Got a
of
thick neck.
blends the chin in with the neck.
Yeah,
I
they
don't
ain't nodding
know.
off. It ain't hurting them if they nod off. I get your drift, buddy. I'm like that a little bit. Yeah, you can let them bob their head a little bit, nod off. It ain't gonna hurt them as bad.
Right?
Yeah, it's interesting how certain things, certain traits or whatever, skip around, go around, however it falls. But yeah, how people say you look like certain, or like people will see you and then they'll know somebody in your family and be like, "Oh, you look like so and so," and then you may not see it, but obviously maybe it's something there. Uh, However that happens, I guess everybody gets it to a certain degree. But man, if I had $1 for every time somebody's come up to me and thought that I was somebody that they swore they knew, I probably wouldn't be rich. I might not be a millionaire, but I would have a lot of dollars in my pocket money,
Right.
a few meals, and yeah, I don't
Yeah.
know.
There's a few people that I've been asked if I was their sister, that
Yeah,
they said that we resembled, but um, not really a look-alike personality.
thought you were a twin or like a clone. Thought somebody was your clone out there,
Yeah.
or somebody you knew just called you up and be like, "Hey, what are you doing over there, so and so? What are you doing over there?" You'd be like, "I ain't over there. What do you mean?" Like, well, I'm looking exactly at you, and they just swear it's you, but it's not you.
Yes.
I'm like, all right, well, you got to FaceTime me. Go up to this humanoid. Let me see. They run over there and take the phone, and it looks just like you. What would you do? What would you do if you saw yourself on the other end of on the screen?
Oh, wow. Um, that'd be kind of freaky. I don't know. Whoa, where are you from?
Yeah, where the hell are you? Where the hell are you at? Where the hell are you from?
I mean,
Who
I
are
know
your
my
people?
father was
Yeah,
was not always faithful.
yeah,
It wouldn't surprise me.
yeah. Who's your mama? Who's your daddy? Who's your people?
Right.
Of course, it's me. I just have to let them know. Until we get this confirmed, we're just going to assume that you are the clone. I'm the authentic version. We'll just keep that as that for now, probably forever. But yeah,
Right.
yeah. You definitely make that into like a movie or a show or something. You could definitely put a twist on that one.
See, if I didn't know what the chat was talking about when I read Jerry's comment, I would take that. Um,
I mean, sometimes that could be safe, depending on the setting, depending on the intent, depending on what happened before, what led up to that point. Could be.
right.
Some people have had to do that, I imagine. I try to limit my involvement so that doesn't have to happen. You know, there's been a few times I was shaving and doing and trimming some stuff up, and I went a little low, and I was like, "The hell with it, just go ahead and restart it." You know what I mean? It's gonna look goofy either way. Might as well just go ahead and full stream it.
Right. I know, Jerry. I'm just saying. Come on, Jerry, laugh.
Wherever it may be, wherever it may be propagating and growing, Jerry. Hopefully, hopefully it's to an accessible area. It would suck to have it shaved and you couldn't reach it. Oh, that would suck. It'd be just out of reach. Like if you had the extendo stick on the end of the razor, it could reach it. It was just, man, get you one of them little uh, car antenna back scratchers with the little hand on it. You just start fabricating and duct taping all type of just harmful futuristic technologies, to try to make this happen.
Yeah,
Hmm.
I don't know.
Yeah,
I
don't
mean,
try none of that, money.
I don't mind hairy people. Just saying. No, Indy, he said that he was getting off the internet and um, that we wouldn't be seeing him anymore. He made me cry.
Oh, I'm glad you clarified that. I thought it said, has anyone seen AI lately? I say every day, every day.
Right.
Close my eyes and I seen it. I'm starting to see subconscious the AI. I don't even know what's happening. But
Did
yeah,
you say
Al.
she's saying now? Okay, that's what I thought she was saying.
Okay,
And then
okay, good.
Johnny went AI crazy there. And
Oh yeah. AI. Who was the first AI? AR Allen Iverson. And it's interesting because his name was AI, and I think his nickname was the Answer. Allen Iverson, the Answer. So it is kind of interesting. Maybe one of these broadcasts, I'll go just nothing but the AI, Allen Iverson, the Answer rabbit hole. You know, that and a
yeah.
little bit of 1999 Y2K for Johnny. Just do a Y2K, 2000 AI, Allen Iverson, the Answer deep dive.
Yep.
Stay tuned.
And yes, Indy, he's a new grandpa, and that's what he's gonna spend his time doing, being a grandpa.
Yeah, shout out to Al Bundy if you're at the sound of my voice. You know,
Yep.
football legend. Nothing else, a football and a YouTube chat legend.
Love you and miss you, Al. And JD, if you're listening, lurking, we kind of miss you, maybe a
Wasn't
little.
he up there in what, North Dakota?
Al, yes,
Yeah.
North
Yeah, he
Dakota.
was way up there. You couldn't have got no further. Yeah, he was at the ice wall, Bunny. He's one of the confirmed cases of people that we got to live near the ice wall.
Yep.
No doubt. It's similar to Vince Carter 1999 2000, but different. You know what I mean? We may or may not have time to tie in that rabbit hole. Most people's going to be blown away and jaw dropped by the simple AI references. Who knows if we'll get to the Vince Carter VCR 1999 Y2K reset. Cover that at a later date. Got to have a part two. Got to have a part two, Bunny.
So what if the reset is us?
What else would it be besides us?
Well, that's true. I mean, well, a lot of people think of it as a reset in, say, government or the way things are done right now, or um, I don't know. But I'm thinking it's more us, more how we react, respond, um, live, what we'll allow or not allow. And I think that a lot of us have changed in that way. It was always um, follow the signs, whatever they tell you to do them. Um, any authority figures, listen to them, do what they say. Well, since that's been taken out of control, I think more than it should be, I think a lot more of us are not obeying the signs and authorities as we used to.
Definitely obey, consume. Definitely obey and consume more.
Yeah.
No doubt. It's funny when they say like a world where certain supplies are low or certain uh, chains are damaged. Got to keep that consumption up. Doesn't necessarily have to be food. You know. You'd be
True.
surprised what all the mind and the eyes and stuff absorb into the subconscious.
Yes.
Consumer, being a consumer is many different layers. Of course, I mean it's like a no-brainer. Whatever it is you're consuming, whatever's consuming you, or like we say, we get to a point where we use something, just don't let it abuse you. Whatever it is you're consuming, where it gets to the level where it just consumes you.
Excuse me.
Now
Yes.
it's the consumer. Now it's just harness your energy and convert it and alchemize your energy input and anything that you could have did towards it. It's done latched onto you. It's like trying to start a battery. Trying to jump start a battery. You put the cables on all four connections properly. If everything else is in sync, the battery's going to fire up. But if you just got one of them leads on there, it's nothing. If you're just constantly pushing and pushing and pushing, but you got a false attachment, a false grounding, a false representation that's hooked on and latched on to something out there, it's shooting power, it's generating, it's feeding something else, but ultimately it can't charge your battery. In my opinion, you know what I mean? If that makes sense, I don't know.
It did. And where'd Mary go?
Oh, Mary's lurking. She's quite contrary.
Data centers are covers for the elite's bunkers while storing our water for their needs. Thoughts? I don't think that that's what it is, because there's too many of them, too many data centers. Surely there's not that many elites in this world. And I'm thinking it's more for powering up something. And this one lady described it to a T. She said it is for the surveillance. So you think of the flock cameras, we know it's all connected. And so if these flock cameras are gathering information, and so you think about it, it's your banking information, it's your behavior, it's your where you go, it's what you do, it's what you drive, it's how you live, where you live, all this information. So do they need all these data centers to keep track of us? And so that's a possibility too. It really made sense what she was saying. So
That's like
no.
last night. I don't know. Probably wouldn't have normally watched it, but I was searching through the little new movies and seeing if anything out there was worthy of watching. And for whatever reason, it was the newest Spider-Man. I forget the title of the Spider-Man movie, but it was out. And I kind of somewhat follow the Marvel movies. I know the sequence or whatever. But anyway, I watched the newest Spider-Man movie, and it was pretty interesting. If nothing else, just stuff that they was talking about different mRNA technologies, the different capabilities with mRNA technologies that they were mentioning in the movie.
Yeah.
And it was fascinating because I know probably most people don't care about the Spider-Man, so this ain't really much spoiler effects, but there was a part in the movie where like Peter Parker, Spider-Man, he was having like this imbalance, like his arachnid genes were taking over more than his human genes. There was an imbalance. So he had to figure out some type of like inhibitor or something to put on there to like suppress those arachnid genes and keep it balanced out, because it was like making him hallucinate. His hearing and everything was getting more amplified. It was more of like trying to be it wasn't so much of being a good guy. It was like just having like a blackout rage and not like remembering it type of thing. But
like Hulk.
What's that?
Like Hulk.
They were but yeah, they were talking about and showing and talking about the MR. I mean, it was pretty blatant in the stuff they were saying. And people that would think back to COVID or different implications or applications, stuff like that. It was pretty interesting how they were talking about it. And just in the Spider-Man movie, and tying it all together. Then it was something else. What was we talking about? That wasn't even the original point. What made me think of the movie, but it was something else we was just talking about.
Block cameras,
Oh, the
data
cameras.
centers.
Yeah, the
Sure.
cameras. Yeah, they were looking for this particular camera. I mean, not this particular character in the movie. And yeah, that's what they did in there. They said, "Hey, yeah, I'm giving you the official call. Use the cameras, find them, use the facial recognition." So of course,
Yes,
that's how you could imagine they start scanning through however many cameras or whatever the infrastructure has in place, to find that particular person. But it was a
yes,
couple different things just in that one comic book theme movie about different things. It sounds like a far fetched, different metaversal world, but a lot of those things and stuff they put in there, some people see them, some people don't. Some people just brush it off because it's just in a comic book. There's so much action and other stuff happening, they don't really see it or notice it, I guess.
yeah. Well, what surprised me is, okay, I'm in the boonies, and so I'm driving a back road that, I mean, there's like no traffic.
Yeah,
And all of a sudden, there's a flock camera on the side of the road, and I'm like, "What in the world?" I'm gonna go and take a video of it so y'all can see that it's like in the middle of nowhere. So why would it be there?
just to fill a void. It may be like uh,
Yes,
like every town or like area they got like a back road or something. Everybody knows to take that back road to get around certain things. It may be one of those. It may be a highly trafficked
exactly,
area, even though it is in the country, and they just fill that gap for whatever reason.
exactly. And that's what I thought when I saw it, because we always talk about if things get bad or things are on the highways, go the back roads. And um, well, I'm not gonna be the one to take it down. But
Yeah, you got them out. Yeah, out in the middle of nowhere.
yeah, and I
Ultimately, in
saw
my
this.
mind, it's just to fill that void. Whatever it may be. From it's probably in between areas that probably have a good bit, and it's just to fill that void, to track them or to have some of the type of information in between. You know, and say, well,
Yeah,
no, you didn't never leave so and so area. You never popped up on the flock camera. Or, all right, yeah, we seen you on the flock camera, so yeah, you did go by so and so at so and so time.
yes, and even in I, I mean, I wouldn't even call it a town. There's just a general store there and a couple of houses. So the population might be 50, and that's pushing it. To even see one there, it it was just like, okay. So that's why I'm thinking that the data centers are possibly to store all that information that they are collecting. Because, I mean, 350 million people, but that was before the border. I would say
So
that that number has gone up since then.
I think it's definitely probably like multifaceted. It's definitely probably a lot of that and probably a lot more. Um, whatever the other possibilities could be, and then ultimately think about the fact of, okay, they bring a certain institution or infrastructure like that in, and it does uh, a certain damage or a certain destruction to the land around it. Then they say, all right, well, we already own it. It can't be zoned for anything else. So then it's like dead property, or they just use it for something else. They repurpose or refunction it for their use. Ultimately, once they've got a hold of it, the damage is done. Whatever they tend to do with it, they've already got their claws in it.
And so her theory is that this is for the social credit score, just like in China. And it it makes sense because then they're going to be able to see what every single person is doing. How, if you're like, okay, social credit score. If you I don't know, drove further than you were supposed to, or whatever you
Oh
did
hell yeah, you're getting dinged,
wrong.
buddy.
Yes.
Yeah,
So you're getting dinged,
can't buy no milk for that week.
and you're not allowed to do this. So then here's these cameras watching you to see, are you doing this that you're not supposed to be doing, so that they can subtract more from you. It it's a lot.
Anything
And
that they push at you, in my mind, anything that they push at you or promote to you or put out there in a synthetic or syndicated version, there's always a natural, organic way to counteract or counterbalance. They're always trying to recreate something in the natural realm and repurpose it as something they thought of or synthetic, or any of them type of things. Like, they're promoting all those type of energies, but like Indy said, they're hiding, things in plain sight, different cathedrals, energies, and things like that. You
yeah,
don't go into these type of cathedrals, or you know, maybe they were used for a place of worship. Maybe they were used for a place of intuition, into retuning. Re-energizing to whatever degree. I could definitely see it, depending on certain locations. Certain locations are certain hot spots for things like that naturally, whatever the reason or the purpose is. But
yeah,
those type of things are never just boxed. They're never just cookie cutter. They're to a certain degree to create a certain frequency, a certain tone. And then you just think of the term like they try to keep you in a box. I think like a cube or a box, I forget however they said, whatever the statement is, it keeps
yeah,
things confined. It doesn't let much energy get out or much energy get in. It just kind of keeps it confined to a certain level. Um,
yep,
But yeah, definitely things like that. Anything they're selling in a box or in a package, it may not be the best.
true. So we
No,
see how it worked in China. It didn't. So I don't understand why we would even be trying it here if it failed in China.
it's just human nature. Some people think they could overcome it. Just do a little tiptoe. They think they could just do a little tiptoe, and that's just not getting wet, or whatever it may be. Or I think about that for everything. Just, things that's happening, suppressions of freedoms, genocides, wars. I think about all that type of stuff, or even like drugs. Certain drugs, you see the way it just drains people of their life essence, and just like no time, like months, or like within a year, it's a completely looking different person. And they see what things will do. They see people doing the fentanyl crawl or the zombie walk or whatever it is. They see those type of
Yes.
stories, and people still do those type of things. You know what I mean? And that's like to the hardcore side of it. So I think maybe people just ultimately it's just they're running from something else. They're trying to fix something else. They're trying to find whatever voids inside of them. Shout out to the void. I think the void in the chat earlier. They're trying to
Yeah.
feel whatever that void is inside of them. The
The
drugs or
whole,
whatever that type of stuff. It's just something else. It just adds to the problem. Ultimately, it's not really the problem. It's just something that's just an effect that blooms and makes it worse.
yeah.
But I don't know.
No, Johnny, they didn't stop, but now they have a massive population of homeless people that are just considered nobody anymore. Their credit scores dropped to nothing, and so they have nothing, absolutely nothing.
I don't know. There was some crazy, evil-looking villain guy that looks like he could have been a James Bond villain on the TV that was saying something about eating the bugs and you will own nothing and be happy. I don't know. I remember some people talking about that guy.
Yes.
They always look like the same guys. They always look like they couldn't go out in sunlight for long periods of times. They always look like they could just easily be from central casting and play like an evil villain in like a James Bond movie or something. It's weird how they usually fit that kind of bill.
Yeah.
Maybe it's just me.
But it's for our protection, of course.
Yeah. Just pay no attention to that man behind the curtain. Yeah. Don't worry about that guy.
But that's just it. How do we counter it? And it takes a lot of personal reflection. We were talking
Sacrifice.
about the mirrors the other night. It does take sacrifice, but yeah, I think we just got to really keep our heads about us. I do see a lot of people insanely going around taking these things out, and they don't hide or nothing. They're just like, oh, I backed up my truck and what did I bend? Oh, one of these. And now they had to take the camera off because it bent the pole. And
Well,
it's not
on the bright
supposed to
side, China, they gave us a good General Soul chicken and a good sweet tea. You know,
be, right?
gave us a good General Soul. No, that's just one aspect. And you think of the already confirmed reports and stuff of different organizations or different places that people would normally shop at, like uh, places like McDonald's, different places that use cameras or different type of infrastructure that's already interlinked with all that type of stuff. You know, all they got to do is call up and say, "Hey, we need the information for so and so." All that's interlinked with the Big Brother database. Flock
Yeah.
cameras, they're just one aspect of it. You know, at that point, by the time you've passed any flock camera, no matter how remote it is, unless you completely live remotely, you've already been tracked or put on many different forms of tracking. You know, if you've entered any type of civilized society, city, any type of store, any type of way, you've already made it into the surveillance network.
Yeah. But that it, I don't understand. So, from what I've heard, is the satellites can do the same thing from up there, that they can see every move. And to me, that would be more of a full view to capture more people. If that's what you're wanting to do, track these people. So I
Oh
don't
yeah.
understand why stick up cameras also.
Let's see here.
Seems
We got a new contestant. Let's see.
more
Spring in.
confining.
Bring in the barefoots. Let's bring in the barefoot.
Hey
See
guys,
what he's got to say about.
thank you very much.
Good to see you again, sir. Hope all is well.
Barefoot.
Hey, good to see you guys. Hey, you're talking about the flock cameras. Hey, Bonnie. They, you know, I didn't really. I live in really rural area in Ohio, and I didn't really notice that we had 4 flock cameras. You know, I mean, our town's like 4,000 people.
Mm-hmm.
So I would drive by, see the little solar panels, and then kind of in the back of my mind, I would think, you know, what are those things for? I didn't really connect the dots because it never occurred to me that we would have flock. And
Right.
then, you know, several months later, I read in the paper, this only been a few months ago, that our police chief was asking for, I think it was $30-something thousand to pay flock. And they didn't tell us, you know, in the newspaper or anything like that, that they were installing these things to begin with. I don't think many people knew it until he had to ask in a council meeting for the money to pay the bill for the second year. So
wow.
that kind of got in my crawl, you know. And I heard, I know Watts was talking about it a few weeks ago, where several cops in Georgia got arrested for misusing the flock cameras,
Yes.
right? So
Yes.
our local news put just out yesterday, our local news put out a website, and it's called, I mean, it's not their website, but they wrote an article telling us that we can actually search to see if our license plates have been tagged, because they make these things public records after a while. So this website called haveibeenflocked.com. And so I went in last night and put in my license plate, and found out that, now, mind you, I live in Ohio, and I found out that my license plate was searched in Washington State in 2 different places, and then 2 police agencies in Ohio in places I have not been. And so I'm going to make the public records request, because there's on the website, they let you know, they tell you how and give you the specific places where you need to ask for the public records request to find out why and who ran my plates in Washington State. So I'm definitely going to do that, because I keep reading every day. It's in the paper and the news now that cops all across the country are misusing this system. So
Yes,
I hope not.
I'm seeing a whole lot more of that also. And even people going to jail for crimes that they didn't commit. These things are getting it wrong too. That the plate number
Right.
wasn't even the same, the vehicle wasn't the same, but yet they arrested this person because this flock camera, whatever, said they did it. Here's the person. And it's like, so they're not accurate.
Said they were in that area or in that neighborhood or something like that.
And I
Right.
don't even think they were. I think it was another state even.
Yeah, they said
And
that in Ohio.
yeah, so
Yeah, that's the case with me. I mean, 2 in Washington State. I'm like, what on earth? Why would
mhm,
cops on literally the other side of the country be toying with my license plate for any reason? It's just, I can't wait to
right.
see why and who and how.
And how are you finding that out?
There's a website, and it's called have I been flocked.com. All you have to do is
Oh,
put in
okay.
your license plate number, and it'll
Huh.
tell, like, if your license plate has shown up in the public records that Flock has released, and the audits is what they call them. And yeah, it doesn't give you a whole heck of a lot. It tells you what municipalities it shows up in, but it obviously doesn't tell you. Like, for example, mine showed up 4 times, and they redacted all 4 times, which apparently is what they pretty much do before they release that information publicly. And so they redacted under the claim of personal information. I call bullshit on that, but
Yeah.
it's because it's being misused clearly.
Yep.
4 places that I've not been in Washington State for like 25 years.
I love that comment. Your city spent more on cameras than they did on potholes.
Right. And thank you for that, Indy, the links. And Huckleberry, good to see you.
Sophie, Daisy May, good to see you. Appreciate you checking in, tuning in. I'm Muir. Who else came in here while I missed? I had to go on a hydration break. They didn't teleport me. They didn't abduct me this go round. I had enough trust and faith in the panelists so they can continue. Actually, I walked away and a few more people showed up. So, that's good. I love it.
Yep.
Just going to go quiet now. Take it away. Take it away. Oh, man. Yeah.
There was something else I was going to connect that to, and I lost it. Can't remember what it was now. But
Nowadays, any which way you can go spin off from something,
yeah, but that's the weird thing. If you're really paying attention, you can see how every little thing that's being done is totally connected. In my opinion.
Yeah, I agree.
There's something happening here. What it is ain't exactly clear.
Yeah.
Pretty good song.
Well, I mean, you think about it, Ohio, in that same article, I read that, Ohio is looking at limiting, quote unquote, the use of flock cameras. I said, well, limiting is a BS word, right? So it's just, they shouldn't exist at all. And, you know, every time they want to sell us something that's bad for us, they make it under the guise of safety.
Yes.
Protect yourself or protect your kids or something like that. So, you know, tolerate
Yes.
losing your Fourth Amendment rights.
Right wing nut.
Yeah. Unfortunately, most times when they present a lot of these ideas, it comes with some type of loss or some type of, you know, sacrifice.
Well, and that's the thing,
Exactly.
is it's breaking the First Amendment, the Fourth, the I can't even remember all of them. It's like four of them, I think, and so I've heard people are putting them on notice, and in studying the Constitution and everything, is that's what we're told. They have to be put on notice, and they're given so much time to correct it, and if they don't, then it goes to an affidavit. And so the people have the power if they would use it. And that's why I was like, know your Constitution. Know all three documents, your Bill of Rights, your Declaration of Independence. Is we've got to know these things. Other countries know those things more than we do. When you're becoming a citizen, you have to take a class on it and know the Constitution. And they test you before you can become a citizen. I
Yeah.
don't know why. I
And
don't
that's to
know
become
why
a citizen, you
stopped.
know?
Yeah,
It's not any
I
type
mean,
of public servant or anything. You know, you just got public servants running around all willy-nilly, acting like the butler in the library. You know what I mean? Who done it?
yes.
Yeah, no
Well,
doubt.
it may not do
Right.
anything, but it's telling them we've had enough. And if it doesn't do anything, then I think that's when people are going to start rising up, which I hate to see. And that's what I was going to say. The connection with joining our military with another military. Y'all think about why they would do that. Because the American military would not come against the American people.
Well, I could probably think of 1,000 reasons to die, Bunny.
Well, and yeah,
Pretty sure they give some high-speed definition or justification of why it needs to be for our own safety, of course.
yeah,
Even though, to be honest and realistic, you know, maybe visiting
Yeah.
some of those places would be cool, but yeah, I really have no intention of visiting Israel at this current time. So yeah, I definitely don't need to see any more further merger, any more further than it already is by what they tell us. You know, I always think by the time they tell us it's already past that anyway. It's not so much the approval; it's just the common acceptance the way this may be. You know, I yield.
yeah,
Yeah, I mean, remember, you know, after 9/11, they threw the Patriot Act on us, which was actually a bunch of stuff they wanted to implement for 2 or 3 decades before that. 9/11 just gave them the opportunity to do it.
Exactly.
And back then, like, you know, a good number of people would that Americans have become so passive about these things. And people would say, oh, well, if you're not a terrorist, you have nothing to worry about, right? And I hear the same thing about flock cameras, and I can imagine, I live in
yes,
a community that's small, rural farming, is older people, and they're kind of go with the flow people, and so a lot of people have the attitude of, well, if you're not committing a crime, then why are you worried about it? Like, well, you know, because it's a slippery slope, and
yes,
Oh, no doubt.
it's not, I mean, this isn't the first time, like, we're not at the top of that slope either.
yeah,
No,
And it's going to be too late.
definitely
You know,
downhill from it.
if they keep getting away with this stuff, it's going to be too late. I think it was Bonnie that was saying earlier that, yeah, these data centers, like, I thought the same thing. I thought, well, I mean, if there's no other explanation for them, look at all the data they're gathering through all these cameras across the
Yeah.
country. And then, watch, you're talking about them, the military is being combined with the little country and commodity, I guess.
Well, I don't think it's just commodity. I think it's more for, I mean, because they would have free reign here and there. And so, I don't know. I just think it's going to get hairy if we don't do something. Here.
Yeah. If it hasn't already, because I was thinking today, like even if they removed all the flock cameras right now, driven by hundreds of them. And so really they've already gathered a lot of information as it is, and I think someone in chat mentioned the contract, how these officials don't even read the contracts. And in the contract, it doesn't specify on things like updating the flock system. So in other words, flock next year can increase what those things are surveilling, and with no need for a new contract, no need to ask for permission or anything like that. So while they claim they only read license plates right now, which we all have our doubts about, they can do a lot more next year because Flock decided to upgrade.
Yeah.
I think how anti-American is that? On top of that, I just look at the owner of that company and I just think, how anti-American can you possibly be for money? Is there nothing that people won't sell out for money? It's crazy.
Yes. And yes, I did see that Sarah Connor in an insane asylum because she was trying to sabotage a data center.
Yeah. Yeah, if nothing else, I do find that funny. We all remember the movie Terminator. Yeah, the Sarah Connor. I think, she got locked away for trying to take down the Skynet, the AI infrastructure. They put her in an asylum. We all watched it. We all laughed. We said it should have got an Academy Award. And now look now, to a certain degree, whatever level it's taken of, whatever level it's at, I do find it interesting.
Yeah.
To whatever degree it takes past after this, it's been one hell of a ride to this point. I'll give it that.
Yeah.
Hope they got my good side. I hope they got my good ankle. Hopefully they didn't get my bad side.
Yeah.
Right. If I had known that, I wouldn't have worn my pajamas to Kroger.
Yeah, at least maybe they're photoshopping us, making us look better or something. I don't know.
Yeah, did you get my good side?
Yeah, it's just green screening. Everybody else is trying to get a green card. They're just green screening us. All in chase of the green. The mean green. What is Soylent Green? Don't ask those questions, because you did.
Yeah, you don't want to know.
A little bit's okay. A little bit's okay, they say.
Well, the tribe said this actually started in 1954. Joke's on us. I'm not sure if it's what the tribe is referring to, but one of those things I was reading was how Elon Musk, how his father actually was involved in a technocracy movement in the 50s, starting in the 50s.
Yeah.
Oh, it wouldn't surprise me. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Different channels or the different funnels. Yeah. Especially in those kind of fields, you could be kind of groundbreaking or have some ideas, but a lot of them come from generations of people looking into different ideas or studies like that, building on it. Who knows?
Barefoot, did you see that?
Hey, so Cheryl, yeah, Cheryl's comment.
Yeah.
What are my thoughts on Bigfoot and aliens? Look, I actually just had this discussion last night. I'm not one of these arrogant human beings that thinks that anything is impossible. And so I don't know, I I would like to see like some hardcore evidence, but I believe both is definitely possible. I think the alien thing, I don't like that word alien, but I think it's very possible. And it's and that conversation I had last night led into, like, I don't know if you guys have heard about the Kandahar giants and
Yeah.
so I believe that. So I think it's definitely fascinating, and I think why not? There's why would we think that we're superior? The only thing that exists in the universe, and that doesn't make sense to me. So I would just like to see something more compelling when it comes to the aliens. All this government talk about it the last year or something. I think at this point, if a UFO like was hovering above the White House and they showed us footage, I'm not sure if I believe it because of AI and things like that, and because it seems like they're using this for a tool right now, and
Yeah.
and that tool is not about being truthful.
Just look at the videos that the White House is putting out from their official site with just all the different AIs and the aliens and the this. And whether it's just
Right.
put out there for clickbait or just to keep people talking or whatever. But I mean, at this point, what more hype or what more draw do you need at that point? But yeah, you look at different videos that they put out and stuff on the official government or White House pages. I mean, if nothing else, they're feeding into whatever it is.
Yeah.
I mean, heck, it's been
Did
nonstop
you see that
allegedly. I mean,
picture of Trump walking with an alien?
oh yeah. I mean, yeah.
No,
Whether it's
no,
AI or not, there's people that could
It's like, what?
distinguish whether it's real or not. But there's ultimately any type of images you put out there, you have to. I just assume, and I hate to, but I'm just going to believe that there's people that's just going to assume that it's real. It's on the internet, it's real. It's on the TV, it's real. That's how it is.
So, Sophia, you're saying that Christians are just complying with this. So what I think is happening with the Christians is once Jesus came, it changed the way it was love all and treat everyone as you want to be treated and things like that. So also the Christians believe that we're in the end times and Jesus could be coming back. And so you want to be on your best behavior or whatever. I think that there's a lot of reasons that they're complying with it and thinking that this is the end times, God's coming, so we got to be good. We can't be, rebelling against anything, which I believe is, I don't think he wants us sitting on our butts waiting. I think that we need to be doing something, in my opinion.
Oh, no doubt. I mean, I think there's a verse in the Bible that says faith without works is void or non-existent. It's good to have these great ideas, whether it be, I don't know, if you want to call it faith or hope or whatever the ideas may be. But yeah, ultimately, if I can know how to grow 1,000 plants, I can know when all the moons and stars line up. But if I'm not planting a seed, if I'm not doing any works, then ultimately it doesn't matter. All that information or whatever it is that I hold true and believe is just going void and null.
Yeah.
Whatever that is. It could be a positive mind state, or you could put in positive works. You could be in a corrupt, perverse mind state, and it could just lead to those type of actions. Sometimes people just, I don't know. I guess it may be easier sometimes to make long-term decisions over short-term emotions. If that makes sense. I see. Maybe that's sometimes what people do. Sometimes even we get so caught up maybe in a moment, feel a certain type of way. Don't even realize that's just for the short time here and now. Now we done made it into a whole issue.
And just acts of kindness to other people. I think that adds a feather, so to say. But when it's evil coming against us, when people are being starved because they can't afford food, when we have elderly people who can't afford to live in their homes, they're having to sell because they're fixing to foreclose on it. So they're getting practically nothing for this home that they worked all their life for. Or I've seen people living on dog food, canned dog food. It's
That's crazy.
it's nothing new though. I mean, that's been years ago.
Oh yeah,
Even.
I know it ain't.
So they're being priced out of their homes. They're being priced out of everything. The food, the gas, everything is just going up and up and up. And so for us to just sit here and watch this happen and not do anything, that's where we can do something, is start pulling together as a people and helping each other. First of all, nobody is going to be any good if they're too weak from starvation or whatever. And we've seen, how do you take down a country? Famine. Famine's the first thing.
These are the basic arts of war.
Yes. And so it's, and yes, I've seen the cyber attacks. I don't know if y'all been paying attention to that, but they have been attacking counties, shutting whole counties down. So this isn't, I don't know who's doing it, but somebody is hacking the system. And we've got Iran right now threatening to hack our whole electric grids.
Iran.
If this doesn't stop. And so, I mean, that's where, what are you going to do? Are you prepared for no electricity, no food? You know, if there's no electricity, you're not going to be able to go into a grocery store and buy anything. All their systems are going to be down. Your bank card's not going to work. Everything is going to shut down. So that's where we have to build up whatever we can to get by. And I think we're going to make it through this, but it's going to take people getting together in some way. It's going to take people working together to make that happen. We have to take care of our elderly and our children, the weaker of the people.
And anybody under 6 foot.
Yes. Anyone under 6 foot, take care of them. You 6 feet and over people.
Pick them up and throw them over your shoulder like I do. At least you ain't got to trip up over them. You know, just throw one on each shoulder to balance out the load. Just Forrest Gump them out of there.
Yeah.
No doubt. Yeah, it's hard to be a great thinker.
In chat says, you know, quit effing around.
Where's Doc P at? Oh yeah.
Hey, Doc B.
Just quit effing around.
Obviously it ain't going well over there. They ain't got
backyard
and yeah.
Yeah.
You got enough food to keep them over there. How
I mean, think about it. Like when it's kind of the same idea, right? That you take care of your home first, the people in your home, your kids, your family, things like that. And then if you're able to, then you help your neighbors, and then it spreads out from there. Yet we send trillions of dollars overseas, and you're, you know, talking about the infrastructure being attacked. It shouldn't be able to be attacked. As much money, I mean, we have a failing infrastructure across the country with all of our public utilities. And if I mean, it just seems like it defies common sense that if we don't have our act together, we're not a strong nation. We're not a strong people. So it bring it home, clean it up, quit giving money to everybody. Let's become a strong nation. And then if we can, or we have the ability, then possibly help others. It sounds selfish and isolationist is what negative people try to call it. But I just think it's common sense. I think it's how we live our normal everyday lives. most of us, and they say a week without power, or I'm not a prepper or anything like that, so I don't know a whole lot about it, but they say a week is all it will take until it becomes extremely ugly outside of our doors.
Yes. And well, imagine, look how many single mothers we have right now. And so what are you going to do when your kids are sitting there saying they're starving?
Yeah.
Whenever they're just dwindling away to nothing, you're gonna do whatever you have to protect that child.
200 billion. That's crazy. 200 billion spent over there could have been spent somewhere else better.
Yes.
Dang, 200 billion, like it ain't nothing. That ain't even in a year. That's what, just since this skirmish started, or what, earlier this year. God, that's insane. 200 billion.
What do you mean 3 days to
Man,
chaos?
I wish I had
Yeah.
access to 200 billion.
Yeah.
We could all live comfortably off 10% of that. We would never have to worry about nothing again.
Pat,
200
you
billion.
can do more than you think you can. You have a brain. You have a good brain. You have your hands.
Nothing
can
else.
do
If we run into
something.
each other, I'll put you in the back of my Red Rider wagon. I'll pull you along. You can tell me about all the stories of Texas. Save you access to the red wagon.
Yep. Don't depend on FEMA telling you.
Yeah, I mean, FEMA doesn't have. We've seen it in every natural disaster, right? They don't even have their act together for a hurricane in one city, or the floods that that you guys in the South had a problem with. Was it last year or 2 years ago? North Carolina, Tennessee, absolute chaos and disaster, and they didn't even have their act together to help those people.
No. And they I mean, look what they did in Maui. We can't depend on the government for any help. I don't think that it would be good help. I don't think it would be for your safety. That's just my opinion.
Yeah, I remember speaking of like disasters. Yeah, I mean, I talk about it a lot, but that's what I could do. If you got any controversial emails, feel free to email me or leave a comment after the show if I'm a habitual repeater of my stories. But after Helena hit it's going on 2 years ago. This September the 27th will be 2 years. I don't remember how long through all that type of stuff before I started seeing like a FEMA or like a Red Cross or one of those type of entities, because I did electrical. So for the most part, weeks and months after that, we was working hand in hand with linemen as they was carving out sections of neighborhoods and getting lines replaced. We was replacing them to the homes. And the first thing, the massive scale that I seen of like distribution or help was, I think it was the National Guard. Now I don't know if the Red Cross partners with the National Guard. I don't even think I've seen any National Red Cross presence, but I didn't go out there and get anything for myself. But it was a big, huge parking lot we have in town. It's a bunch of different businesses, but most of the businesses were shut down still. But there was this medical facility in this strip mall, and me and my coworker had to go over there and check out some things. But yeah, that whole parking lot had just turned into one big, massive distribution center. They had stuff they was cooking fresh, like off the grill. They had waters, all different type of stuff. You just drove through there, and they was just loading you up. Whatever you needed, they was throwing it in there. But I went over there and asked the guy. I said, "Who's all in control over this? Who's the command out here?" And he said, the National Guard. So I don't know, however they get their supplies or whatnot, they might have just been in charge of just overseeing the distribution, so didn't nobody go crazy.
And it should have been your state guard.
What did I say? National Guard?
Yes.
Or whatever.
So,
Yeah, the National. It's the same. The National Guard. It's all state level. The Georgia National Guard and all that.
Yes.
It's all the same thing. It don't always mean the people that's showing up is from your state, though. You know what I mean? In all the chaos,
Right.
I didn't ask where all these different people was from. I would hope that they would be local, You know, and anytime a disaster like that happens, you would think that they would keep it local. They somewhat know the people, they somewhat know the area, the infrastructures, but I think that could be where some confusion comes in. You may send some people to a totally
Mhm.
different area. Yeah, it's America, but different city, different state. You may not know the people, the infrastructure. And that's just another level of confusion that gets added onto it. You're already sending them into a disaster area. You know, people's in want and need.
That they
Uh,
don't know.
yeah,
Yes.
you know, tempers and frustrations already high. You got people wondering around why they can't get their money off of their iPhone or their card. You know, they ain't quite figured it out. No power, no internet, no digitals. You know, it's kind of
Yeah.
critical in the digitals. It's like the electric car. You know, you can't just go stay in an abandoned empty house with no power and expect your electric car just to keep going. You know, it don't work that way.
And a lot of people are going to be scared. Like, you know, it's going to take, um, man, and that's another thing. Like Pat was saying, she can't do anything because she's disabled. If you can just keep people calm, if you can read stories to children, if you can anything to keep people to a somewhat normal rhythm without panic, that's big in in any situation.
Oh yeah, any situation, yeah. Yeah, to be
Yeah,
that one person that's trying to keep people calm because everybody else is freaking out. Yeah, that's no doubt. Everybody can't be freaking out, you know. Three
right.
out of three panelists can't be freaking out. One of us got to be calm, you know. Maybe good for the views and the ratings, but you know, maybe not so much for our sanity.
Yeah,
It's going
and
to be you, Watt.
you probably saw
It'd be
some of
so,
that
you know.
in her
Even Rick Grimes couldn't do it alone. You know, he had to have a well-oiled machine to take on the zombie hordes. We just all got to strive to do better. Do better in any situation, not just when doom and gloom seems to possibly be on the horizon, even if it is just a false evidence of appearing real. You know, just always being ready, prepared. I mean, heck, when we was in school, we did fire drills, tornado drills, you know, or things like that. Why would it be so silly and ridiculous to run through scenarios in our head to be better prepared for whatever? If it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. I'm not telling you to just completely lose yourself in sight of whatever possible reality you could have going down rabbit holes and things like that. No, you got to find a balance, you know. There's not just
Yeah,
one thing that could solve a problem. There's just not just one viewpoint that could make it all clearer. You know, it's a collective. It takes a collective. It takes a life experience to be able to come up with a sum or a totality of anything that's happening here. You know,
yeah. And if it did get that bad, um, Sophia's talking about the looting. Make it look like your home's already been looted. Throw a bunch of clothes out in the yard, or belongings, dishes,
help
whatever.
Alabama's safe, then, Bunny. Alabama's safe. Yeah, they got astroturf. They're living outside. They got a fully furnished mobile home, and they just oh, that's outside. Shout out
Well,
to
see,
Alabama. I love you. You know I
they
do.
got it going on.
Yeah, they're already ahead of the curve, Bunny. Ain't nobody looting Alabama. Hell, they're safe. But yeah, no doubt. Yeah, things like that. You know, even if it doesn't happen, it's just the basic. I think it's just the basic human breakdown and stuff. If we see the way that we or society can break down with all these comforts and all these things that we have now, yeah, you could just ultimately leads your mind to just imagine what could happen. You know, if something just as simple as just the power went out or the internet went out. You know,
Yeah.
it is interesting.
I agree with you, man. I agree with you about the drills and you know, you say the internet. I mean, they definitely need to start with that because the younger generations are going to lose their mind. I mean, we
Yeah.
all know a lot of people on YouTube, and I don't know if you guys remember when YouTube was down several months ago for like 4 or 5 hours, I think, and people were
Yeah.
losing their minds because
All
they
it took
couldn't get
5
on there.
hours.
Yes. Yeah. There's some people
Yeah, I remember that.
that are confined, and it's like a well, it does. It, like we were talking earlier, it's we've built a community here of misfits, whatever you want to call us, but we're all here together for a reason. I don't believe it's by accident. And so a lot of people depend on that normalcy, that connection, um, feeling like they're a part of something, because a lot of them aren't able to be a part of something where they're at.
Right.
Yeah, especially with just the level of like addictions. Like we think of like addictions as like an adult thing. You know, adults have addiction problems. You know, adults drink, they do drugs, they may gamble, they have different vices that become addictions. But man, I think about it like the children. The children, they're just addicted to like the devices and stuff. You know, without actually picking up a needle or smoking a joint or making a drink. By the time they're born, they have that fake. They're fixated and addicted to those fake dopamine rushes of technology. Like I seen this one video. I can't remember where I saw it. And it was the shorter thing, but it was like a documentary or something. It was showing about the kids and taking away their devices, and it just showed like a parent just walking up. The son was on the tablet doing something, and they just walked up and took the tablet. And oh man, he just completely lost his mind. Like his like 5 different spirits just entered and exited his body, different things like that. And it just
Mhm.
I don't know. I think about it in the future. As much as we use technology for certain things, like anything, I believe it's the intent. But when you give something like that to a child, his mind is just still developing, absorbing. Man, it's something else. It's just those fake dopamine hits, rushes, those shiny clicks, those things that whatever the
Yes.
people that make those different type of programs and stuff. It isn't accidental. They're like we think they're silly, we think they're stupid for just doing goofy stuff, but nah, there's a reason they do that type of stuff, or why children do certain things or watch certain things. If they
Well,
can figure out how to make us click on the shiny red things and the things like that, they can do it with the children. I do.
I have seen where people are starting to buy the old-timey games, and, um, they're getting CD players, listening to
When we're
CDs.
gone, Bunny, when they're just saying old timey games. We're speaking of game night like it's some mythological thing they used to do back in the Wild West. You just
Well,
pull
I
out the deck
mean,
of cards.
even the old Nintendos, the games where you didn't need the
Oh
internet
yeah, the
to
nostalgic.
play
Yeah,
'em.
people love
Yeah,
nostalgia.
yeah, but they're also starting to play CDs instead of depending on the internet. It's good to hear that more people are, um, finding other ways to stay calm, entertain themselves, whatever, without the internet. That that's a good thing. And that I have
Yeah, I
a
mean,
whole
I
dresser
don't.
full of board games, cards, you name it. Books. I have a lot of books that I haven't read yet that I want to read. I have a lot
I
of
don't know how
things I want to
old you
make.
guys are. I'm in my mid 50s, and I very much remember the time before all of this. Growing up and the dopamine rush that Watts was talking about. I mean, we
Yes,
used to get from riding our bikes.
Natural,
Yeah, like we would get
natural
so
hit.
excited, and every day in the summer, my neighborhood, like I live in the house I grew up in, and in this neighborhood, when I was growing up, there were kids, especially in the summertime, out in the neighborhood riding their bikes, like building forts, like all kinds of things.
yes.
And now you never see the kids in the neighborhood, never.
It's not
Like,
been
and
replaced by a tablet.
exactly.
Yeah,
I
there was a
think,
time. Yeah, that's how people got it. It wasn't like some new thing that happened. People's minds and stuff always worked to a certain degree. They just figured out how to alter them, stimulate them, get it to swing in that direction. Yeah, as you were children, we had our own natural dopamine hits, doing things with friends, riding bikes, being out in nature. Just living life. We didn't have a worry in the world. Heck, our energy drinks was getting some hose water. If you had some good hose water, you could get some out of. Heck, now it's just completely flip flop. How
and
you?
so do you think that it's possible that
Yes.
someone um, paid people to go around and do shootings to keep the kids inside the homes?
I'm not saying that would be the answer at any given time, but there's always nefarious acts. If there's always somebody with a lot of money, they could easily, do something like that. We talk about the George Soroses of the world, these pay-to-play actors and provocateurs that we see and allegedly that's out and about. So if people could talk about a character like George Soros, wherever he came into play and when he came about, it wouldn't be so far-fetched to think it would be happening on a smaller scale, statewide, citywide. Bigger cities, you see it more, different places. Or just, I don't know. I've seen a lot of different documentaries, some good, some bad. And I hear about like the different stories of like the drug epidemic or like the crack epidemic of like the 80s. And like different testimonies or stuff from people in the inner city where they would say like different packages would just show up, just crates and crates of packages of different stuff would show up to different areas. They didn't know where the heck it was coming from. It would just show up, but it was basically like, what did you think was going to happen?
Yeah.
What did you think when you armed a society that you deemed uncivilized from no more than your own hand and your own structure and plan of the system? What did you think was going to happen? What did you think that was going to happen when you inputted and gave us synthetic substance that could alter the mind, body, and spirit? What did you think was going to happen?
Yes.
I've heard stories like that. Of course, was I there? No, but I mean, these testimonies, you hear them about different places. And time has a funny way of washing things away, resurfacing things. The tide comes in, the tide goes out.
Yep. That's so many things I think are purposely done by somebody for whatever reason. And you're spot on with the even
This
the
is no
medication.
no fear-based stance. This is just sheer acknowledgement. You know yourself and know the enemy. You fear not 1,000 battles.
Yes.
100 battles. Whatever. It don't matter the number of battles. You'd have no need to fear it.
Absolutely. But we even know
Talk about weird shit. Get with the program. That's what we do here at Watts World. We talk about real shit, weird shit. That's what we do. We got people on panel named Barefoot. What did you think was going to happen? I like it. But now I'm 38. I remember you said you're mid-50s. I'm 38. So, yeah, I mean, it's a wide spectrum of ideas, places, and realities converging.
I'm a little older than you, Barefoot.
Barely. If any, barely.
And the statin drugs, even, you've seen the side effects of those.
What's that?
The statins, the antidepressants, the spike drugs we were talking about the other night.
Yeah, I see so many different people or stories about those. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're already taking somebody that's trying to figure out what the heck's going on in their mind, and you just completely make them deaf, blind, and dumb to everything. What did you think was going to happen? It's just like constantly trying to open a soda that's shaking up, and you're just constantly shaking it up, and every now and then you stop, but ultimately, you're not really, it's just waiting. Something's waiting to happen. I don't understand all the mind and stuff like that, but from my small input, I can see that continuing to throw a bunch of man-made solutions at something that's beyond that is definitely not going to work. Definitely from the synthetic side. But I mean, I understand, they don't make money off healthy people. If each one of us just had to go to the doctor once we were born and that was it, what else would they be? What other purpose or racketeering could they generate? That eliminate a lot of billions of dollars in research and funding and output, allegedly. Yeah, trillions at this point. Talk about Scrooge McDuck money.
Sorry, what?
Well, I think we're under attack by like a lot, like continuously. I think now that with the SSRIs, all the I mean, they even try to put I have 3 dogs, and they even try to put my dogs on pills all the times. So like it's and then the food, like all the nonsense that they put in the food in this country, like the same company that makes the food in European countries and especially Asian countries, most of those companies, they're who provides the food in the grocery store here as well. But here in the United States, they put so much dangerous garbage in our food. Like my other half works for a company that imports foreign foods. And So, for example, like I love Cheetos that are from Asia. And the reason why is because it has like 5 ingredients. It has no dyes in it. It tastes just like our Cheetos. It's just not killing me, you know? And as far as like the SSRIs, I don't know, someone can fact check me if they know differently in chat or something, but I believe that that one thing that mass shooters all have in common is that they're on SSRIs. And you have to think about that for a second.
What does that mean? I'm out of knowing it. Just had I'm confused right now. What does that mean? If you could say.
That's the
Like antidepressants, like
Okay.
every mass shooter, like in the United States, is on an antidepressant.
Even I could see something like that. Unfortunately, it's sad to say, but I could see something like that.
Yeah. And one of the first things that they keep monitoring you with when you're on those, are you suicidal? Because they can cause you to be suicidal. So,
Right. Or harmful to others.
Yeah, I don't want anything like that.
Something like that.
I don't want anything like that in my presence or in my body.
Remember the Chantix when they came out with that? What was happening to people? And it was like, okay, you want them to quit smoking, and so you're making them aggressive and crazy already. Let's take the cigarettes away too. Yeah, that's gonna make a happy person.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not judging anybody that takes it. There may be some type of concoction or formulation or something like that may give some type of relief. I don't know, but I think the overproduction and the over just in your type of face they put all that type of stuff and put so many people in, it's ridiculous.
Yep.
Oh man, it's crazy. Yeah,
and Huckleberry said that sleeping pill too. Forgot the name. I can't think of the name either, but I know the one that he's talking about.
Yeah, I don't want to take a pill that's going to put me to sleep.
Yeah, like I had a girlfriend that was, I'm pretty sure the pill he's talking about, I had a girlfriend that was on that like 20 years ago. And she said she would do things like she would get up in the middle of the night, go to a convenience store and buy a whole bunch of candy and like sit in her car and eat it and then go home and go to sleep and then wake up the next day and not even remember going to the convenience store.
Oh, wow.
Well, I can vouch for that. I used to do something similar to that. I used to do that with cheesecakes and cinnamon buns, but I wouldn't leave the house. I would all do it in-house and then wake up and be like, damn, who the hell ate all my snacks? And then it was just me.
That's called a food coma.
That's what it was, yeah. I like that, but yeah. That's crazy, but yeah, to make it all the way out and drive to the store and do all that type of stuff. I mean, yeah, it's believable. I mean, it'd be almost like sleepwalking to a different degree or whatever. I don't know. I did that as a kid. Sometimes I kind of remember what happened, but for the most part, not so much. Message in a bottle. If it was written in cursive, hell, the majority of the population screwed. They won't never know what's going on. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna just send out a vast assortment of messages and bottles in cursive.
Oh, that's what it was.
I might have to get a refresher course. I forget how some of them capital letters went.
Yeah.
I need a little bit of refresher myself, really. Hey. Yeah, if you get a message in a bottle from George and it looks like a doctor that wrote it in cursive, that may or may not be mine. You can translate it, so be it.
I write in both. I print and write in cursive. If I want it to stick out, I write it in print. Otherwise, it's just in cursive.
I don't know. Here, I remember that like in kindergarten or like first grade.
I've learned that I do this weird mix of both.
Yeah.
Yeah, depending on what I'm doing, yeah. But I remember they gave us in like kindergarten or first grade, they gave us these little booklets or the pamphlets They had the lines across them, and it showed you like the cursive letters all drawn out and the regular letters.
Mhm.
But I mean, hell, that's probably forever ago now for most people. That's how I know I'm getting old, you know. But heck, we had things like that still in the late '90s.
Well, they that's still a thing. I haven't seen it for cursive, but for the handwriting, with my granddaughter, the indentation, they don't do the big chief tablets anymore. I haven't seen those in a long time. But the paper's like indented or it'll have marks and
Yeah.
to draw the letter in. And
Mhm.
but she's doing really good with her letters now, and she's in competition with little brother. So
There you go. Keep
that
them
helps.
both sharp. They'll keep each other sharp.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got to have something
My
to stimulate your mind, stimulate something outside of just the overall cognitive dissonance and just uh, electronic smog they just bombard us with, you know?
yeah.
Oh, and that
Yeah, and
was,
allegedly, like the electronic stuff makes.
go ahead. I just had an autistic moment. Now go ahead, just excuse me. Take it away.
Makes what?
Oh no, sorry, Watson. I think I have a delay. Is like why I keep
That's
interrupting you,
okay. It's
man. I'm
nice to
sorry.
enjoy the lag.
The
I've embraced it.
they say the electronic stuff has like made our attention spans a lot shorter, and I think that's true because I used to love to read and I read a lot, but now I don't find it as easy. Probably some of it is, I wear glasses now or I didn't used to, like different common things like that. But I find my mind wanders off. It's a lot harder to get into what I'm reading and kind of go there than
Mhm.
what it used to be. And I do think that's because of, having a screen and being able to get information easier in just a short amount of time and, in smaller format, like all those things.
It
And
does.
instead of like having the imagination to read a book and, because I think we've all probably read books that, the book ends and you're like, damn, like I wish that hadn't ended. It was so good. And, you kind of like went there in the book and I have a really hard time with it now.
Oh, no doubt. I could definitely see that, you know?
Yeah.
I guess like anytime you get away from any type of source, any type of original source, whatever it may be, or the organic or the real version, yeah. Uh, anything that could go with anything, but yeah, I could definitely see it with reading. Yeah, I mean they make it so easy. Yeah, you could just look at whatever you want to look at. You know, they got a movie about it, a show about it. You know, I think that all comes into play. But I mean, at least we still have some level of understanding and can differentiate it. Can have some feeling about it. You know, the future generations, or if I had a child now, I don't even know. It'd be kind of weird, especially now. You look at it. Smart devices came out in 2007. Those kids just graduated high school. What last year? They just became 18 last year, so they're in college. They're all like freshmen or sophomore in college. That's like the next generation. So they've had a whole lifetime of smart devices. You know, that's not even counting any generation or whatever we're in now. Alpha, betas. I don't know what we're in now. You know, I don't know what they're calling the generation. I think we don't went to the Greek alphabet. I think we might be betas. They got the betas out now.
So do you think there's something out there that could cause people's attention span to be lower? Like I saw that the average attention span is I can't remember if it was 10 seconds or 10 minutes. It wasn't very long.
Oh yeah, yeah. Like you said, the more we look at stuff like that and stuff, and it's just the more you interact with it, whatever it is. Now, if you could look at it for information and stuff like that, yeah. But just think of like the shorts or stuff like on YouTube. They promote the shorts, and they're what like 30 seconds, 60 seconds, real short format videos. Those are promoted and stuff to a certain degree. Yeah. The more you detach from the real or whatever, Or just like when you was a kid, you know, getting those natural dopamine hits, doing stuff as a kid, you wasn't thinking about all the extra stuff. You didn't have a device. There wasn't no device to think about. So time had a different way of flowing. It felt different. You know, people say it felt different back in the day, or those were the good old days. You know, it was a certain level of disconnect, but a level of disconnect doesn't have to be bad. You can be disconnected from something that's meaning you harm or no good, you know?
Yeah.
You disconnect or release
Yeah.
or let go of certain things that we don't want. Disconnection don't always have to be bad, in my opinion, you know? Yeah, most
True.
people didn't want cable, they disconnected cable, you know?
Right.
But yeah, we think about that versus now where everything can, if you're in the system or you're doing these type of things, even if you're trying to do it for whatever you want and you're trying to stay in your own lane, there's so much gets thrown at you, so many side distractions, you know. You have to do so much more for your time now with things costing more, different things like that.
Yeah.
Like they say, like standards of living, man, that was crazy. Go back and look at like older times and stuff like that, you know. Back when my granddad, you know, he could just buy a whole piece of property for like, you know, $250, an old mule and some pickles, you know, a handshake and some pickles out of the cellar or some crazy stuff. Now it's just, man, we do some work for this one apartment complex, and it's pretty much across the board, but they're proud of it. We was in their office the other day, and they had the little flyer out that tells what all credentials and stuff you got to meet to get in there. It was crazy. Like the rent in there is already like in the thousands to rent, and then it's like you got to make 3 to 5 times whatever your rent is per month. You got to make all of this and have all these qualifications. And I'm doing the math in my head. I'm thinking, man, if somebody's making that much cash, why the hell are they in these apartments? You know, I know some people that's just their thing, but me personally, not
Exactly.
so much.
Yeah.
You know,
Yep.
yeah. If I'm making 7-8 grand, if I'm making 7-8 grand a month, you know, I'd probably be investing in my own property or something different. You know, if that was me,
Right.
whatever the numbers add up to.
And earlier, whenever I said found it, you were talking about y'all were digging for the electrical line, I guess, and you found the cable.
Oh
Cut
yeah,
it,
we'll find it.
cut the cable.
Yeah, we'll
And
find it. We'll find it. Found it. Lost it again.
I was laughing that you said found it.
Yeah, I'm thinking, who the heck ran all this extra cable for no reason? But it makes sense because I see people that's got cable in certain neighborhoods now. I guess they don't even bury the cable. You know, they'll just have all this unnecessary cable just running around the yard. Looks like they're trying to do some illegal Breaking Bad stuff. You know, like what the heck is all this going on? They just trying to get. They just trying to get ESPN. You know, and the guy was like, "Oh, we don't bury them no more. They have another crew that comes and buries them." And I'm thinking, well, who are these crews? Where are they at? Because nothing's getting buried. Everything's just laying around. You know what I mean? Oh,
Right.
all it takes is one idiot with the weed whacker, and you're out of business. I don't want my entertainment pleasures depending on one idiot with a weed whacker. It don't sound very self-sustainable.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Yeah. I think the Wi-Fi could be affecting us.
Well, I think it was
It-
Huck saying that if we worry about the flock cameras while we're carrying around our tracking devices in our pockets, and
Yeah.
that's a good point, you know. And the two things on that kind of just came to mind is that if so I mean all cars, like the law was signed like saying that all cars made after 27 have to have that device that determines whether we're sober and all this different kind of nonsense.
Yeah.
You know, so it's going to take the place of flock in reality, right? And I also read that one of the things like the beta testing, or I think if that's what you call it, that flock is doing is where, okay, like, so the municipalities like are especially the last several months are increasingly canceling their contracts with flock because the people are PO'd about it. But
Yeah.
so flock is beta testing, putting their cameras on garbage trucks. And so contracting with garbage services,
Of course,
like
why
around
not?
here is called Rumpke, and those things go into every neighborhood and could actually gather more information than the one standing at the end of the road.
Yeah.
Yeah, no doubt. Cell phones are great, but you don't have to put your whole life on them. Yeah, no doubt. And you hear like those testimonies, a lot of those executives or people, or even like your Zuckerbergies or people like that said, yeah, I mean, it's just phenomenal statistics, phenomenal input. You know, people was just telling us everything. They was letting us know when they left the house, when they was coming back. They hashtagged and tagged in the babysitter. They gave us pictures on everywhere they went. They went. So yeah, I mean, it just worked great. You know, expanded the full database, different things like that. You know, social medias.
Well, the weird thing that happened to me today, I was on my computer and I went to look at my email, and Google wanted me to sign in because they said I had to link everything before I could look at my email. And I was like, what is
So they can
this?
look at it.
Yes. And so it's all connected. Google is connected to everything, your everything, your email, your and it has all of your information. And so could it sell it to a third party? Absolutely. And I think that that's a lot of what's happening.
Oh yeah, a lot of companies are making a lot of money. They're making more money by selling data that they gather than they're making by the product that they sell. That
Yes.
says a lot.
Yep.
It's crazy. Yeah. Hmm. See, the Meemaws was on to something. They tried to get away and they escaped the bingo night. We wasn't listening. Thought the Meemaws were crazy for wanting to go to bingo night. Now I'm thinking about going to the bingo night. You know, I had to go up to the
Fun.
VFW and see what's going on.
Yes, it is fun. Anytime we're traveling, I look for a VFW nearby because sometimes they'll have live music. They always have something going on at the
There's
VFW.
something always. Yeah, you're right.
Good people. Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, they're like the Legions or the VFWs. I don't think they're connected. I think of course they're separate to whatever degree or however, you know. I know the
Mhm.
VFW, that's the veterans of foreign wars.
Yeah.
The Legion, I forget exactly what it is. I think it's military, but I forget how it's based. But
I haven't
we
heard
have
of
both
Legion.
VFWs and Legions.
Oh, okay. I haven't heard of Legions
Dual
even.
dual jurisdiction. They let them have both.
Hmm.
I forget. Uh, I used to have a bunch of that stuff. Like still would come in the mail, stuff in the mail, and it would have my name on it. But of course, it was really my dad's name because me and him have the same name. But yeah, I would get stuff in the mail and it would have his stuff on it still. For the longest, I'm thinking, man, he's been gone for way long. Why the heck are they still sending stuff like that years and years later? You
Yeah.
know what I mean?
Yeah.
Probably weekly I get those with my mom, like, and they especially from DAV, from Disabled Veterans, and she gave money to all those different veteran organizations, and so they'll send an envelope and it'll have the little stickers to put on the envelopes. It'll have
Yeah.
American flag stickers, little calendars, and when I see them, like, I think, dang, like, these are cool. And like, I kept some of them, but I thought this is really silly because I truly cannot tell you the last time I mailed something. So it's,
Oh, wow.
I'm not sure. Like, I guess people do still mail stuff because they send those things out, but
Oh yeah, not
I
as
do.
much, but yeah, in small circulations for sure.
I mail bills, cards,
Yeah, man.
letters.
Yeah, one of my grandmas knew a lady like that back in the day, but she was like before people was like super couponing and doing all that type of stuff. She was already doing it, man. She had way too much stuff. Like I went to her whole,
Mhm.
like her house was just like a grocery store, whatever
Yeah.
was. I think she was probably like one of them people that you would hear about. They go to the store and they end up giving her money. You know, she's coming out 2 buggy loads full and $15.78 richer or something. However it equaled up.
I've
Yeah, I
had
don't
that
know how she did it.
happen where I used coupons and they owed me money in the end.
Yeah, they broke the system. I don't even you can do that no more. They figure that's like winning the lottery.
That's our. It was when our grocery store did the double coupons too, so it made it easier to do that because you could get it almost free. Or
Yeah, we'll do a little bitching along the way. We're still gonna live it. We're still gonna push through it. We're still gonna
yeah,
come better on the other side. Hopefully, I would hope so. You know,
yeah,
hopefully, I'm talking to a better version of Bunny than yesterday. Better version of Barefoot. That's ultimately nothing. If anything else, that's who we're at battle with. Is to be better than we were yesterday. I think if everything else kind of just start falling into place.
Right. I agree.
My opinion.
yeah. And that's the thing is to keep living life. You have to find enjoyment in life. We can't just say we're all doomed and just give up. You- I'm pretty sure that that is annoying somebody to see people going to the football games, going to the park, the kids playing, the swimming pools still packed. It's people out jogging. People are still living life. We can't give that up.
Not no way, not no how.
Nope.
Yeah, school's never not in session. The school of life, you know. Maybe the school of hard knocks. You're definitely gonna take some hard knocks along the way. You know.
Yep.
Nothing else, you're a little bit tougher. You know,
I think
builds up that scar
it's
tissue.
exactly, and it's necessary. I think that's necessary to appreciate the good times. You know, we
Got to.
Yes,
definitely wouldn't have much appreciation if sometimes things weren't a challenge.
that's
No,
true. And it pushes you to either use your mind more or build up your strength.
I'm gonna do that one night. I'm gonna just do like a generate an avatar, like a just completely doomsday. This is the end avatar with just like all type of like AI faces and stuff in there, and just see what happens. You know,
Yep.
do like a I don't know, do anything with the AI. You could just I just pull on celebrity doomsday, celebrity deathmatch, thumbnail it.
Yes, Kim. Gratitude. That's a big one.
Gratitude. Your gratitude
Forgiveness.
determines your latitude.
Yep.
You ever heard that saying?
Yes.
Didn't we just created one? But yeah, it definitely determines your latitude, how you want to stay. Think if nothing
And
else, if you ever think about like the cartoons you ever watched like as a kid or when I watched as a kid, you see those cartoons and the character was fixing to get ready to do something that had like a the angel on one shoulder with the wings and it had like the devil or demon creature on the other side with the horns and the tail and
yeah.
everything. I always kind of looked at it as like the animalistic way of thinking, you know, the horns, the animal, the goat, whatever it is. It just keeps you kind of tied down into that way of thinking, or like the angel, the wings. It kind of keeps you ascended, elevated, uh,
Yep.
different way of thinking in a way. You know what I mean? If that even made sense.
It did. And that's why forgiveness is important too, because you don't want to hold a grudge because it's only going to hurt you.
Yeah, you stay tied down to a negative, animalistic, a worldly way of thinking. Yeah, you're going to constantly, you're not going to reach certain altitudes. You're going to stay kind of dormant. You know, kind of suck
Yeah.
if a bird could fly and it could just hop around on the ground. You know, that'd be kind of a boring life for a bird, just to have the wings and the capabilities to fly, but just be hopping around on the bird. I mean, hopping around on the ground. We have dominion over the birds and all the creatures of the world. We definitely should be soaring to different altitudes, different ascensions, you know. Not saying physically. I'm not saying just go glue some wings on your back and be like, what was it? The guy, the guy that flew too close to the sun. You know, I'm not telling you to do that. Yeah. Yeah.
I don't
Stop
know
holding
about
on to
that.
things. Stop holding on to these extra grudges, these extra baggages, these extra burdens that you ain't got to. You know what I mean?
Yep.
There's no reason for them. There's no need for them.
Huckleberry.
Yeah,
Yeah, Pat, they're still spraying the skies. I think that's a given. I don't know how. Who controls that?
see, upper atmos, what they call it, upper atmospheric aerosolings. You know, just a little sky dust, buddy. Doesn't
Yep.
affect the humanoids. It just keeps all the cryptics at bay, all the fairies, all the Bigfoots, all the barefoots, all the bulldogs.
Right.
Keeps us all docile.
hmm
Humanoids, it just kind of irritates them, makes them ornery. You know, they got all them teeth and no toothbrushes. That's how
Yep.
you know the toothbrush wasn't invented in Alabama. It would have been called a toothbrush. That's how you know it wasn't invented there. As we know, the teeth. Right? That's your Alabama humor for tonight, ladies and gentlemen. Appreciate it. If you will, if you're from Alabama, still appreciate it because you still know it's true. I love you all the same. Icarus, there you go. Icarus, yeah. Don't fly too close to the sun. Wouldn't recommend it now anyway. They say it ain't the real sun, the fake sun. I don't know. It feels like it's already here. I don't need wings to be like Icarus. I'm already melting. You know, I don't need the wax on my back. It already feels like it's right there. Man. But like a dang, if anybody ever watched the episode of Seinfeld, if anybody ever watched the show, there was an episode where Kramer, he got this bright idea that he was going to go out and sunbathe out in the sun. And I forgot what he used, like butter. So like everybody's coming in from the end of the day and they're like,
That or Crisco or
somebody's got a
something like
barbecue.
that.
Yeah, they're like, something's cooking, something smells good. So they're all running through the apartment building to figure out who's cooking. Then here comes Newman, the heavy set guy. Hey, what's cooking? What's cooking? And then Jerry's like, oh shit, Kramer was on the roof suntanning. So they all run up there and he's all toasted and crispy. Oh man. I don't even know what made me think about that.
Good
Yeah.
stuff.
He had a son, yeah.
Crazy Kramer.
Yeah, he coated himself in butter, smelling like a freshly baked turkey. Jive turkeys. There you go, Johnny. Let us know how it is. If you make contact with the moon, please document it. If you don't go live until then, please make that your mission to go live then. I don't know. Would the cell phones make it up there? Could you use your phone on the moon?
I doubt it.
I don't know. You probably could like record a video if your phone didn't explode. I don't know if it can handle the pressure.
What was that show? I'm going to send you to the moon. Alice? Something?
Fly me to the moon.
The honeymooners.
The honeymooners, yeah.
Honeymooners.
Yeah, that's funny how they call that part when you get married the honeymoon. Interesting stuff. I don't want nobody to fly me to the moon.
There's like 12,000 satellites. There's like 12,000 satellites orbiting the Earth like every day. So you would think the cell phones would work from the moon.
You would think they could get something up there. Hell, They talk about sending up the AI robots to colonize and infrastructurize the moon, allegedly. So, I guess they got to have some Wi-Fi boosters or something, I don't know how that works. Maybe they'll just tether. Maybe they'll just tether the Earth to the moon some type of way, some type of intergalactic cable.
Yeah.
Could be possible, Got these high-speed railways across the ocean. So, hey, if we can't tether to the moon, what are we doing here?
I must have missed that. Smart Dust and CRISPRs.
Yeah, some things, You just be glad you missed out on them, buddy.
Okay, good.
Even me coming up in the late 1900s, I'm glad I missed out on certain things. Starlink is on the moon.
Good question, Pilgrim.
Yeah, I'm not going there on somebody else's bid. Even if I could afford to do it, I wouldn't do it.
Nah.
Just too much that could go wrong. Castaway on Earth, maybe I could swing it. I already got a beard and stuff like that. But yeah, I don't see Castaway on the moon working. I don't see there being a sequel to that story.
I think half of that space travel stuff, if not more, is just bogus anyway. I never understood why we're so intrigued by going to Mars and, can we put people on Mars by 20 something or 21 something? And it's like, what about the moon? Like, I mean, if you can really go there to begin with, like, it doesn't that just seem a lot less complicated than going to Mars, which is way more inhospitable than even the moon would be.
I don't know, maybe like the leapfrog effect, maybe, I don't know. It's just, but yeah, it never really makes sense ultimately, completely in my mind either. I've seen Total Recall. It didn't end too well on Mars. Well, yeah, it did. They got atmosphere and all that type of stuff. But anyway, maybe a bad reference. Maybe one time that it did end well on Mars. Mars Attacks didn't go over too well. Another one I watched as a kid. I don't know, maybe the early 2000s. It was called The Ghosts of Mars. In this storyline, they had already established like different infrastructures and stuff on Mars. And they had this crew that was like an archaeological site. They had found like existence of pre-life and stuff on Mars. But somehow they released something like a spirit or a demon or something. So it started turning like all the people on Mars insane. So they sent in this crew to see what was going on. Pretty standard procedure, pretty standard procedure stuff when you're dealing with Mars. Yeah, the Ghosts of Mars. I think Ice Cube was in it. I think Ice Cube was like one of the main guys, and he was kicking ass on Mars. How about that?
Standard procedure.
Oh yeah, standard procedure. Standard procedure. I forget how they got there. It might have been a ship, or I don't know. I forget that part of the movie. I always kind of leave that out. They're just not there, then they're there. They kind of leave out that middle part,
It's that time travel.
Time travel, portal is, I don't know.
Yep.
Don't sign me up for that program. So I'm kind of leery about getting cryogenically frozen. It might just self-submit me for that program. I wake up and I'm on Mars. Oh, shit. You ain't going to know it at first. You ain't just going to automatically like, oh, well, I guess I woke up on Mars, Hell no.
I'm sure the scenery would be different in Georgia.
Oh, shit. Everything's different. Yeah, I can't go to Alabama without doing a full cleanse and chakra realignment. So I could just imagine you talking about Mars. That's an intergalactic space. Yeah. You talk about jet lag. Man. Yeah, that'd be my luck. Wake up in like the year 2021, 26, just in the middle of Mars colonization. Just look back down and you can see Earth and it's just like one giant Disney World or amusement park. Yep. Might include that part in my movie.
Oh, you're writing a movie.
Everybody's writing a movie, Bonnie. Everybody's writing a movie, writing a story. Yeah, I encourage it. Write a book. I'll read it. Direct a movie. I'll watch it.
Today I found 2 spiral notebooks that I haven't written any notes in yet.
Yeah, write it down.
Woohoo! Because I've got tons of notebooks that are just full of notes that I've taken over the last, since 2013.
Oh damn,
Yeah.
you got some stuff.
Well, good luck trying to organize it or put it all together. The kids are going to be like, what?
Still processing Y2K files, Bonnie. You're already ahead of me. At least you're in this decade. You ever heard that song, Bonnie? I
I
got five
scribbled
on
down
it.
a lot of notes, but then sorry, what's
No,
go ahead,
I'm
man.
sorry. It's just a lag. Just a random question. Go ahead.
No, I was saying like if like I'll make notes, like I definitely make notes, but a week later, probably half of them I don't even know why I made the note. It's not.
Yeah.
Yeah. I try to be. I do the same thing. I learned that. Yeah, try to be maybe as specific as you can, but even then, sometimes even as specific as you can be, it was just for that moment. You know exactly. All right, what led up to these particular thoughts? You know. Yeah.
Yeah.
For certain patterns or certain things that I see that are just, if nothing else, for your own maybe our own health or well being, just to notice certain habits or certain patterns. Maybe if you weren't writing them down or jotting them down, you wouldn't really think about them. Not saying it may be an issue, not saying it isn't an issue. You know, just different documentation or different journals. They keep documentation on journals of all of us. We might as well do it for ourselves. You know, why not?
Yes. Then that's, I was going to paint all the walls black with the chalk paint and look like the mad scientist with all these
Oh, I definitely encourage that.
written all
Hell
over
yeah,
the walls.
please do. Yeah, yeah. Now, that's the type of stuff we encourage here. I encourage you to paint your entire outside of your house in chalk paint. If anybody has that thrill or that desire, please do document it. I will give that a thumbs up and support that.
Next time we see Bonnie, she'll be coming on panel from the asylum because her family thought she went nuts.
Yeah, yeah. Never mind. Don't do that. Abort all missions. Any missions that may be currently in progress, abort all missions.
Oh, they thought that a long time ago. And what's funny is now they're sending me things that we have talked about for years. Like they just found it. And I'm like, yep, you're on the right track. Keep going. And so they're starting to see things a whole lot more clearly than used to be. They were like, Mom, we don't want to talk to you because you just make it sound like it's the end of the world now. I'm like, no, it's not the end of the world. I just want you to pay attention to these things.
Kim is
Yeah.
already locked in. She says she's doing it tomorrow. I think she can do that. I think she can legally do that in Australia. I could be wrong. Like that one guy, the doodle guy, just complete everything he does is doodles, and he's got this doodle house, and every square inch of this house is just completely covered inside and outside with doodles.
Mm-hmm.
I said, man, that would drive me insane, you
It
know.
would, but I can understand it.
But then I guess in his mind, that's probably the level of sanity that he needs.
It's putting everything together and making it make sense. I mean, that's why they did it back in the day.
Oh, it's a doodler's paradise, Bonnie.
It actually is a really, really good idea that you can apply to different things. Like if you painted if I painted the outside of my house with chalk, like the chalk paint, that's actually a really interesting idea. Like you could fundraise like for some fundraiser that way. And people pay $5 to come like do whatever on the side of your house. Just the novelty of it would be a seller. And
Right.
social media, probably thousands of people would watch something like that on YouTube.
All right, this talk house is back on, ladies and gentlemen. I love it. You got a new life in it already. I like it. Hell yeah.
That's true. I could see it.
Yeah, just make sure you tag us in this. We want to see this whole chalk house transformation take place. Save some room for good go dogs on there at some point,
You got my wheels turning, man.
I mean, it could be. You might as well. Everything else is, marketable or to that degree. Can't watch any type of professional sports without a patch or somebody, some type of subscriber or some type of endorser on there. So I mean, it's
Yeah.
like, I don't know.
The town where I was at Christmas, they would put up this big, they would build it like it was, the folding boards where it has different sections, and they would put that up there, and all the tourists, well, anybody who wanted to, would go and write something for Christmas. It was at Christmas time that they would put it up, and oh man, there were people from all over the world signing that thing. It was pretty cool.
All right, we're back in business. I'm liking it. We'll figure it out. We'll be trying to figure out why there's just a surge in whatever you call that type of paint. What, chalkboard paint?
Yep.
Yeah, they'll try to figure out why the hell there's just this massive surge in chalkboard paint all of a sudden.
I just created a YouTube channel for my chalk house, just so everybody knows.
Hell yeah.
Cool.
I like
There
it.
you go.
I'm just
That's what
kidding
I'm
him,
talking
obviously.
about. Yeah, that's definitely solving a world problem. We definitely could chalk that one up. No pun intended. I think Johnny would probably be in. I think Johnny would probably do the chalk house. He'd probably do like the indoor version. Everything inside would be the chalked out.
Yep.
Just don't cover up your windows. Don't do that. You got to let some type of light in there. Make sure you forget your windows when you completely spray paint your house. Who knows? Maybe we need to get a blue chalkboard background. Maybe that could be more safe and more efficient.
And more acceptable to the neighbors,
More acceptable.
probably.
Yeah, to the universe. Yeah, no doubt. We need to do some more research. We need to do some more hands-on research for this first. I think at that point, if you're fully painting your house in chalkboard paint, I don't think clothes is an option. Clothes aren't something you really take, as a high regard.
Right.
No doubt.
Well, Moonchild found her superpower.
You might just want to wear clothes while you're painting, though. If not, you just come out looking like a Dalmatian. I don't know which spectrum it would be. I don't know if it would be like a zebra. I don't know if it has it's a black zebra with white stripes, or it's a white zebra with black stripes. I don't know. I guess it's depending on which side you're looking at. Yeah, it would be weird just being born fully clothed. Be too many more questions to be asked, Too many questions. Just come fully popping out of the onesie, Onesie and a pacifier already waddled up. Like as a kid, you see the cartoon of the stork. The stork just picking up these babies and just taking them to the people. Like they was delivering Christmas gifts like Santa Claus. They're just dropping babies down the chimneys in the front door.
Yep.
Oh, that's funny. But seriously, if you look at a period in time, you could do that. You could do something like that through the mail. No lie. I think into like the late 1800s, the early 1900s in certain parts. Yeah.
They were mailing babies.
Oh, yeah. You can look it up.
I think I've heard that before. Yeah, I think I've heard that before.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Look into the Cabbage Patch Kids. Yeah, that's a whole thing. But yeah. Yeah, no doubt.
Wow.
I forget what year officially they cited it one year that said, all right, from henceforth it's no longer allowed. I want to say it was somewhere in the early 1900s. It might have been 1913. I could be wrong, but it was somewhere in the early 1900s that they officially said, nope, we're not playing this anymore. Give you all the mail-in brides you want, all the mail-order brides, but no, can't send little Timmy to Massachusetts. Can't do that.
Of course, it'd be 1913. Everything happened in 1913.
Yeah, don't quote me on the
Yeah,
1913.
you're right.
Yeah, it did officially
No,
become a.
you're right. I looked it up.
It was. See, there you go. Some things you
Yep.
just can't look up. Of
Goodness.
course, they wanted to do it their
It
way.
said you could ship anything below 50 pounds before 1913.
Yeah, anything below 50 pounds.
Wow.
It's
Imagine
wild.
that, ladies and gentlemen. Imagine that.
Mm-mm.
It says this couple here in Ohio, they shipped their 10-pound infant son to his grandmother's house about a mile away, paying 15 cents in postage and springing for $50 in insurance just in case something bad happened.
Yeah,
A mile away.
Yep.
My
yeah.
goodness. It's your turn, Grandma.
That's crazy. You know what I mean? Like, how big was this baby? You couldn't tote it a mile? Man, it's just too much. See, it's just, sometimes the more we know, it's just more questions. It's too many questions.
Right.
And they
Man.
tell us we're lazy now.
Yeah, we're obese now. Hell, these people couldn't even carry their kids in the early 1900s. Hell, they had to pay somebody to take them down the street. They had to call the mailman to take them to the candy lady.
Oh my
Oh,
goodness.
man. Yeah, something ain't adding up there.
And honestly, some of our mail carriers in the past have not been the friendliest people. So I can't even imagine the eye rolls that you would get when the mailman has to carry a
Got to
baby.
pick up a screaming baby.
Right.
Yeah, these people don't even want to deliver the flat screens and the various Grubhub orders, man. They definitely wasn't having the screaming babies. And all that was like horse drones still at that time. There probably been some automation or something maybe in your inner cities, but yeah, it's too much to focus on. Man, yeah, you think school bus
Before-
drivers had it tough now? Shoot.
420 says drone delivery. So maybe the stork you were talking about, maybe that idea we grew up with or when we were little was predictive of the future.
Well, I definitely think so. There's definitely some aspects. I mean, different parts of literature, different parts of history, different authors, like the people like the H.G. Wells. A lot of people know him for the
Yeah.
time machine, but a lot of his novels and stuff was like so allegedly so far ahead of its time than what we know of what was happening in the late 1800s, early 1900s, stuff like that. So yeah, could be. Or even like I seen a couple years ago, or maybe it was last year, I seen this video online. It was a recruitment video for the military. I don't know which branch. It might have been for the Army, but yeah, it was like all AI. It was a whole AI video, and then at one point it kind of panned up to the birds in the sky, and it looked like birds were flying, but then the birds kind of like transformed and morphed into these drones. They kind of glitched out and showed their true form that were like drones. And I thought, that was kind of interesting. Just kind of, we already know different technologies are in play in different regions, whether we see them or not, but just to show something like that in a commercial, I thought it was pretty funny. And then I thought about the people that you find like online for whatever degree of seriousness they put into it, the people that say that birds aren't real. I thought about the birds aren't real community. And I was like, well, damn, maybe for one sliver, I thought maybe they were on to something. But yeah, it just showed like the flock of birds flying over the soldiers and they all turned into drones. 369.
And how come the drones can't be keeping track of us? Or are they? I mean,
on point, yeah. They're finding people out in the desert off the ghost heart finders, money. What do you think they're doing when they got us all corralled here in these cities and these states and these 15-minute cities? You know what I mean? They're finding the best and brightest out in the desert with the ghost heart, whatever that was. Remember that when they said they found the guy with the ghost heartbeat or something? Whatever the heck that was about. That whole little thing went away real quick, Like we need to find out more of that stuff. What type of Bruce Wayne technologies y'all got going on.
Right.
But it don't really surprise me. Certain things they say, whatever its purpose or intent. Seeing through walls, doing things like that. There was an Arnold movie that came out maybe in the late '90s, early 2000s. It was called Eraser. The movie was called Eraser. It starred him. I think I can't remember. It's got a different actors, actress in it. But anyway, he worked for a government agency. You know, if things went wrong, they went in to maybe take somebody out, or literally take somebody out. But there was a scene in the movie where they
Oh,
showed
wow.
like these guns that they had that were like futuristic, and when they looked through the scope, it could see through your house, your car, your warehouse, and it could show your complete body outline, your skeleton, everything around you. When they looked through these type of scopes, and I remember seeing that in the movie as a kid. That might have been mid to late '90s when that movie came out, and I was thinking, man, that's like some. Just imagine when they can do something like that, and now it don't really seem so far fetched. But yeah, if they was putting it in a movie, then they definitely had the capabilities at some point. You know,
Yeah.
if anybody's ever seen the movie Eraser, you know what I'm talking about. No, not Jamie Lee Curtis. That was the other movie. That was
Oh,
where he
what
was like a
movie?
spy, and Jamie Lee Curtis didn't know he was a spy or something.
Yes. But
Deep.
wasn't she also?
What's that?
Wasn't she a spy also? But neither one knew it.
I don't
Maybe
think
not.
she was a spy. I think she was kind of like a, no offense, but she was like a plain Jane like housewife. She thought her husband kind of like had a boring life or whatever, but the whole time he was like a spy or whatever. And then like she found out, and there was like some schmuck in there that was like pretending to be a spy and whatever. It was, yeah, True Lies. I think the movie was called True Lies. Could be wrong, but Mr. and Mrs. Smith. That was a movie where they were both spies and they didn't know it. I think that was like an older movie or older show, and then they remade it. They had Brad Pitt and Angelina Jolie. Allegedly, they were both spies and didn't know it until they got sent to a mission to take each other out. Yeah, I still in the back of my mind that still plays out. You know, when I hear somebody say 369, it reminds me of the early 2000s Little John song. You know, 369. Damn, she's fine. You know, if you heard it, you heard it. You know, if you don't know, then you know. They probably memory erasered you. Shout out to Little John. Ain't no telling what he's up to now. Probably ain't little no more. At some point, you just feel obligated. All right, I'm big enough now. I'm just John. Not little no more. Just me. That's just
Wasn't
me.
there a song? Big John, Big Bad John.
Big John. Big Bad John.
Wasn't there something like that?
One song where the guy was talking about a boy named Sue or something. I don't know. There's probably been a couple songs. Probably just merged them all together into one. Yeah. I met a guy named that one time. What was his name? And it surprised me. I was like, damn, I ain't never heard of a guy named this before. It was I don't know. It might have been something simple. Might have been Stacy. Yeah, it was when I was in the union, and this guy said, "What's up?" I said, "What's up, man? My name is Stacy." You know, like that old raspy, like construction worker voice. You know,
Yeah.
he's putting out one cigarette and chain smoking. He's lighting another one as he's telling me, "Hey, my name's Stacy." I think, man, what's, you know, if he was joking or not. I was like, "All right, nice to meet you, Stacy." That was his name. Hell, Stacy.
I knew a guy named Stacy.
I guess it's more common than I thought. Maybe it was just me. You know. I don't know. Like I had can remember meeting probably 3 or 4 female Stacys. Never really thought about it, you know. And this big old burly construction worker, so I'm like, yep, my name's Stacy. My friends call me Stacy. You can call me Stacy too. It's like, well, it's better than soup. They picked a better choice. It's a lot better than soup.
Right.
Huh. Funny you say that. My middle name's Sue. Stacy Sue Jones. I'm like, damn, bro. Yeah. Just walk away on the guy. Walk away like you just didn't even have the conversation. Just walk away. Just turn your back on him and walk away. Tracy. Yeah, I went to school with a guy, Tracy. Yeah.
Yep. 420 wants to know what opens your third ear.
What exactly triggers you? Let me see what it'll do. It's different. It's different with everybody else. A lot of people put a lot of focus into opening their third eye. People ultimately they lose sight of opening their third ear. As funny as it sounds, but it's different for different people. I guess it's one of the things. Once you start to notice it, you'll notice it. Some people, it's a frontal opening somewhere near your third eye, and there's like a conjunction that lines up with it. For some people, it's on the back of your head. It becomes like a backwards third ear. There's definitely a lot of science to it. I ain't quite figured it out yet myself. Still got stuff coming in. Still trying to figure it out.
Mamas have that. They know when you're behind them.
You could hear colors more efficiently. Could be a certain frequency. Could be a certain. Who knows? Allegedly, of course. Stacey King, basketball players from the 1990s. Johnny, I think you were like a 1990s connoisseur. You know what I mean? Like if I ever went on the TV show, Who Doesn't Want to Be a Millionaire? And there was a 90s question that I couldn't figure out, I'd call Johnny. From 89 to probably 1999, that whole decade.
Yep. 1999 seems to be his favorite.
I think I shut down in 99. I think I went full digital interface in 99, Money. This could be all highly advanced interactive recordings. I just John Connor y'all before y'all could figure out that John Connor was. All right, damn, he gave another decade. Man.
Oh, wow.
We went 2 more decades in it. He ain't playing around. All right. I'll keep that in my mental notes. If I ever make it to Who Doesn't Want to Be a Millionaire. I kind of lost interest, Once we lost Regis and once we lost Alex, I'm like, all right, that's it. My game show days are done. Just hang it up. Just be a fill-in, an add-in, on the Family Feud. One of the family members can't show up. I'll just be a fill-in, an add-in. Nobody will know. They got people for that, Bunny. You know that?
It wouldn't surprise me.
Ain't no telling.
Y'all even know a guy.
My Pillow guy?
No.
Oh,
That's
that's what I thought. Y'all know why I thought you said it. My Pillow guy. Let me say, what did he do? What did he do now? Yeah.
I said we always know a guy.
Oh,
I got a guy for that.
yeah, a guy or a gal.
Yeah.
Either one. Got to spread the wealth out just evenly. Say, hey, the My Pillow guy. I never even tried one of his pillows.
I did.
How was it? On a scale of 1 to 10, how was the My Pillow?
I did not like the pillows, but the sheets are amazing.
They're like cooling sheets.
I think so. They're thick. They're Um, it's just different.
That's
I
what I
really
need.
like
I
it
need some
too.
of the ones they label as like cooling, whatever that means.
Their dog
Yeah.
beds are allegedly really good.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was a guy at the outdoor market today. That's what he was selling. He was selling like these things you put behind your back when you sit down in chairs. He said he had the cooling sheets, the pillows. I wasn't interested today,
Mhm.
but it was pretty cool. You know, somebody selling something different that ain't normally down there.
Yeah. I've been getting a lot of ads for a, a blanket that's supposed to be made out of, I think it's pure cotton. So it's supposed to be breathable, cooling, all this stuff. But they really like to hike the price up on stuff like that.
Yeah, you figure some of that stuff would be cheaper off season. You know, heck, we're still in the middle of summer. We ain't even made it to fall yet. But shoot, no.
Mhm.
Said the heck no. You want your Christmas in July? All right, we're gonna give it to you. We're gonna give it to you in full effect. I don't even want to think about buying a blanket right now. I started to sweat a little bit just thinking about it.
I know, right?
Man,
Yeah, I got enough blankets. Oh.
yeah. Then you get one of those commercials that you just wrap yourself up in a giant burrito. The blanket's just like one big giant burrito. You know, you're sitting there like a birria taco. You look like a human birria just sitting there. I'm thinking, man, that's too much.
Yeah, it's
We
not
have
for me.
the Snuggie or whatever it's called.
Yeah, yeah. I don't want to be that snug.
No.
I can't be that snug. Can't be enclosed in a blanket. I got to have a way to get out of there. It's like a mobile sleeping bag at that point.
Oh, Pilgrim, I am jealous. 57. I think we're going to have summer till January.
Damn,
As
just
hot as
throwing that out there.
it
Man, you said the next year.
is. Yep.
Damn. I hope not, Bunny. I hope
Because,
not. I got to disagree there. That's too much summer.
well, our spring lasted so long. I'm thinking they have put us on a time frame that's just, I don't know,
All
something's
right, just bring it
changed.
on then. So be it then. You know, until next year. Who knows? Who knows? I mean, it's not uncommon even where I'm at. There's been plenty of Thanksgivings and Christmas that the start of the day you might have just been like in a t-shirt, you know, something light. By the
Yes.
time the sun went down, you might have put on like maybe a light sweatshirt or maybe a light hoodie, maybe. Uh, but definitely not like, all right, everybody gathered around, we're freezing our asses off over here. Now those type of events are just once a year, once a day. You know, the ice apocalypse, the snow apocalypse, the I don't know. I don't think they hit us with it. I think it's just two apocalypses right now for the winter. I don't think there's three. Am I wrong,
Or
buddy?
as we call it here in Ohio, just another Tuesday.
Yeah, yeah. We're just getting just another Tuesday from Ohio's down here. What the hell's going on? You know, I love Ohio, and they probably have amazing Tuesdays, but I don't want to experience that in the middle of winter. I don't know what that is. My body can't really just counter-react in one day. By the time it realizes what's happening, it's over. I'm shell
I
shocked. I'm
think
PTSD.
I think it was April, and you guys were cold down there, and we were warm here. Everything
Yes.
is definitely really messed up. We were, I think it was April when we had the 90s. We were in the 90s this year. That's
Yeah,
just
y'all was
that's not
cooking up there in
normal
Ohio.
for us. We
And I think it was in the 70s down here because
and you
that's
guys are
when
getting
it
snow. It's
and
completely
rain
crazy.
and yeah,
Yeah, Bunny's getting snow tornadoes. She's getting, yeah,
ice. Remember
sleet
the ice
tornadoes.
that didn't melt? I think that was the last one. But yeah, and then we had like a month of rain And now it's just dry as can be. No rain in sight for a long time now. Well, since the flood. Ever since the flood, we haven't had any rain.
We'll see. See what Ryan Hall's got to say about it. You know what I mean? See what Ryan Hall y'all got to tell us.
Pat said they're predicting a
That's
cold,
right.
wet winter.
I think I might start shifting more to like a weather-based, platform. Just get me like one of those nice outdoor cameras that you see people that just like go live all the time with like bird feeders and animal feeders that go like withstand the elements, and just have it like fixated and pointed right at my weather rock. So
Yeah.
as nature and weather's happening to my weather rock, people around the world would know what the weather was.
Moonchild, no, we
You know?
can't. It shuts everything down. If we get ice, everything's closed. If we get snow, everything's closed. Because people don't know how to drive on ice and snow down here.
Can't figure it out. It's too much.
Well, and they made the roads. Our roads, that's the biggest problem, are not. It's bad enough when it rains. You see so many people hydroplaning, but our roads aren't built for ice and snow.
Are you in Texas, Bonnie?
Yes. And we
I have a
don't
friend
have
that
the
lives
plow.
in Lake Conroe, and they got some snow. Well, what they called snow down there over the winter, and my friend
Yeah.
was just completely tripping out. You would have thought it was like 6 inches or something, and it was really just dusting. And apparently, the schools were canceled and like all kinds of things. And all it was a dusting.
Yeah. That's the way it is here. Snow days really happen here. If it snows a little, it's
It's
closed.
the way it is. That's what everybody says.
I have seen 14 inches of snow in Texas. And when we had Snowmageddon,
Eat that crap over there. I don't want to. Yeah, just tell me about it. No.
that was crazy.
Shit, we get an inch here. We're martial law, buddy. They done fully locked us down and incorporated us. They're issuing out social credits here in Georgia. Shit, you talk about 14. Shit, you might not hear from some of us again. Till the thaw out. Man, yeah, we couldn't handle it. North
Yeah.
Georgia, the mountains, yeah, something like that. Atlanta's even, they've even been known to get a few different events. There was even like a big one, what do they call it? I don't know, it's like in the 70s. Pretty much the whole.
Yeah, 77, the blizzards.
Yeah, the Ice Fest or whatever they called it. The whole Atlanta infrastructure just got iced in. I think it was one of the craziest or worst ones they've ever seen.
Yeah.
Yeah, look into that. That was pretty interesting. The day Atlanta froze.
Well, I've got pictures of the river frozen. People standing on the middle of the river because it was frozen solid.
Yeah, that shouldn't be happening out there. We live far enough down south to not to have to deal with those type of things. You know what I mean?
I know.
They need to lose Rainmaker's number. We need to get rid of that guy. We need to just, vote him off the island.
I'm 3 hours from the Gulf, 3 hours from Mexico. It just shouldn't shouldn't be
Got to
happening
get to the
there.
coast. Got to get to the coast at all costs.
But when it snowed at the coast. I was checking with my family down there.
Yeah. What was it, like 3? I don't know. This coming Christmas may be the 4th Christmas since then. I think it is the 4th Christmas, but it was like 4 Christmases ago. It froze all the way from like Maine all the way down into Florida. And yeah, I remember seeing people post about like Myrtle Beach was getting snow and frost out. That was like the coldest Christmas I can remember. The high for that Christmas was 25 degrees. It was 25 degrees on the 25th. I said, man, there was no rain, no nothing. So I said, damn, we got all the freezing weather, but no snow or nothing. It froze all the way down into Florida that Christmas.
Yeah. Yeah. Snowmageddon was in 22 here, right?
I think so. Yeah, that's 4 years ago. Yeah. And yeah, even y'all got a little piece of the Snowmageddon.
And we found out our grid couldn't hold it.
I don't
That
know,
was
go from that dramatic, like you said, that one day it went from being like real high. What did it was like? So, what'd you say it was like in the 90s or the 70s? Then you went into the negatives.
It was 70 degrees. In one day, it was 70 degrees and it dropped down to 5 degrees.
Yeah,
And
in
then,
that short of a time period, yeah, that definitely could put a strain or an impact on something.
yep. And then the sky just opened up and snow. And that's
Oh,
when
yeah.
everybody was showing, because it wasn't like the snow I remember. It was a different snow. And that's when everybody was, look, it burned.
Some wise people
I
in
think I
chat, Bonnie.
heard that.
They know things.
Well, it was kind of plasticky feeling. I knew. I just went and got some to make snow ice cream. And
Oh my God.
Dang.
I was like, yeah, I'm not giving this to anybody. You could tell there was just something wrong with it.
Yeah. And bioengineered snow.
Hmm.
Yeah. When the snowflakes start landing in your hand and they're already shaped like emojis that are on your phone, it's probably not good to eat that snow. You know what I mean? If they're no longer crystallized and shaped like the generic snowflake shape, they're just shaped like random emojis. Please don't do it.
Mm-mm. Or if you see blue sparkles in it, don't.
Be debatable. I don't know about the blue sparkles. Is that bad or good? It's probably bad. Yeah, don't do it. Yeah, you
I
shouldn't
don't know
have blue
what it
sparkles
is.
in your snow.
That ice, that's the first thing I noticed whenever I was able to get the front door finally open, was the ice had these blue
Maybe you had a
sparkles in
good
it.
batch. Maybe that's good. It's blue like the
I don't
water. I
know.
don't know.
I don't know. Is blue sparkles normal in ice?
I don't
Any of
get
y'all
enough of it to
north?
know.
That's, I'm asking any of them up
So I go
north.
into the frozen food section, you know, and I see the ice crustaceans that's formed on the inside of the door wall. I imagine like if you were like in an area that gets a lot of snow and you were like in a wide open place at night with the moon was shining bright, I imagine it would put off a certain glow or a certain essence just naturally depending on whatever man added into the mix. I don't know, but
Yeah, I can't
imagine
say
it
that
could.
blue sticks out in my mind, like, for the ice or the snow that we get. But a lot of people say that there was increased, like the chemtrail activity down there in Texas and yeah, I guess more southern states, that it was extremely high when that what you guys call snowmageddon happened. So I'm
Oh
not
yeah,
sure,
Yeah.
obviously.
Yep. The rainmaker, he said that it was easier to make snow than rain. And last year he had a contract for Texas. I saw the contract from March
it's funny,
to
not funny.
November.
Yeah, I remember you presenting that stuff. Yeah, what was it beginning of last year?
Yeah.
Yeah. When we're living in a world where we're referring to these characters like some form of movie villain or some type of anti-hero, the Rainmaker, the Peacemaker, the Rocket Man, it's maybe a sign, like Jeff Foxworthy used to say back in the day, that may be a sign, that may be a sign, whatever that may be. I don't know. You just
Right.
like the artist formerly known as Prince, he made that acceptable, that's cool. He has some good music, but yeah, we're just talking about the Rainmaker. Sounds like we're just referring to people like they're wrestlers. The Rainmaker. Gonna bring the rain down on your bunnies.
That's what the company is called. And the guy even did an interview with somebody. Was it Tucker or the
Yeah, the guy looked like the least likely candidate that should be manipulating anything, let alone weather. Yeah, I remember
yeah,
seeing that guy.
very young? Yeah.
Yeah, he had on like flip flops, like some tie dye pants with like a tuxedo top with like a full on mullet. Yeah, no offense. I mean, that's definitely a look. But yeah, I don't think that that's the look you want for the person that's controlling the weather. No offense. Yeah. I'm no fashion connoisseur, but I definitely don't want the job neither.
What a time to be alive, huh?
Right? Like these dudes they got like Mortal Kombat characters just stepping in, you know? They're just tagging in Sub-Zero, Johnny Cage. Johnny Cage. Oh, if the central casting is so big, I don't know. They must have funding there must have ran out of something. They're finding some horrible actors. They need to upgrade something. Get
Yeah.
some better CGIs and green screens.
Huckleberry, that one, the state of Texas hired them.
Yeah,
So
they're good. Follow the
ex-
monies.
the excuse was because of the drought and the water shortages that we needed to have more rain. And so, interesting enough, that's when Kerrville flooded the first time. Y'all remember that? Well, yeah, you remember it because of Camp Mystic and all those little girls.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
And that was months after allegedly with all that stuff came out when you showed those different documents about the contracts and stuff like that. And I'm pretty
Yeah.
sure if you go back and find those different maps and stuff and you overlay them where certain things happen, I'm pretty sure there's a correlation for sure. You know, whatever regions or whatever areas. I don't know exactly how that would work. I mean, I know
Yeah.
they do it, they make it work to whatever degree. But of course, I don't understand the science fully. You know, I understand you seed things properly to whatever format or algorithm things can grow. But just seems like there's so many X factors. Of course, things that could go wrong. You know, I don't know.
Well, if it works so well, like what? I mean, you're like so in Texas, you're still in a drought, right? So
Yeah,
whatever it is, there, if it works and it's safe and all those things, it seems like then what good does it do to do such a small amount that it can't reverse a drought, or you know what I mean? Like so that
Yeah.
seems off to me. Like what?
I don't really think it has like the ability to create energy. I think like most things, it could just like pull and divert, and it may be just simply as just pulling certain energy or certain resources and just concentrating them. You know,
Right.
Well,
let's just say they need rain in Austin, Texas, so you may start seeing areas around Austin experience drought. Most people would just get wrote off. Ultimately, it's just it's the city, it's draining more water, but there could be a lot of different things at play, whether they are or not. You know.
Yeah.
so last year, July 4th, when that happened, they I was watching the radar. So there was 3 areas that seemed to be concentrated on. And 2 of the areas, and I showed that too, on the radar, the little red thing with the pointy things coming out that I've never seen on a radar before. And so that's what made me watch the radar when Helene came up the East Coast. And I saw something right at the Florida-Georgia line that seemed to push it in a different direction. And I was like, what was that? And I know that sounds crazy, but I thought, I think I showed the red circle things that were in Texas on the radar because I screenshotted it. And I should have taken a screenshot of the one with the hurricane, but I didn't get that one.
I
And
got some on
then,
my phone that I saved different screen recordings and stuff that I pulled like from the weather app and stuff that was on my phone. Like right before it was when it was down there in the Gulf and it was kind of like looking one way and then there was just this other little surge of the cell. It kind of came in from the left and gave it like a little push, which
yes,
ultimately kind of redirected it or directed it into the path ultimately that it took.
Yep.
But yeah, it was crazy. I forget how many miles in. It was over 500 something miles inland. You know, all the way from the Gulf of the Gulf all the way up to the Virginia, North Carolina, Virginia, up to those areas. You know, then on past that, the destruction maybe wasn't so bad, but a lot of people got rain and flooding behind it. It was crazy.
flooding all the way into Tennessee.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was crazy. And then the thing that I saw, well, I didn't see that on the radar. Different people who follow the weather and watch for stuff, they saw it. Something when the LA fires started coming from.
Oh yeah,
Nevada.
I'm sure. Yeah, with all the different heat tracking, heat sensing, uh, different radars and stuff they have, yeah, definitely. If you could find out whoever would have like or whatever monitors like different um, heat differentials or heat regulations or whatever in the atmosphere or something like that, you could easily look up those times and see if they didn't scrub it. There would be some type of correlation or reference if there was that, you know, a heat displacement or some type of irregularity in my mind. If there was something like a Hawaii or that even happened in Tennessee. A lot of people forget about that. It happened in Hawaii and California, but it was in, I think it was 2017. I could be wrong. It might have been sooner than that, but yeah, it happened in 2017, a few years back. I mean, a few years back. I don't know if it was 2017, but yeah, a bunch of that stuff, just the mysterious fires and stuff that burnt up a bunch of that stuff up there.
Yes.
Of course, nature plays some role in it, whether it was man-made, started or not. You know, nature has a way of doing certain things. You know, winds, whatever it may be.
Well, true, but I don't know. There's been some strange things. And that, so that July 4th one, since there were so many deaths, the senators from DC came down to Kerrville and they had a town hall or something. And so there were a lot of people that were giving eyewitness accounts that lived in the area. And because they got 26 inches of rain at once. Yeah. And so a lot of people were saying that they felt that this was on purpose. And so I know it was looked into, but I don't know what came of it. Also, just before that was talk of a huge data center going in over there. And so a lot of people were thinking that that's because when they want something built and people are fighting it, it's funny how Mother Nature makes a disaster happen in that area.
Oh yeah, and then just the suspicious nature of all that stuff coming out around the same time. You know, the alleged paperwork about future constructions, and then the alleged contracts or whatever with different organizations like Rainmakers and stuff like that. You know, it's interesting when certain dates and certain things start lining up, especially when you're talking about specific areas. And then yeah, you lived through it like last year, and then what happened again, almost a year to the date again this year, didn't it?
Yeah, it was in July. It wasn't on the 4th, but it was close
Yeah,
and flooded that area again. And it even affected all the way here, uh, all the way to goodness. It was all the rivers, like the Guadalupe, the Pedernales,
that,
um the Colorado that comes through Texas.
man, they got the Colorado.
Yeah, and the Frio. The Frio is the one that's by Kerrville. And so all the creeks that feed into these rivers, it was a overabundance of water
Yeah,
all at once again. Yeah, I did a little short of the Guadalupe, and that was once we were able to get out. We couldn't even get out of here. All the roads were closed. And
Hmm.
we went over the Guadalupe to see what it looked like. And my daughter was videoing it, and she said, "It looks fine to me." But she doesn't realize those trees in the water are not usually in the water. she she didn't realize how high up it was.
Yeah, certain things like that, it's easy to lose your gauge sometimes. You know, it may sound something simple, but yeah,
Yeah.
it's easy to lose your gauge in certain situations like that. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's crazy.
And it surprises me because we have all these tech people moving to Texas for whatever reason that I don't like. But so it's kind of surprising that they would be, because they've been really hitting Texas with a lot of things. I was looking at the number of data centers even. California has more than we do, and New York has more than both of us. Just stuff like that. Just looking at what's going on here. And it's a lot.
Yeah, big state, a lot of counties.
Yeah. And so Elon is fixing to build, thank you for mentioning his name, Pat. He is fixing to build this complex. It's gonna be the largest in the world. And I
The largest in the world.
in the world.
Man,
And
what is it?
it's like a gigantic data center, I think. And
Nice.
I think I put that on my community page too. And I think it's west of Austin. And people are trying to fight it, but I don't think it's gonna.
It makes sense. If you're known as the richest man in the world, you would want to be building the biggest things in the world, I imagine, at some point, you know, whatever that may be.
Well,
Yeah.
he's overdoing it here. He's already got a space station down there. He built a city of his own.
They
One
already got
thing
the
he did
cities fully functional, the Elon City.
from what I saw, yeah. And
Need to get somebody down there to see what's going on in Elon City. Better than calling it Muskville. Yeah. Welcome to
I think he's
Muskville.
It's pretty wild. His little space town down there, like their employees, most of the employees drive Teslas because they get a special deal from Tesla. And he
yeah,
likes it when everybody drives his cars. They've
yeah,
built really high price housing, and the local town or the town that's next to it or whatever, he's put millions of dollars in, and basically buying people off
yeah,
or buying the
it,
town off to accept that they are there. It's
yeah,
pretty wild. I watched something on YouTube about it, like how quickly it was nothing there, and it's very, very quickly become a city, or you
Yeah.
know, its own town.
I think was it Brownfield, the city that's next to it? And so he's done a lot of work downtown there and
Yeah.
in fixing it up and making it look nice and
Oh, no doubt.
Yeah, I saw an interview with a bookstore, like a, you know, I guess we should call it an old-fashioned bookstore, and
Mhm.
that was one of the recipients of quite a bit of money, and how they were able to stay open. And I thought that was really interesting, because you know, bookstores aren't exactly on like the upward trajectory,
Right.
and you know, but I found it interesting that, you know, he gave quite a bit of money to this guy that owns this place to rehab it and to keep it open. So, you know, shows the
Yeah.
extent to even buy out even inconsequential businesses, or you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, shout out to the bookstores out there.
And a Huckleberry, yeah. I posted a video about that too. There's several show in Dallas, Texas, and
Yeah.
I can't believe what's going on up there.
It's all right.
And
If everybody battles it out over the different religions, they'll present a new world one. They'll present a unified religion that everybody can agree on and adapt. You know?
well, that's their goal, is for all of us to be Islamic.
I hope not, but it just seems how things get polarized, you know.
Yeah.
You know, even if we don't accept it or embrace it into our own lives, I mean, these broadcasts are going out to millions and millions of people. Especially,
Yeah.
we hear a lot of things that are happening here. Just because it's America, don't mean it's immune to certain things. We hear about it in England, France, different parts of Europe, different parts of the world. You know,
Yeah.
it's interesting time.
Excuse me.
And of
Well,
course,
they were
Texas
trying
is
to.
going to be a spotlight. It's just kind of, I guess, for whatever, I don't know, massive of land, or maybe lower uh, taxes on certain things. It just kind of exploded. I don't know, for whatever reason. Maybe, I don't know, the
Well,
heartland, or uh,
I think it's because Texas has a movement to succeed from the Union. And so, because Texas has, we could self-sustain. We have all the resources. We have eh, pretty much everything we need here. So I think that could be part of it. Is, oh no, you're not. We're gonna
yeah.
do this, because I even saw where they were trying to take over counties, because that Epic City, they're they're battling that out in court right now, trying to shut it down. And but then uh
Oh yeah,
the
these things take time, battle it out in court or whatever, you know, just as they
yes,
say on the news, oh, they said this or that. Yeah, just because they might have said a thing, they got to do it. Whatever legal restraints or avenues, they got to battle it out. Both sides are
yeah,
going to battle it out as long as they can, keep delaying it, or you know, prolonging the court proceedings, whatever it may be.
yeah. And so they were going county to county trying to take over another county, and everyone fighting it. But I just saw that they were able to get McKinney County. And I was like, darn it, they gave in. They caved. And that's why knowing what's going on in your counties is so important, because that's what they're going after, is the counties.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. They know they can't bite off or chew an entire state at one time. It's just like anything, everything we deal with is just slowly trickled in, generation in, you know. They go county by county to eventually something just could completely consume an entire region, an entire polling district, and eventually entire state, you know, whatever it may
Yeah.
be. Uh, each state's completely different. Texas definitely, or each state has its own battles. Texas is definitely different. They have the most counties, so of course, the most counties out of any state in the country. So,
Yeah.
imagine a lot of those ideas is probably common amongst most people. The basic, the way they want to live, however they've been living. And then you have, each county battling each other.
Yeah. And that's why I was pretty surprised to see that camera in the middle of nowhere, because we are surrounded by ranchers that pretty much don't put up with a lot of BS. And like, I know when they first started seeing drones, they were skeet.
I think some people know. A lot of people know. A lot of people have a certain level of understanding. They might not be the talkers. They might not be necessarily the ones we think of as the doers. They may just be sitting back for whatever, until something like directly affects them. It's not that they may be completely ignorant. They just kind of may just be, I don't know. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
The what they call it, the silent. I don't know, the silent minority, the silent majority. I don't know if that's even it, but there's
And
probably a thing.
that's exactly it. What is, they don't talk about it. They don't display their feelings to the public. They're kind of tight-lipped, which
Of course,
is
we don't
good.
talk about everything that pisses us off, but some people, that's just ultimately them.
Yes.
Everybody's wired a little bit differently.
Yeah.
That's okay. I'm cool with that, because most people like that, they're not going to bother you. They're not going to interfere with what you got going on.
Yeah.
As long as you don't cross that imaginary line in the sand, you're good. All parties is good. All parties is neutral. Everybody's like Switzerland at that point,
Yeah.
I respect that also. I respect everybody's right to prosper, have their family secure in whatever way, As long as it's not causing any loss, injury, or harm to anybody else, so be it,
Yeah.
Ultimately, a lot of this stuff is not really, I can't say, I guess, like I don't really care about it, but ultimately I know some stuff they just throw out there as filler. A lot of the stuff we get aggravated about or emotionally attached to is just filler. It's just filler or distractions to bigger stuff.
Well, yeah. That's what I think. A lot of this, everywhere you look, everyone's talking about the flock cameras, and yes, that is absolutely a big thing. But the joining of the militaries is, man, that's like that it has never happened with another country. We have other allies, and our militaries have never joined. And that one is the one that I'm just like, this will do it. Nope. Everyone's just kind of, and so the Democrats are the ones trying to fight this. So then if you agree with that, then everyone starts calling you a liberal, and that's not it. It's like, wait, this is wrong. I don't care which side you're on. Why are we even on sides? This is happening to America. We are all Americans, and we should be protecting it. Darn it.
Bonnie, you just won my heart. I totally agree. Like this right and left crap, always trying to keep us divided. That's all it is. And it's, what about like just being Americans and making the right choices collectively, and instead of just disagreeing with something because the other side said do it, or any of these things. This left and right drives me insane.
It's meant to. That's just part of its purpose, Even to understand it to some degree. It's going to create some level of insanity because you're like, well, damn, why can't someone else see it that type of way? You know, whatever it may be, or why is it even if so many people can see the just uh, everything that's happening? Why does it continue? You know, things like that. Oh, it does, no doubt.
Yeah.
Yeah, the left versus the right, or just making something simple as a comment. You could just not agree with a particular topic, and then somebody just assumes that, okay, because you don't support the topic, then you're just completely opposite end of the spectrum. You know, if you don't support
Yeah.
this topic, then you must be right. If you don't support this topic, then you must be left. I don't identify with either. I'm just a living man, you know. Whatever I encounter, whatever I see in my path, some things I pick up, some things I put down, some things I don't never pick up. I can walk right past it. I can acknowledge it, see it for whatever it's worth in my realm, and just keep it pushing. But yeah, I've never acknowledged there's a left versus a right, you know.
Yeah.
Uh,
And that's, I've even had people like, you know, if I say something, well, it, I'm not even thinking about it. It's not just the president. It's all the way across the board.
Yeah.
It's whoever. And, but they will, oh, so you think Kamala would have done a better job? Where
Oh,
did that come from? Why would you even say that? It
exactly.
yeah, I
didn't
don't
make
even
any
put
sense.
all the investment or nothing to piggyback on the president. I mean, at best, they're what? They're in the circle for like
Yeah.
8 years. After that, they're gone. You know, there's people that's been in there since those people that are now presidents were kids. You know, these people were coming in the White House when they were like in their 20s, and these people were kids. Now they're presidents and stuff. You know, it's ultimately there's a lot more people. You know, there's a lot more people than just a president or anything like that. They're just, in my opinion, it's just a figure.
I agree, and they're all corrupt. And you know, the president's not going to change anything. Congress is too lazy and gets away with too much. I don't even think that. I think that a lot of the predicaments we're in right now are not even. It's not even a vote is not going to change it. I like people that call them the
Yeah.
uniparty because they really like one thing that they are very together on is not doing the right thing on our behalf on both sides. You
Yeah,
know,
Yeah.
and I've had that said to me that because I disagree with President Trump about some things that, you know, that automatically means that the alternative would be Biden or Kamala or something like that. Well, that's insanity. You know, she would have just
Yeah.
presented a different set of big problems. That's
yeah,
all. So
Yes.
it wouldn't be much different.
yeah. We would have still probably been in Iran. It might have just been on a feminist crusade, you know, an
Right.
unburdenment of what could have been. Who knows? Yeah, certain things were already set into play. You know, there's different acts, there's different, you know, contingency plans, I guess. But yeah, ultimately, one side would, I guess, would have been happier, and one side would have been more pissed off. You know, it would have been a different political pendulum. No doubt,
Yeah.
no doubt. And that's not saying I agree with either one. You know, I've never aligned with any of that type of stuff. You know, I just kind of see it for what it is, and then think about, damn, you know, hell, at least for Miss America, you know, they give us 50 contestants. Hell, we're looking for Mr. or Mrs. America, and we only get 2. You know, it only comes down to 2, the
Yeah.
best and the brightest. They said America's got talent. They say America does have talent.
And that's what everybody keeps saying. Well, the lesser of two evils. Well, we shouldn't be picking between two evils. Can't we get a good?
Got the wrong bloodline. I thought about running for president like in the 2030s, but my bloodline didn't add up on it. Hell, I think we'll have the chances of me getting there. We'll probably have an AI president before that. You know, we'll just have a fully Palatard AI president before that would happen. Like
Yeah.
for unseen futuristic circumstances, we don't see putting the power in humans' hands. We have to temporarily put it in hands of this AI president. You know, temporarily, of course. You know, hopefully not, but who knows? Know one thing: if we stay any later, somebody's going to have to take me to the awful waffle. You know, somebody's going to have to treat me to the awful waffle, and I don't think that's a treat anybody wants to treat on in this type of the trick or treating hour.
Yep.
2 more weeks we'll be at Halloween, so we'll be trick or treating then. Save your trick or treating till then, ladies and gentlemen.
Everyone have ice cream.
I wish I had some ice cream right now. I'd tear it up, Bonnie. I probably would just completely just indulge myself in GMO'd ice cream concoctions. Yeah, that I don't that. A big bowl of butter pecan, that'd be good.
Oh, that sounds good. I
I'd
like
tear it up.
butter pecan.
That's one thing they didn't have at the market today. I was surprised about. I'm like, as hot as it was, maybe I didn't notice it or didn't go. I mean, there was stuff like lemonades and shaved ice, but I was thinking, oh, nobody's got no ice creams.
Huh. I like cherry nut too.
I hadn't had one in over a decade, but that sounds good. A Butterfinger ice cream bar. Oh, I used to love them back in the days. We had ice. We had like we had where you could buy like ice creams on lunch.
Yeah.
Those. And then we had this one like sour cherry ice cream, and it had the weirdest name. It was called Sour Puss. That's what it was called on ice cream, Sour Puss. And it had this. It was like in this red packaging, and it had this cartoon of this cat that looks like it was getting electrocuted, and all this, there was electricity coming off the cat. I used to thought that was the weirdest package in her name, Sour Puss. I don't know.
Yeah.
There's some weird stuff on it.
Interesting.
Definitely not as good as the Butterfinger ice cream bar. Yeah, I was like, stay away from those ice creams called the Sour Puss, the electrified ones. Don't eat those. I'll give you ice cream money, just don't buy those. Man, I don't know. I feel like we offset a world problem. I feel like we did something. We definitely all now can officially get T-shirts that say I survived the anti-gravity event 2026. You can add that to your collection of shirt garments.
Our T-shirt collection.
There you go. Step your T-shirt game up. I survived it. Added to it. But any final thoughts? Any final concerns? What y'all think about it?
I think we've covered it all.
I think we've exceeded the space-time continuum. That's else. Maybe we started a few new ones that they could talk about. Give some of the old ones a break. Maybe we gave them some new ideas. They could resurface some new material. Who knows?
Yeah.
But
yeah, I'm gonna take off. Thank you for having me. I love having this conversation, Bonnie.
Always a pleasure, man. You always bring good insight, good conversation. I do appreciate that.
Man.
Yeah,
I appreciate it.
I'll
see you guys later.
You take care.
We need more honor-able, more commune-able barefoot people, Sometimes they give the barefoot people a bad rap, Bonnie. They give us a bad nature. They say we're a little insane in the membrane. I don't know. Yeah, definitely. I don't know. Don't really have no final thoughts. Just appreciate, as always, anybody that might have tuned in, tuned out, checked in, checked out. If you hit the thumbs up, if you make sure you subscribe, make sure that you can tune in to more insanity, more everything and nothing, Got to make sure you're in tune. Don't know when the next one might be. Probably take a few days off, recuperate. Still think I got a little lag from the space-time continuum, anti-gravity. I don't know. We'll figure it out. Figure it out sometime, someplace.
Right. Yeah, have a good night.
Tell them about it, buddy. I can't even press the button.
Insane in the membrane.
Oh, yeah, everything is insane that day.
Hasta la vista, baby.